Chapter 181. Entering the Home. Su Mian Tang, with alluring eyes, was biting her lip. Lost in a daze, she met the astonished gaze of Queen Jenny at the entrance of the battleship. With a sudden boom, her delicate face flushed crimson, almost as if it were about to bleed. "Let go of me." Apologies for the interruption. Having weathered numerous storms, Queen Jenny quickly regained her composure, feigning ignorance as she stepped back. The girl, her face nearly smoking with embarrassment, exclaimed, "No," and immediately rose to pursue. "Your Majesty, it is not as you imagine. You have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Jenny smiled knowingly at her. With such circumstances, how could it possibly be a misunderstanding? Su Mian Tang realized it belatedly. Hastily, she pulled together her torn clothing and arranged her disheveled, waist-length hair, attempting to conceal the deep kiss marks on her neck. Yet even so, her mind was incessantly flooded with images. Her hands and legs were tightly entwined, her cheeks kissed, and her chest buried in. No part was spared. The vision of her body trembling, soft and yielding, would lead anyone to believe it was. It was all her fault for activating her pheromones too late. Now, anything she said would seem like a desperate cover-up. She swiftly changed the subject. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" With the grand victory of the Florenthes campaign, the X-planet's downfall, and the annihilation of our arch-rivals, unifying the two star systems, it is only fitting that I personally welcome the troops and reward the frontline warriors, especially you, my dear Tangdang. However, if you are busy, I shall take my leave. No. Su Mian Tang quickly waved her hands. "I am not busy." Her arrival was timely, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "Really?" Jenny eyed the group behind her, a collection of disgruntled males whose good fortunes had been interrupted. Even her own son appeared dazed, still in the throes of the moment. "Indeed." Su Mian Tang nodded. "Perfect timing. I also have a few questions for you." As she spoke, she pulled Jenny towards the resting chamber, and just before closing the door, her flushed and flustered face caught the attention of everyone present. "Once again, no fighting. Otherwise, no one is allowed to enter the house tonight." "Enter the house?" The crowd's eyes lit up at the mention. Tangdang permits them to enter her home? As Aslanti lightly licked the moisture from his lips, his expression was one of triumph. Of course, he wished to enter the house and, as before, share a bed with his host. The moonlight fairy savored the lingering fragrance of tulips on his hands, relishing the memory. He was unlike the others. He had a dedicated room in his sister's home. Qin Yanzhou lowered his head slightly, his face flushed, clenching his fists as he recalled the exquisitely soft touch of skin, the thrill of duplication magic, so delightful it defied description, leaving him to wonder what it would be like if Tengleson, still recovering from the intoxicating scent of the little female's pheromones, was hit by another wave of impact. Home? Did he truly have a home now? A slight smile graced his lips. From now on, wherever the little marshmallow was, that would be his home. The other males shared his excitement, eagerly raising their hands, glancing at the moving clock, and counting down the days. "Tangdang, what is it you wish to ask me?" Inside the resting chamber, Queen Jenny looked at the girl with curiosity. Su Mian Tang fumbled to fix her appearance. "It's nothing much. Just how have you been, Your Majesty?" Jenny chuckled. Was she in such a hurry just to ask this? How adorable. Perhaps it was due to witnessing such a scene, feeling overly shy or frightened, seeking an excuse to flee, for she was still so young. "Was it a bit chaotic just now?" she tentatively inquired. Su Mian Tang's face reddened further. "Do not be afraid, Tangdang. They merely missed you so much after such a long absence that they couldn't control themselves." No. Su Mian Tang swiftly shook her head. "They only wished to mark me. I was just about to activate my pheromones." Queen Jenny smiled gently, taking her hand. Did she not already realize whether they desired to mark her? "Tangdang, the pheromones of a female can only soothe the bodies of males, not their hearts. They clearly feel an overwhelming love for you, which has stirred primal urges that cannot be suppressed. The more one tries to repress them, the more intense they become. However, one must not indulge excessively, learn to establish boundaries, or else it will always be chaotic, and your body may not withstand it. I possess a manual on husband management that can guide you, but it must be studied gradually. For now, I have something to give you in case of emergency." "What is it?" Su Mian Tang asked with curiosity as she saw Jenny produce a tiny pill from her fragrance pouch, whispering in her ear, "This is an energy pill." Upon hearing the explicit keywords such as full of energy, no matter how one is tossed about, one will not faint overnight, she felt utterly mortified. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I do not need it." "Are you sure?" Jenny glanced with concern at her delicate frame. Those are all top-tier combat males. Absolutely. Su Mian Tang covered her face with her hands, unwilling to discuss the matter further. Queen Jenny, realizing her discomfort, smiled faintly and silently tucked the pill into her pocket, then began to express gratitude for her assistance in bringing an end to Austin. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am also a member of the Central Star. Good. Then I shall not be polite. May I request one favor from you? What is it? With the defeat of our arch-rival, I have decided to grant the entire star system a month of holiday to celebrate. Could you stay in the royal palace for a few more days? Certainly. Su Mian Tang readily agreed. Fred, Enzo, and Lanlan had returned from the battlefield after so long, and she wished to spend more time with them. Moreover, playing in the royal palace had always been an invitation from the golden retriever. It was merely that she had been too busy to find the time. The royal palace was alive with song and dance, the sound of drums resonating, festooned with colorful decorations, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Outside, a throng of jubilant citizens cheered and rejoiced, while inside, the royal family and dignitaries warmly welcomed the triumphant officers of the three armies. As they settled at the banquet, the 8 males seemed disinterested in discussing matters of war, instead focusing their attention on the little female, serving her dishes and sharing tales from the time they had been apart. Queen Jenny, noticing the delightful atmosphere, was reminded of her daughter. Ever since the last punishment, she had locked herself in Fengyang Pavilion, claiming it was for reflection and isolation, though it was more a matter of fear. Fear that one day, Tang Tang might whimsically decide to take her life. No matter how she pleaded, it had been to no avail. Such a situation could not continue. It would be better to seize this splendid opportunity to ease the tension between them. She summoned a servant and gave a few instructions. Before long, Catherine appeared in the grand hall. Although she was dressed elegantly, her legs trembled beneath her skirt, especially upon seeing Su Mian Tang surrounded by several top-tier combat males. She had heard that Tang Tang had effortlessly claimed the life of Austin, the leader of the X-star system in battle. Wouldn't it be even simpler for her? As she trembled while ascending the steps, she nearly stumbled. Su Mian Tang merely cast a fleeting glance at the commotion, her gaze landing on Fred and Enzo. Seeing no unusual expressions on their faces, she turned her attention away, treating Catherine as if she were a mere wisp of air. However, Catherine approached. The usually proud and haughty princess, for the first time, sought to please someone, yet found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In her mind, the best way to flatter a female was to praise the quality and quantity of her males. Thus, before everyone, she ceremoniously curtsied to Su Mian Tang and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed Lady Su Mian Tang, with so many exceptional top-tier combat males at your disposal, which one will you favor tonight?" As the words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Su Mian Tang. Chapter 182. You are now mine. She lifted her gaze, only to find 8 males surrounding her, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Anticipation etched upon their faces, as if they were awaiting her selection. Their eager expressions spoke volumes. Jun Qingyin set down his utensils, his deep azure eyes reflecting her figure. "Tang Tang, this is the Imperial Palace." Su Mian Tang replied, "What of the Imperial Palace? Could it be that he had long wished to invite her to reside here for?" Oslin's pronounced Adam's apple bobbed visibly, the sound of him swallowing audible. His gaze lingered on her alluring visage, gradually descending to his favored area, igniting with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting flames. "Master, Lanlan's cravings have returned." Su Mian Tang retorted, "Serpent, do you dare bring up past transgressions?" Yue Zongshan picked up a nearby cup, his delicate brows arching slightly. His demeanor deceptively innocent, yet laden with implications. "Sister, would you care to try the perpetual motion machine?" Su Mian Tang mused, "Thermos, perpetual motion machine." An uncontrollable, dreadful image flashed through her mind, prompting a light cough that nearly caused her to choke. "I don't want to. I would perish." Fred and Enzo gazed at her with unmasked sincerity. "Tang Tang, if you find it difficult to choose, we can always share." Cough. Su Mian Tang coughed even louder. "Have you two spent too much time with Lanlan and turned wicked as well? Your Highness, what troubles you?" Catherine, sensing the tension, quickly offered her a handkerchief. Su Mian Tang accepted it, grinding her teeth. How dare she question her state? Unprovoked, in front of so many, to pose such a shameful inquiry. It was deliberate, wasn't it? It felt as though she was being roasted over an open flame, nearing the point of being cooked. Attempting to feign ignorance, she casually wiped the corner of her mouth, inadvertently locking eyes with Tangleson S. deep gaze. The man leisurely peeled a lychee, placing it in his mouth, chewing slowly, savoring it. His inscrutable eyes clinging to her as if she were the fruit rather than the lychee itself, a faint, ambiguous smile forming on his thin lips, a silent threat. Little marshmallow, you promised to stay by my side. Should you break that promise, do not blame me for transforming into a beast and clinging to you. I fear you may not withstand it. After all, I have too. She swiftly averted her gaze, only to encounter the ever-gentle, unassuming Dean, who had activated his charm. His ink-purple irises shimmering with a mysterious allure, temptation evident. Mian Tang, would you care to touch my bushy tail? It's fluffy, just as you adore. The girl clenched the silk handkerchief tightly, her heart racing, her previously composed complexion once again flushed. She felt trapped, unable to look up or down, left or right. Her gaze forward yielding no escape, like a little deer encircled by ferocious beasts, thrashing about with nowhere to flee, destined only to be devoured. Unable to withstand such fervent scrutiny, she abruptly rose. I need to use the restroom. The 8 males instantly stood as well. Tang Tang, I shall accompany you. No need. She firmly declined. I will return shortly. Was her reaction merely a trip to the restroom for contemplation? The group paused, slowly taking their seats, each lost in their own thoughts. The Gemini brothers frowned, pondering if they had placed too much pressure on Tang Tang. Jun Chengyin withdrew his intense gaze. His mother had advised him repeatedly that to be the primary consort, one must possess a broad-mindedness capable of accommodating others, yet he found himself unable to do so. He only desired to possess Tang Tang, to claim her wholly. Aslan drained his drink, confident that the master would choose him. Even if not, none present could rival his prowess. A warm-up before growing intimate with the master would suffice. Lucilei smiled slightly. It seemed Mian Tang had blushed upon hearing his tale, indicating her fondness. Tangleson smirked. Did they truly believe he was unaware of their thoughts? Such naive delusions. Intelligent system analysis. Your probability of being chosen is 100.
What?
Yue Zongshan's heart raced, his honey tea-colored eyes gleaming with excitement.
Why?
Intelligent system, because analysis shows that if I do not state this, little G's chances of getting beaten are 100.
Arg.
And so, he was indeed beaten. Queen Jenny shot a reproachful glare at Catherine upon seeing Su Mian Tang leave. Have you not failed enough? Go apologize to Tang Tang, at once. Receiving the signal, Catherine's face turned frantic as she hurriedly withdrew. This was not what she had envisioned. Typically, when a female is questioned in such a manner, she would bask in the attention, boasting of the excellence of each of her suitors, unsure of whom to choose. Su Mian Tang, why was she so different from the others? Upon reaching the restroom, Su Mian Tang finally exhaled, feeling the warm water flow through her fingertips. A gentle breeze accompanied by the delicate scent of bamboo leaves suddenly enveloping her. She raised her head, peering through the intricately carved window, to behold a lush green bamboo grove outside. Memories of Rongrong flooded her mind. A triangular rice ball, a sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling, sitting with its back to her in the deep bamboo forest, adorably munching on bamboo shoots. And in human form, just a few words in her direction would render him blushing. So innocent, not at all like a beast. Everyone was present today, except for him. She found herself missing him. As she exited the restroom, she found herself at the base of the bamboo peak, wondering how he was faring in his studies, what his state of mind was.
Tang Tang.
Deep within the bamboo grove, Huarong suddenly opened his eyes. He perceived the gentle breeze and the swaying bamboo. His gaze gradually dimmed, just like countless days and nights before. Another illusion? He longed for her, yearned to see her. Oh, how he wished, yet he remained so weak, unable to surpass the S rank, regardless of his efforts. He helplessly regarded his hands. Perhaps it was best to give up. Su Mian Tang halted in her tracks, fearing that her sudden entry might disturb him, causing him to bleed as he had before due to his impatience. She resolved to grant him a little more time. He would eventually come to understand. As she turned, she unexpectedly encountered a colossal figure, its form drifting across the distant sky, yet its head was alarmingly close, expanding her pupils to their limits, triggering her fear of large objects, leading her to faint. A dragon. It is I. The infernal dragon grinned ominously. Little female.
You are now mine.
Catherine hurriedly rushed to the restroom, oblivious to Su Mian Tang's absence, following the monitor towards the bamboo peak. Just in time to witness a massive dragon burst forth from the clouds, seizing the girl and vanishing into the horizon. This world truly has dragons. She was profoundly shaken, taking a moment to regain her senses before screaming, "Help! Help! Someone come quickly!" Su Mian Tang has been captured. An SSSS-ranked female has been taken.
What?
The alarmed voices echoed within the grand hall, and the 8 males surged out in an instant. Chapter 183. SSS-ranked combat-capable male, the Golden Dragon.
Wow.
It seems that Solicitia is quite favored by the Emperor. She appears to be on the brink of becoming a member of the harem. Of course, she is the renowned goddess of the Illumination star system, once praised as the Empress of Dance as she graced the stars, attracting numerous S-ranked males from the palace and nobility. S-ranked female. No wonder. I hope the next to capture the Emperor's favor is me. You'd need to possess extraordinary qualities. A cacophony of chatter mingled with various fragrances of cosmetics awakened the girl sprawled on the ground. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, she beheld females. So many females. Ever since arriving here, she had not encountered such a multitude of females. Moreover, each of them was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also adorned in exceptionally splendid attire that rivaled that of Princess Catherine. Were they invited by Queen Jenny to attend the banquet? She pressed her temples, struggling to recall how she had just been at Bamboo Peak, fainted from the fright of an enormous dragon, which had also carried her away. Surely, it must have been an illusion? How could dragons possibly exist in this world? Slowly, she rose and surveyed her surroundings. In an instant, she was utterly bewildered. This was not the imperial palace. The sky was suffused with a fiery orange glow. Crows and vultures danced among bizarre, gnarled trees, while a serene lake, flowing with crimson waters, lay nearby, surrounded by barren land that stretched for thousands of square meters, teeming with females. They were numerous and bustling, easily numbering in the thousands. Being amidst them felt akin to returning to the school playground. It appeared that her earlier experience was indeed not a figment of her imagination. She had truly been captured. Before Su Mian Tang could fully comprehend her astonishment, a clear female voice rang out. On Uzka Star, the eldest daughter of Duke Libert of the Dark Knight Federation, Mewis, presents a pair of flame crystal cores and a magnet. She raised her gaze and beheld a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade, towering into the clouds, with stone steps that soared several dozen meters high. At the top sat a male figure. His long hair, dark as ink, billowed gently in the cold breeze, and his deep-set, narrow eyes were of a rare heterochromia, with the left resembling a dreamy amethyst hue, while the right shone with a pale, distant gold. His facial features were strikingly defined, with a prominent nose and thin lips, embodying an exquisite form that seemed to be the pinnacle of creation. Too much would be excessive. Too little would be insufficient. Most astonishingly, a pair of jade-colored horns adorned his smooth forehead, glistening and radiant, evoking memories of the dragon that had rendered her unconscious, which also bore horns. Could it be that he was the human form of that dragon? He was exceptionally tall, clad in dark garments, the hems subtly embossed with intricate dragon cloud patterns. At that moment, seated upon the high platform, he resembled a regal sovereign surveying his realm, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Surrounding him was a throng of beautiful females. Some sang for him, others danced, while yet others offered him shoulder massages, and some even prostrated themselves at his feet, submissively kneading his soles through his boots, all adorned in pristine white gloves, as if fearing to sully him. The females on the platform showcased their talents, while those below presented tributes. Thousands held gifts, eagerly lining up to offer them, anticipating the attendants' proclamations. On Siren Star, the daughter of General Cruz, Caroline, presents a Millennium Spirit artifact coral, hoping for the acceptance of Caesar the Great. Caesar the Great? Su Mian Tang was taken aback by this scene. Ever since her arrival here, she had grown accustomed to a societal norm where females held supremacy over males, and even the most exalted of princes, or the formidable Lanlan, who wielded immense power, would show deference to females. Yet, she had never witnessed a male treating females as mere servants. The typically proud females did not resist, but instead lavished him with obsequious praise and adulation. However, the male, seemingly indifferent to their fervent flattery, did not cast a single glance in their direction. His long fingers merely supported his head, rhythmically tapping as if lost in thought.
Who was he?
Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow, feeling perplexed. Suddenly, the man's languid gaze drifted over her, and he paused. He rose and descended towards her. Against the light, his tall figure appeared almost ethereal, as if a divine dragon coiled around him. Though his features were somewhat obscured, the overwhelming presence he exuded was enough to instill fear. The females below erupted in excited exclamations.
Ah!
The Emperor is descending. Could it be he has taken a liking to one of us? How fortunate she must be. I hope it's me. Don't be delusional. If you aren't S-class, you lack the qualifications to enter the harem. As he approached, Su Mian Tang caught a familiar scent, reminiscent of the dragon that had frightened her, yet slightly different. She had encountered males ranging from D-class to SS class. Noting that their scents grew increasingly rich and robust with higher ranks, often symbolizing their combat prowess. He bore the most potent fragrance she had ever encountered, even more so than Lon Lon or Little Ear. It couldn't he possibly be? Just as she pondered, the man halted before her. At that moment, thousands of hostile female gazes pierced through her like arrows. Why did the Emperor seek her out? Why do you think? She is so beautiful that even I, a female, cannot take my eyes off her.
Who is she?
Why haven't I seen her before? I don't know. She certainly wasn't among us when we entered the domain today. Do you know her? No, I don't. Su Mian Tang lifted her gaze, about to greet him. When he spoke first, you seem rather special. His tone bore none of the oppressive weight one might expect from his imposing presence, only an intense curiosity that inadvertently eased her wariness. What makes me special? She retorted, provoking a wave of jealousy and ire among the surrounding females. What else could it be? Scheming. Green tea. Trying to attract the Emperor's attention with such lowly tactics. How absurd. Such a female is nothing new to the Emperor. Caesar scrutinized her face intently for a while before arriving at a conclusion. Unattractive?
Ha 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 ha.
Laughter erupted from the crowd, transforming their jealousy and resentment into mockery in an instant. Indeed, Caesar the Great's perspective was distinctly different from those of the common males outside. Su Mian Tang fell silent. She had not anticipated that he would state such a thing with such sincerity and calmness. Do you have anything to offer me? Before she could retort, he continued, things? You? Yourself? No. Su Mian Tang shook her head vigorously. What I meant was, I have nothing to present to you. I was brought here against my will. Chapter 184. Why did he capture you? I captured you? Caesar tilted his head slightly. Is that not the case? Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Mian Tang began to doubt her judgment, as his aura did not entirely match that of the dragon that had taken her. Or perhaps you are of the same kin. Its beast form is a dragon, entirely black, with horns atop its head and eyes. She focused on his crystalline, dreamlike left eye, which was also purple. Identical to yours. Upon hearing her description, a flicker of emotion crossed Caesar's otherwise impassive face. What did he want with you? His tone was both inquisitive and contemplative. Could it truly not be him? Su Mian Tang was astonished. I wish to know as well. May I? She was about to suggest seeing the dragon to clarify the situation when Caesar turned away, as if he had not heard her at all, shaking his head as he made his way back to the high platform. Yet, instead of resuming his seat, he strode directly into the grand hall. The females on either side, who were reading the tribute list, immediately ceased their voices. Caesar the Great has returned to the palace. The day's events are concluded. I ask all envoys to return to the side halls. Should anyone wish to present tributes, you may come tomorrow at the same time, alongside the newly arrived envoys. With that, he vanished into the hall. The females who had just been singing, dancing, and massaging the man wished to follow, but were repelled by an invisible force at the entrance.
Ah!
Several fell to the ground, shrieking, and then glared at Su Mian Tang with eyes full of resentment. It's all your fault. If you hadn't interrupted and spoiled the Emperor's interest, perhaps we would have been included in the harem by now. Su Mian Tang? On the barren land, other females began to whisper and point. Indeed, one would have thought that with such beauty, she would have been welcomed into the Emperor's harem. However, to one's astonishment, after merely exchanging a couple of words, the Emperor exhibited a disinterest that was palpable. A mere vessel of beauty, devoid of any substance, she squandered even her innate advantages. What a waste it was! If that exquisite visage and figure were mine, I would surely ascend to the Emperor's bedchamber with ease. Enough chatter, let us disperse and see if tomorrow brings any opportunities. Everything around Su Mian Tang felt utterly incomprehensible, captured inexplicably by the black dragon. She found herself confronting an unusual scene and a crowd, entirely ignorant of the unfolding events. Yet, the two females on the platform who had read the ceremonial list addressed the assembly as messengers, indicating they possessed knowledge of the situation. Hello. She randomly intercepted one of the females, but as soon as she spoke, the female waved her away with evident annoyance. Do not block my path. She was compelled to approach another. May I inquire where I am? Get lost. The response mirrored the first, but was even more hostile. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why was there such enmity directed towards her? It had been the same since her awakening. She attempted to stop several others, but to no avail. In desperation, she resolved to release her pheromones to influence their minds and extract information. Did Jean Mao and Lan Lan were still awaiting her at the banquet, and she needed to return swiftly. She raised her hand towards a group of females nearby, attempting to activate her pheromones, yet to her shock, they remained completely unresponsive. What on earth was happening? A burst of laughter erupted nearby. Su Mian Tang looked up to see a female clad in luxurious garments adorned with exquisite jewels, covering her mouth as she laughed mockingly. It appeared to be Caroline, the one who had recently presented the Millennium Spirit Coral, the Sea Witch Star. You are attempting to use pheromones, are you?
Yes.
How foolish, she scoffed. Are you unaware that pheromones are ineffective in the dragon domain? The dragon domain? Is this the dragon domain? She had never heard of it. I do not know. I was brought here.
Brought here?
Caroline seemed to find this notion exceedingly amusing.
Who captured you?
A black dragon. Her laughter grew louder. In this world, within the dragon domain, only the esteemed golden-purple divine dragon, Caesar, holds such a supreme identity. Where would a black dragon come from? Has she lost her mind? Caroline was about to continue her mockery when a nearby female shot her a fierce glare, warning her. Instantly recalling her family's admonition that every female could be a potential enemy, she silenced herself and turned to leave.
Wait.
Su Mian Tang pursued her. The glaring female eyed her with stern vigilance.
What do you want?
I wish to leave this place. Her voice was melodious, yet resolute, echoing within the palace and momentarily halting the males who strode with purpose. Leave? His heterochromatic eyes widened in surprise, as if he had never encountered such an alien concept. You wish to leave? The stern female's gaze flickered with derision. She surely harbors ill intentions. What a lunatic. Caroline added, what a great actress. Su Mian Tang was bewildered by their reactions. If you could assist me in leaving, I would be willing to offer generous rewards. Rewards? Do you think those who arrive here lack wealth? Now, be gone. In this wasteland, every female regarded her with animosity. Without a light brain, she could not summon a flying vehicle, nor did she possess any tools for navigation or self-defense. She could not even use pheromones. For the first time, Su Mian Tang felt utterly helpless. Yet, she could not resign to inaction. Having vanished from the banquet, she could only imagine how frantic the males nearby would be. Instead of following the main group into the side hall, she chose to walk in the direction of the setting sun, hoping to encounter a kind soul or discover a way out. However, the desolation stretched endlessly, akin to a vast desert, with no end in sight. In the deep of night, within the empty hall, a figure on the ice-cold bed suddenly awoke, startled, his purple-golden heterochromatic eyes wide with alertness. With a wave of his hand, an image materialized before him. The silvery starlight illuminated a diminutive silhouette amidst the wasteland. It was the unattractive young female from earlier. She was resolutely walking towards the pinnacle of the dragon domain, step by step. Did she truly intend to leave? A flicker of curiosity sparked within his gaze as he extended a finger, tracing a circle in the air. He observed as the little female, akin to an ant ensnared in a glass dome, scurried about, ultimately returning to her starting point. Resting his hand lightly behind his head, his eyes, filled with intrigue, began to glimmer with interest, as if he could watch her all night without feeling bored. Yet, the little female soon halted. Upon returning to her original position for the second time, Su Mian Tang sensed something amiss. Had she encountered a wall of illusions? As a scientist, she had never believed in such things, yet she trusted in Truman's world. When a situation recurred, it indicated that someone was meddling. Who could it be? She lifted her gaze to the vast, boundless sky, but saw nothing. What met her eyes was the pair of bewildered heterochromatic eyes in the dark hall. She was indeed quite extraordinary. In the desolate night, upon the lonely wasteland, there was no response. Su Mian Tang crouched down. She could not continue. If she pressed on, exhaustion might claim her life. A new plan was imperative. In her mind, a figure emerged, Caesar. He should be the master of this dragon domain. Although his demeanor was peculiar and his presence overwhelming, rendering all females before him subservient, his gaze was surprisingly clear, akin to that of an innocent child, devoid of any menace or hostility, unlike the other females who bore an innate animosity towards her. Perhaps he could offer assistance. She abandoned her intention to leave and retraced her steps towards the side hall. Indeed, The wall of illusions shattered. The following day, at the same time, thousands of females once again gathered, each bearing gift boxes, queuing beneath the grand hall. From their conversations, Su Mian Tang gleaned that their sole purpose was to enter Caesar's harem. Besides the previous day's participants, there were even newcomers among them, each possessing remarkable beauty and noble status. Why the insistence on crowding into a male's harem? Could it be that their desire stemmed solely from his status as an existence exceeding SS-grade combat prowess? Soon, Caesar emerged, occupying the same elevated seat as before. The other females, mirroring their previous behavior, began to present their treasures or showcase their talents in hopes of gaining his favor. However, unlike the previous day, he did not point out several females for selection into the harem, but instead commenced a brutal slaughter. A performance in progress was abruptly halted. Several females, believing themselves to be favored, eagerly rushed forward to kneel. As the exalted male extended his hand, they leaned forward in excitement, only for him to linger just above their heads for a fleeting moment before unleashing a formidable surge of combat prowess that sent them crashing into the adjacent lake.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by a splash of crimson water as the females struggled desperately in the lake, while crows and vultures perched upon the gnarled branches of withered trees, sensing the scent of prey, swooped down, ravenously feasting upon her. The horrific scene left onlookers trembling and screaming in terror. Before Su Mian Tang could fully comprehend the situation, the female had been reduced to a skeleton, sinking into the lake, while the crows and vultures returned to their perches, their eyes now fixated on the remaining females in the wasteland, seemingly anticipating their next meal. Caesar, the Great, did not disappoint their expectations, promptly casting another female into the fray. His eyes were clear, his expression impassive, as if he were tossing stones rather than human lives. The girl, having never witnessed such a brutal and bloody spectacle, felt her soul tremble in fear, a chilling wave coursing down her spine. It became evident that the lake's water was not naturally red, but stained with blood. The lively crows and vultures were not mere scavengers, but had their own masters. Their sustenance consisted of these females. Her gaze upon Caesar had irrevocably changed. What once appeared to be an innocent, unworldly gaze was now unmistakably that of a cold, callous, bloodthirsty fiend, one who could kill without a flicker of remorse. Even if those females were unfriendly towards her, even if she could become one of their next meals, she could not bear to watch vibrant lives being cruelly snuffed out before her eyes. Otherwise, she would be next. She rushed forward. Just as Caesar's hand was about to descend upon the sixth female's head, a sharp voice halted him.
Wait!
He lifted his gaze to see a pale, trembling girl with quivering lashes. It was her. What was the matter? His curiosity was piqued. How could this merciless killer, who showed no sign of hesitation, wear such a naive, bewildered expression while asking her this question? Surely he could not be mad? Why do you want to kill them? Caesar was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever asked him that before. Everything he did was justified. It seemed she was not only unique in appearance but also in thought and action. I did not sleep well last night. My mood is a bit irritable. After watching her spin in place the previous night, he had suffered from insomnia. Fixated on her as she returned to her quarters, where she seemed to sleep soundly. Was it truly for this reason? Su Mian Tang found it unbelievable. He, indeed, was a madman. Do you want to save her? Caesar directed his gaze at the sixth female before him. Su Mian Tang had not yet spoken when a force suddenly pushed her down. She assumed it was Caesar's doing, but upon turning, she discovered it was the sixth female, Caroline, the very one who had mocked her the day before. Jealousy contorted her features as she glared at Su Mian Tang, as if to say, "You will not take my opportunity." Before turning to Caesar with a fervent, sycophantic demeanor. "Honorable Caesar, I am the Princess of Orion. Please believe that I am sincere." Before she could finish her sentence, Caesar's brows furrowed slightly, and he struck her down into the lake. Like the previous females, her body was soon torn apart by crows and vultures, leaving Su Mian Tang in a state of shock. More than fear, she found it utterly incomprehensible. What charm did this madman possess that compelled her to adore him so deeply, even to the point of sacrificing her life? Surely, her mind was clear. As she pondered, a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Caesar approached the seventh female, extending his hand once more, his expression innocent and curious as he asked, "Do you wish to save this one?" Witnessing Caroline's tragic fate left the seventh female horrified. She no longer sought his favor, but instead trembled, tears streaming down her face as she crawled behind Su Mian Tang, grasping at her last hope. Even if she was as fragile as herself, she was still a female. Please, please don't kill me. Save me. I beg you. How can I save you? Su Mian Tang stammered, fearful he might demand her to sacrifice herself. Caesar paused, as if genuinely contemplating her predicament. Offer a treasure or perform a talent. I did not like what you presented earlier. Treasure? What treasure could she possibly possess? The seventh female behind her, sensing her dilemma, shakily raised her own possession. I have the most. Before she could even state its name, she was interrupted by the man. I only require her. Su Mian Tang feigned searching her own belongings, and to her surprise, she actually found several pieces of cotton candy. Resolutely, she decided to take a gamble. Rising, she extended the candy towards him. What is this? This is the sweetest, most precious elixir in the world, crafted from 999 rare celestial herbs. It is worth a fortune. In the wasteland, a group of females turned their gazes towards her. Is that true? Yet, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary white solid, wrapped in a cheap plastic bag. Surely, she would not dare deceive Caesar, for the consequences would be dire. Caesar, however, displayed no skepticism, taking it and tossing it into his mouth. Yet, it tasted bland. Su Mian Tang. How can it be flavorless? The cotton candy was the sweetest of all the candies she had ever made. Could this batch have expired? Just as she was about to tear into one to taste, Caesar snatched the remaining pieces away, continuing to consume them despite their lack of flavor. She attempted to gauge his reaction, but discerned no emotion. Is this treasure acceptable?
No.
If this was not acceptable, then she truly possessed nothing else, and as for talents, singing, dancing, playing instruments, or painting, she had only a rudimentary understanding. Nothing that could compare to the deceased females, whom he had not favored, let alone her meager skills. Is there nothing left? Although the cotton candy lacked flavor, its texture was pleasant and soft, enough to slightly ease Caesar's agitation, granting him an unusual patience as he placed his hand atop the seventh female's head. As if to indicate, if there is nothing, she must go. Wah. Please, please spare me. The seventh female wept. Her voice a series of broken sobs as she crawled towards his feet. Great one, I can massage you. I have studied techniques from masters on my planet. You will surely be satisfied. Caesar glanced at her unloved hands, subtly avoiding contact. Massage? Like those females who took advantage of your distraction yesterday? Yes, yes. If you are unsatisfactory, you will meet the same fate as they did. What? The seventh female looked utterly bewildered. Nearby, two attendants chimed in. The females who volunteered to massage yesterday, due to their lack of skill, have already been crushed by the emperor. The seventh female gasped in terror. Caesar turned his gaze towards Su Mian Tang, and seeing her lack of reaction, prepared to cast the female into the water.
Wait.
At the critical moment, the girl spoke up. From her observations of him since yesterday, he was not only a madman and a cold-blooded killer, but also possessed an abstract thought process. For instance, he deemed her ugly, believed he could kill due to insomnia, and thought candy could lack flavor. Therefore, to satisfy him, it did not necessarily have to be conventional talent. I have a talent. What? Caesar retracted his hand. I can tell you a cold joke. All the females present were taken aback. Did she truly wish for death? A cold joke? What is that? Caesar inquired, having never heard of such a thing. Once you hear it, you will understand. Very well. He regarded her with utmost seriousness. The onlookers all perked up their ears, eager to see what she would concoct. Taking a deep breath, Su Mian Tang, with all her resolve, began once. There was a person named Xiao Ming. But he did not hear her. Upon finishing her sentence, the vast expanse of wasteland fell silent. As if frozen by an icy grip, even the crows perched in the trees seemed awkwardly restless. All the females felt a chill, thinking she is done for. Noticing the reactions of those around her, Su Mian Tang felt a twinge of panic within her. Although this may be a cold jest, it is unlikely that not a single soul has found it amusing, has it? She meticulously scrutinized Caesar's expression. His brows and eyes were slightly lowered, with distinct raven-black lashes casting a small shadow over his indifferent, alien gaze, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Those sharply pressed lips, thin and precise, seemed to be contemplating, more akin to brewing a tempest of suppressed fury. It's over. I have failed. Su Mian Tang's mind raced, seeking any method of survival. Suddenly, a deep, rich laughter resonated, as if it had taken a moment for the realization to dawn. The laughter was profound and mellow, laced with a crisp clarity. reminiscent of a jar of plum wine overturned, releasing an elegant and alluring fragrance that captivated everyone's attention. Caesar had actually laughed. And how captivatingly so. The usually impassive corners of his lips curled into a gentle arc, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, while his profound phoenix eyes sparkled with a bewitching intoxication. For a brief moment, everyone was entranced, forgetting that he had just been the merciless demon capable of killing without a second thought, unable to tear their gaze away. He was strikingly handsome, truly deserving of his SSSS-level combat prowess. A mere smile rendered all other males pale in comparison. Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow, watching as his soft chuckle transformed into hearty laughter, causing even the horns atop his head and the strands of his long hair to quiver. It was beautiful, like a painting. That innocent yet cruel sense of contradiction surged within her once more. Amusing. Indeed, it was amusing. As Caesar chuckled, he strode confidently towards the palace. Seeking rest, the attendants announced, Caesar has returned to the palace. For today, all envoys are to retreat to the side hall. Should anyone wish to present treasures, you may return at the same time tomorrow, accompanied by the newly arrived envoys. Su Mian Tang breathed a profound sigh of relief. Had she successfully passed the test? On the barren land, the other females were still shaken, their moods not as relaxed as the day before, nor were they mocking the girl as they had previously. For she had indirectly saved their lives, and thus they silently returned to the side hall. Su Mian Tang gazed perplexedly at their retreating figures. Even after witnessing Caesar's ruthlessness, they chose to remain?
Just like Caroline.
Thank you for saving me. Behind her, the seventh female, half frightened to death, finally regained her composure and rushed towards her. Weeping profusely and expressing her gratitude, Su Mian Tang quickly helped her up. Let us leave together.
Leave?
The seventh female looked at her with suspicion. How do you propose we leave? You leave the same way you entered. She believed she had a way out. However, the seventh female shook her head in despair. In the dragon domain, there is no return.
What? Su Mian Tang frowned.
Do you have a light brain? Any means of self-defense or transportation?
No.
Everything was destroyed before I entered. In here, all communication devices, weapons, even pheromones are rendered useless. Only combat prowess can be utilized, but Caesar is an SSS-level combat male. The highest combat power in the current world. He has established restrictions in the dragon domain. No male can breach this place. How can this be? How can this be? The seventh female, seeing her despondent expression, recalled the rumors she had heard the previous night. The female who had caught Caesar's attention was said to be insane, claiming she was captured by a black dragon and had attempted to escape at night, only to return obediently. You truly did not enter of your own volition? Of course not. You know nothing of this place?
No.
The seventh female hesitated, conflicted for a moment. I will tell you everything. She saw through the futility of hoping to win Caesar's favor. She would inevitably perish here one day, so there was no need to keep a well-known secret. My name is Branky, the niece of the future leader of the Icarus Galaxy Federation, an S-level female. 2 days before entering the domain, my uncle and high-ranking government officials held a banquet to inform me of something. I wonder if you have heard of it beyond the 100-star systems. There exist 2 dragons. One is the hellish demon dragon, with crystal purple eyes, and the other is the 9-clawed golden dragon, with gilded eyes. They embody entirely different temperaments, beliefs, yet both possess SSS-level combat prowess, wielding immense destructive power. The hellish demon dragon, cruel and vicious, has long sought to dominate the 100-star systems and become the king of the stars, flourishing those who submit and annihilating those who resist. Conversely, the 9-clawed golden dragon is kind, just, and compassionate, silently safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the stars. From the same root, 2 distinct flowers have blossomed. The hellish demon dragon sought to invite the 9-clawed golden dragon to conquer the stars together, but the latter repeatedly refused and thwarted his ambitions, preventing him from showcasing his might. In a fit of rage, he conceived the idea of utilizing the forbidden technique of soul condensation from the dragon clan's forbidden tome to attempt to devour the 9-clawed golden dragon, integrating his power within himself to forcibly ascend to SSS-level combat prowess, thus effortlessly ruling the world. Yet, he never anticipated that neither would he devour the 9-clawed golden dragon, nor would the latter consume him. Instead, they fused into a new dragon, the SSS-level combat male, Caesar, the purple gold divine dragon. Chapter 187. Pursuing What One Loves.
Today,
he stands as the male with the highest combat prowess in the world. However, because soul condensation is a forbidden technique that contravenes the natural order, the fusion of the hellish demon dragon and the nine-clawed golden dragon was imperfect. From the day Caesar was born, he has been devoid of emotion, desire, and any semblance of humanity, morality, or ethics. Thus, it all makes sense. Su Mian Tang understood. No wonder he possessed heterochromia, exuding an aura that was both innocent and cruel. His essence and character intricately complex, he was indeed a fusion of good and evil. Yet, according to her description, the dragon that had captured her yesterday should have already been the fused hellish demon dragon. Why did it still emerge? Could this be a side effect of their imperfect fusion? A return to one of their original forms at times? After her uncle and the high-ranking government officials shared this information, I was intrigued. Thus, I brought the nation's most precious treasure into the dragon domain, hoping to win Caesar's favor. Intrigued? Su Mian Tang questioned, puzzled, having never even seen his face. What was there to be intrigued by? The only reasoning she could fathom was her admiration for the splendor of SSS-level males. Or perhaps the desire to bring one back to her planet, to become the most formidable presence. Yet, Branky unexpectedly dried her tears. Her misty gray eyes suddenly radiating a sharp brilliance, for the soul condensation technique indicated that a dragon's heart could be extracted and transformed into a female's essence. What does that mean? It means that any female capable of extracting Caesar's dragon spine and consuming its marrow could elevate her pheromone level to SSS. Extracting the dragon spine. Consuming the marrow? Su Mian Tang's eyes flickered. How does one extract it? Although Caesar is devoid of emotions, morals, or desires, once he becomes enamored with a female, he will become her plaything, obediently following her every command, even to the point of self-destruction. At that moment, if his beloved were to wield a knife against his most vulnerable neck, extracting the gland, reaching into the wound to withdraw the entire dragon spine, and consuming the marrow, it could be done. Extracting the gland, reaching into the wound, withdrawing the entire dragon spine, consuming the marrow. Each word sent chills down Su Mian Tang's spine. A profound coldness seeping from her feet, far deeper than the horror of witnessing a female falling into a lake, being devoured by crows and vultures. She had previously heard Professor Mo Jean mention that having a beastman's gland extracted was the most brutal punishment in the world. Tengelson had once been engulfed in a torrent of hatred, relentlessly pursuing vengeance for over a decade. The women here, however, harbored a far more gruesome intent. They sought not only to excise Caesar's glands but to extract his very spine, the dragon's body stretching for hundreds, even thousands of meters, leaving her unable to fathom the agony involved. A fate worse than death, indeed. All the females present shared a singular purpose, which explained the hostility directed towards you upon our first encounter yesterday. They feared your beauty would capture the attention of the emperor, robbing them of their chances. They could hardly believe you wished to escape the dragon realm, for it was an irresistible temptation. Even with the looming threat of death, they clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning to seize their chance. Yet I have come to realize that my own opportunities have vanished. The emperor is unbearably cold, cruel, and tyrannical, more beast than man. A devil beyond redemption, an iceberg impervious to thaw. Before Branky could finish her thought, Su Mian Tang released her grip, her lowered gaze now devoid of any sympathy or warmth. She was mistaken. She had presumed Caesar to be a merciless fiend, slaughtering innocents indiscriminately. Yet, it became evident that every individual here bore their own darkness, each more ruthless than a devil. However, as Branky spoke, hope ignited within her, lifting her gaze to meet Su Mian Tang's. Though I may be without hope, you are not. You are the sole female to have escaped the clutches of Caesar today. Perhaps you will soon find yourself welcomed into the harem. Her excitement faltered as she observed the girl's expression, realizing her grave error. She had been captured and, in that perilous moment, had chosen to protect her, revealing her inherently kind nature. I know you may detest our actions, but do you comprehend the significance of an SSS class female? Second only to the newly emerged SSSS class female from the central star, the pinnacle of existence. By the way, you may not have heard. A newly arrived female informed us yesterday that the centuries-long conflict between the Central and X star systems has finally come to an end, concluded by their SSSS class female. She personally stepped onto the battlefield and effortlessly vanquished the leader of the X star system, Austin. This revelation has profoundly shocked and inspired everyone, which is why, despite the Emperor's bloodshed today, none wish to flee. Those who venture here are either daughters of nobility from various star systems or females connected to the Empire and the federal government. If they consume the dragon's marrow and ascend to SSS class, they can strengthen their families, bolster their planetary power, and command the allegiance of all, achieving every desire, including the position of queen. As she spoke, desire seemed to consume her very being. Su Mian Tang could no longer endure Branky's words. The X-star system was not obliterated by an SSS-class female. Even without her, General Aslanti would have led the army to raise Florenthus City. Humph, Branky scoffed. Such pretty words. It is merely divine favor. Su Mian Tang understood the insatiable nature of human greed, blind and relentless, and chose to cease the argument, quietly contemplating her escape. Seeing her silence and lack of ambition for the dragon's marrow, Branky relinquished her attempts, kindly advising her, "You should abandon any thoughts of leaving the dragon realm. There exists an SSS-class male's barrier here. No one can enter or exit unless Caesar himself perishes or chooses to withdraw." Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow. An SSS-class barrier? Her previous notions of leaving or seeking help from the outside world were futile, not only impractical but potentially perilous for the males nearby, an absolute no-go. The Emperor's demise? Unthinkable. Given his immense power. His voluntary withdrawal? That seemed the only feasible option, but how could she persuade him to do so and secure her own escape? Within the Zicheng Palace, after an afternoon's slumber, Emperor Caesar emerged refreshed and invigorated, yet he did not find the particularly charming female. Had she not followed him into the harem? What of the girl who told cold jokes? On either side of the entrance, the females prostrated themselves, respectfully announcing, "She is in the side hall. May I inquire if the Emperor wishes for her to be summoned?" Before the words left her lips, the male had vanished from sight. Inside the side hall, Su Mian Tang, having pondered aimlessly all afternoon, decided to rise and stretch her legs for clarity, only to hear a loud crash as the door was kicked open. When the 3S-class males strode into the hall, radiating charisma and elegance, 1,000 females erupted into a frenzy. The Emperor had arrived. It was his first time entering the side hall during this visit. Could it be that he had taken a liking to a female? Oh my, to witness him so closely for the first time. How handsome. It must be me. I hope it is me. Amidst the thrumming anticipation, Caesar's gaze was fixed, his eyes sparkling as he advanced towards the most conspicuous female in the crowd. Seizing her hand and leading her forth, Su Mian Tang barely grasped the situation before being ushered to the entrance. Where are we going? To the harem. The harem? Images flashed chaotically in her mind, and she panicked. What could he possibly want in the harem? Caesar regarded her with bemusement. Of course, to indulge in what you enjoy. The girl shrieked, grasping a nearby pillar in a desperate attempt to free herself from his grasp. No, I do not enjoy it, not at all. Caesar halted, stepping closer and methodically prying her fingers away. Fear not. You are special. I shall be gentler with you than with the others. That is unacceptable. In the face of his overwhelming strength, her feeble resistance was akin to that of a mere ant, utterly insignificant, as she was effortlessly swept away. In the side hall, only her lingering cries and the envious gazes of the other females remained. Indulge? This was the first time they had ever heard Emperor Caesar speak so openly about inviting a female into his harem, and with such eagerness. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her? Was she to become the one to extract the dragon's spine? Chapter 188. Look at me. When Su Mian Tang was finally set down, she swiftly drew forth a delicate ear pendant fashioned from alloy, shaped like a sharp dagger, preparing to resist fiercely should Caesar attempt to force her. However, upon arriving at the Zicheng Treasure Hall, the harem presented a scene starkly different from her expectations. There were no opulent palaces or throngs of vying females, but rather an expansive open space. Upon closer inspection, she could indeed spot some females, yet. To the east, one stood amidst a floral thicket, her hair disheveled, clothing soiled, and her face marred by tears, as if she had endured a profound humiliation, weeping uncontrollably. Yet her very being was restrained by overwhelming power, rendering her immobile. Her? The girl paused, gripping the dagger, as Caesar gazed toward the scene. She claimed to be beautiful, like a flower. I shall fulfill that for her. Fulfill? To make her a flower in the garden? Su Mian Tang thought to herself. Your reasoning is quite peculiar. To the west, before a massive intelligent electronic clock, stood another female dancing, circling the clock as if a tireless automaton. Yet, observing her pallid complexion and trembling legs, it was clear she was on the brink of collapse. Her face seemed vaguely familiar. Su Mian Tang recalled. Was she not the goddess of illumination, the reigning queen of dance? Upon her arrival, she had overheard discussions about her. She expressed a desire to dance for me for eternity. The view from the harem is unparalleled, and it allows for timing. As she spoke, she gestured towards the numbers on the electronic clock. From 1 o'clock to 4:15, she had completed 882 rotations, averaging one circle every 17 seconds. Su Mian Tang, your mathematical skills are truly remarkable. The scene to the south is even more bizarre. A group of females, adorned with jewels and clad in exquisite garments, are inexplicably gathered to chop wood. Have they been punished?
No.
Caesar shook his head, stating, they said they like my bed, so I allowed them to create a few more here. Su Mian Tang, are you certain they expressed a fondness for your bed, rather than developing an affection for it? The term harem in his context refers to labor, does it not? The girl slowly lifted her head, gazing at the solemn-faced, unyielding male before her, perplexed. Is he indulging in abstraction, or does he genuinely believe so? It seems the consequences of an imperfect fusion are rather significant, devoid of emotions, desires, and morals. Even their capacity for understanding is in question. No wonder he remarked on her appearance as ugly upon their first meeting. His aesthetic sensibilities must be somewhat flawed. Much like a newborn, his comprehension of the world is shallow and simplistic, guided solely by his temperament and understanding. Thus, when he previously mentioned doing what she enjoys, it likely referred to something entirely different. She couldn't help but exhale in relief. Caesar gradually lowered his gaze, his raven-black lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks. Observing the dagger, she tightly held, nearly pressing against his heart. What is this? Su Mian Tang swiftly retracted it, feigning a scratch on her arm, awkwardly stating, it's just a scratcher. A scratcher? Is that meant for itching? Yes, it is. Then please assist me, he said, placing his large hand upon the black and gold leather belt, seemingly intending to remove his clothing in public, startling Su Mian Tang into action as she pressed down on him, exclaiming, you truly are naive. Scratching doesn't require undressing. Then, this will suffice. She held up her earring, lightly tracing it across his palm. A subtle tingling sensation blossoming along the contours of his skin, causing Caesar to gradually direct his attention to her hand. A thought began to germinate in his mind. What if she were to scratch him? As she continued to scratch playfully, she cautiously glanced at him. Are you certain they entered your harem for such reasons? They stated as much. Could it be that you misunderstood their intentions? Impossible, Caesar declared resolutely. Then, with a swift motion, he summoned from the floral thicket a female masquerading as a flower along with a holographic goddess twirling beside an electronic clock, forcefully bringing them to the ground. They must be lying.
Su Mian Tang. Lying?
Your Majesty, I was mistaken. I shall never again dare to touch the flowers you tend. Please spare. I shall not dance before your chambers again. The combat prowess of the two females was finally dismantled. Their appearance was a wreck, their mental state utterly shattered. As they lay on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, begging for mercy. Caesar, who are you, and why do you wish to enter my harem? The flower-mimicking female paused momentarily before responding. I am the daughter of Count Wilbur from the planet Boyner. I have come, enamored by the grandeur of your SSS-level combat prowess, hoping to earn your favor, your Majesty. The holographic goddess quickly added, so am I. However, the moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love, even amidst your torment. Is that so? Caesar replied with an impassive expression, extending his hand to hover just above their heads. This familiar gesture, just as Su Mian Tang thought he was about to cast them into the lake to feed crows and vultures, two vivid scenes unfurled before him. Almost as if by magic. One depicted the flower-mimicking female standing before an elite national army, solemnly vowing, I swear, upon entering the dragon domain, I shall obtain the dragon essence, become an SSS-level female, and annihilate all enemies who oppose us, thus strengthening the planet Boyner. The other showcased the holographic goddess entwined with a leader of the star system, Ater, rest assured, with my beauty and dance, no male can resist me. Even an SSS-level combat male. Once I extract his dragon spine and consume the bone marrow, I shall return to eliminate your female sovereign, and then you and the planet shall belong to me. Ha ha ha.
How could this be?
The flower-mimicking female and the holographic goddess, upon witnessing the scenes, fainted in terror. Su Mian Tang stood frozen, bewildered. What is this? This is my awakened ability, the time seal, capable of retracing a person's past and foreseeing their future. So astonishing. Su Mian Tang was utterly astounded. Truly, A male with SSS-level combat prowess is remarkable. She had previously experienced the terrifying mind-reading of the Great Python. Yet this surpassed all expectations. However, does this not imply that he was already aware of the true intentions of these females entering the dragon domain, hence his ruthless actions? Rather than due to a nature of brutality or abstract logic, her heart, which had been in constant fear of imminent death, finally found solace. Thus, Caesar retracted his hand, turning his gaze towards her, his eyes dimming slightly. Particularly small female, what brings you here? Su Mian Tang's lips curled into a smile. Unexpectedly, the opportunity she had long sought to escape now lay before her. I previously mentioned that I was captured by the infernal dragon. You didn't believe me. However, considering you have been deceived by so many, it is understandable. You can directly use the time seal to see my truth. Once he views it, he will discover that she was indeed captured by the infernal dragon and not here to seize his dragon essence like these females. Thus he would release her. Yet, Caesar's eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly reluctant to look. If he did, she would no longer be special. Look. Seeing his hesitance, she urged him on. The man turned away, and she panicked. Why won't you look? I do not wish to. No, you must. The girl insisted, her stern voice causing him to freeze once more. No one had ever commanded him before. Look quickly, now. She grasped his hand, placing it directly atop her head. The peculiar sensation of her hair caused Caesar's knuckles to twitch, and amidst her incessant entreaties, he inadvertently activated his combat prowess.
Time seal.
A cascade of purple-golden light shimmered in the air, resembling the scenes of the flower-mimicking female and the holographic goddess, yet the images that unfolded were utterly shocking. Inside, there was nothing but emptiness. Chapter 189. Curiosity is the beginning of affection. Gazing at the void, ripples stirred within the depths of Caesar's eternally placid purple-golden eyes. How could this be? He skeptically raised his palm and tried again. The result remained unchanged. Time seal. Beneath the divine, no secrets exist among mortals. How could I not see hers? Could it be where are the images? Su Mian Tang was equally bewildered, staring at him curiously when their eyes met. And she found herself lost in the depths of his enigmatic gaze. Are you a god?
Su Mian Tang, surely ist?
How have you suddenly become so abstract? If I were a god, would I still be at your mercy? Caesar, I have yet to begin playing with you. Su Mian Tang, then I thank you? The pressing question is, where are the images? Not visible. Why not? Wasn't he as smooth when you observed them earlier? Surely he wasn't attempting to toy with her by claiming this? Caesar furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the reason for this anomaly. Soon, he arrived at a potential conclusion. What is your pheromone level? This time, the girl fell silent. Could it be that her SSSS level, surpassing his, rendered him unable to view her? Yet, the golden-haired male's heavy pupils and the great python's mind-reading abilities could still affect her. They were merely SSS level. D level. Caesar's brow furrowed deeper. Why would a low-level ordinary beast man be invisible? However, he only pondered for a second before dismissing it. What do you wish to do? Su Mian Tang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as a flicker of optimism surged within her heart. The very act of my initiating the temporal seal signifies my earnestness. Does it not? Indeed. Thus, I shall now confide in you my desire to venture beyond the dragon domain. Beyond the dragon domain? It dawned upon her that her earlier mention of being seized and attempting a midnight escape was not a mere ploy to capture his attention and lower his guard, but rather a genuine intention. She was unlike any of those other females, the most extraordinary among them. Were you truly planning to leave last night? Yes, indeed.
Wait.
How did you know? I bestowed upon you my combat prowess. So, it was you who caused her to pace in circles last night? Su Mian Tang regarded him, his face betraying neither blush nor heartbeat, boldly confessing his actions, utterly oblivious to any impropriety in his demeanor, which made her grit her teeth in silent frustration. At that time, a misunderstanding lingered between us. Now that you are aware I am not allied with them, might I trouble you to escort me, and concurrently lift the restrictions of the dragon domain? I cannot. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was met with a refusal. Why not? Caesar responded. Because she is exceptionally unique. Her vision, hearing, and sensations are all extraordinary, as if she possesses countless mysterious qualities that intrigue him, compelling him to unravel the enigma. Moreover, the restrictions of the dragon domain cannot be lifted. This is because I wish to hear cold jokes. Su Mian Tang, with nothing better to do. What cold jokes could she possibly share with him? Surely, He does not intend to keep her here, akin to a flower or a mechanical dancer, treating her as a compendium of jokes to peruse. If you wish to hear them, I can tell you once I am outside. But I do not wish to leave. Su Mian Tang opened her mouth to speak again, but was met with the sight of him casting two unconscious females into the lake to feed the crows and vultures. A horrifying scene that sent chills down her spine. He then turned his gaze towards her, as if to inquire, "Do you have any further questions?" "Just one last one." Fearing that in a fit of whimsy he might cast her into the lake as well, she swallowed hard. "How many cold jokes do you wish to hear?" Caesar paused for 2 seconds, and then declared, "From this day forth, you shall regale me with one cold joke each day, and when I grow weary of them, I shall release you." "Truly?" The corners of Su Mian Tang's eyes lifted slightly, rekindling a flicker of hope. "Indeed. It is settled," though she murmured to herself. "How reminiscent this sounds of 1001 Nights. 1001 Nights. It is a fairy tale." "A fairy tale?" Caesar appeared unfamiliar with such tales. Su Mian Tang kindly elaborated. "It narrates the story of a cruel king who harbored a deep-seated hatred for females. Each day, he would wed a new woman, only to execute her the following morning, having slain thousands until he encountered a clever and brave woman. To survive, she would tell him a story, pausing at the most thrilling parts to continue the next day. Thus, the king, eager to hear the conclusion, refrained from killing her. And by the time the 1001st night arrived, he was transformed. As she recounted the tale, her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a soft sweetness that flowed like a clear spring, saturating every scale of the dragon, drawing Caesar into her narrative, listening intently. Yet at the climax she halted. He inquired, "What happens next?" "The conclusion?" Su Mian Tang recalled the fairy tale's ending and smiled softly. "Of course, the king liberated the girl." For reasons unknown, Caesar fell silent. Fairy tales are but fantasies, while reality remains starkly different. 1001 Nights is indeed a lengthy tale. Having vanished for so long, one can only imagine the concerns of those around her. She must find a way to return swiftly. Su Mian Tang's mind raced, and an epiphany struck her. While it is challenging to garner someone's affection, it is quite effortless to induce their annoyance. All she need do is present herself daily, engaging in behaviors that would irk him. With this thought, her amber eyes sparkled. "It cannot be that only you impose conditions. I too shall have my stipulations." "What conditions?" "Before you release me, you must not employ your combat prowess against me, nor may you take my life." Upon her utterance of the last 2 words, Caesar's brow furrowed slightly. "I shall not kill you." "That is reassuring. Let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Su Mian Tang. Though most call me Su or Tang Dang, feel free to address me as you wish." No sooner had she finished speaking than Caesar regarded her with a gaze. "Mian. Su Mian Tang, you truly are a rebellious spirit. Shall I, like everyone else, refer to you as the emperor?" "Caesar. The day is growing late. Shall I return to my side hall, or reside in my harem?" "Very well." Su Mian Tang randomly selected a palace farthest from the main hall. "By the way, I wish to purchase some items. Are there any available within the dragon domain?" Caesar gestured towards the Zichuan hall, indicating the 2 females quietly kneeling at the entrance. "Just inform them of your needs. Until tomorrow, then." She waved him off and turned to leave, her slender and graceful silhouette gradually disappearing from view. After a while, Caesar realized it was time for him to depart as well. Tasked with guiding her, the 2 females regarded Su Mian Tang entering the hall with astonishment. Who is she? How could she converse with the emperor for so long without meeting her demise? Moreover, she was the first to inhabit the harem. The following day, upon awakening, Caesar resumed his usual routine of reading, honing his combat skills, and discerning treasures, all of which had become a repetitive cycle. Yet today, another voice interjected. "Mian, go see what Mian is doing. That sounds far more interesting than these tedious tasks." Rising, he made his way towards her palace. Upon arrival, he beheld the girl clad not in the splendid attire of the previous day, but in a simple white garment, her hair elegantly tied up, gloves adorning her hands, and protective goggles perched upon her brow. Bent over as if meticulously studying something, her lively aura now transformed into a cool demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless. What is she up to? Females typically enjoy exploring clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. He had presumed he would witness such a scene. Yet, the sight before him stirred an odd sensation within. The females flanking the palace replied. She mentioned she is concocting spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine? Is that not the tasteless substance she presented to him yesterday? He approached, observing an array of ordinary food ingredients and utensils. Did you not claim they were derived from 999 rare Tianshan spiritual herbs? A low, resonant male voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Su Mian Tang. Oh no! She had been caught. Indeed. Her delicate form stiffened momentarily, then she turned to face him, defiantly asserting, I am the 999 rare Tianshan spiritual herbs, brewed and refined by me. Is there a problem? Caesar paused, and just as Su Mian Tang surmised he was contemplating ways to torment her for lying, the man chuckled softly. His voice rich and clear, laced with an intoxicating charm, reminiscent of the previous day. Is this today's cold joke? Quite amusing. Su Mian Tang retorted, You are even more amusing. You are crafting spiritual medicine? Indeed. Do you enjoy consuming spiritual medicine? I do, but this is not for me. For whom, then? Naturally, it is for you.
Su Mian Tang secretly smirked.
Yesterday, did he not claim that cotton candy was tasteless? Today, she had concocted flavors of devilishly spicy chili, rich durian, and chocolate dung, ensuring that he would never wish to see her again after sampling them.
Me?
Caesar, intrigued, reached out to take some, but was halted by her.
Wait.
It is not ready yet. She rapped on the nearby box, suddenly leaning closer to him, mysteriously suggesting, Shall we indulge in something else? Today, she not only donned a completely new outfit, but her aura also differed from that of yesterday. Gone was the overwhelming and cloying scent of myriad female perfumes, replaced instead by a single, enchanting fragrance that was both rich and refreshing, reminiscent of her favorite flower from the dragon domain, which had yet to bloom. It seemed to blossom fully in her presence, momentarily rendering him spellbound. Her sense of smell was distinctly unique. Noticing his lack of reaction, Su Mian Tang assumed he was uninterested and thus intensified her allure, asserting that these games were incredibly enjoyable. One play would surely captivate him. How do we play? After a prolonged silence, the man finally responded, Come here, and I shall teach you. She produced a simple Go set she had just crafted from her box and began to explain the rules. Do you understand?
Ido, Caesar replied.
Nodding in a way that suggested he grasped only a fragment of the game. The young woman spread out the board, a glint of mischief in her eyes. But before we begin, let me clarify. This game involves wins and losses, and should you lose, you must accept the consequences without resorting to any forms of trickery, especially not employing combat prowess. Very well. Within 10 minutes of the game commencing, Caesar found himself defeated. Su Mian Tang playfully tapped a finger against his horn, and he looked up in astonishment, his eyes reflecting a childlike confusion and bewilderment that made her feel somewhat guilty. After all, this was a human game, one he had only just begun to understand, never having played before, much less against an accomplished player like her. He was merely the target of her playful teasing. Nevertheless, one would think he might grow frustrated and storm off in annoyance after receiving a couple of taps. You lost. This is your punishment. Shall we continue? Yes. To her surprise, he responded without hesitation and even assisted in tidying up the pieces. Oh, you possess quite the competitive spirit, she remarked, raising an eyebrow, ready to exert herself in earnest. He lost again, receiving 2 playful taps, then lost again, earning 3 taps, and once more, he lost, receiving 4 taps. Noting his remarkable endurance, Su Mian Tang frowned, pondering a different approach. Earlier that day, she had observed many females at the palace entrance, all donned in pristine white gloves while massaging him, suggesting a tendency towards cleanliness. Thus, she took the leftover sugar powder from her cotton candy creation, mixed it into a clump, and set it aside. What is this? Caesar inquired, confusion etched on his face. You will find out soon enough. She smiled mischievously, revealing a tiny, wicked fawn. When she won again, she gleefully smeared the sticky concoction across his face. This time, Caesar froze as if paralyzed, his usually calm eyes widening slightly, his complexion paling, and his arm mechanically lifting to wipe away the mess, only to be halted. No. You must accept your punishment, remember? With a furrowed brow, he could only endure, continuing the game. Observing his discomfort, Su Mian Tang was certain he would not last long, and indeed, after 2 more rounds, he vanished from her sight. Ha! She couldn't help but laugh, imagining he might be psychologically overwhelmed by the experience. Just as she was about to stow the game board, he returned, seemingly refreshed, wearing a different outfit and with damp hair, his eyes gleaming as he declared, Let us continue.
Su Mian Tang's lips twitched.
This was not what she had anticipated. She thought that after a few rounds of jesting, he would be disinclined to engage further. Instead, it appeared he had developed an addiction to the game, as if he had never encountered such enjoyment before. Completely oblivious to moderation, she feared he might eventually tire her out. Let us keep playing. No, I cannot. I am utterly exhausted. She waved her hands dismissively, nodding vigorously. Caesar observed her cheeks, slightly flushed from fatigue. As she persistently nodded in front of him, a thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of his earlier desire to feel her playful scratch on his palm. Prompting him to lean closer, I won. What? How could he possibly win? Su Mian Tang's eyes widened as she met his curious gaze, which held a subtle and inscrutable smirk. You must accept your punishment. Glancing at the game board, she realized he had indeed won. What punishment must I accept? His expression was oddly enigmatic, and he seemed to inch closer. What was he planning? Alarm bells rang in her mind as she attempted to retreat, but he grasped her face. Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze, pondering his childishness. Yet, Caesar was evidently pleased. The softness and delicacy of her skin matched his imagination, and as he gently squeezed, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, striking his heart with each pulse. Merely holding her was insufficient. He desired to knead her, as one would with dough, pressing and molding her until she was thoroughly flustered. Let go, you childish fool. The following day, upon waking, his thoughts were no longer occupied with studying, honing combat skills, or appraising treasures. Instead, he fixated on one singular thought. I must see Mian Tang. By the third day, her name echoed in his mind. Mian Tang. However, Su Mian Tang appeared to be avoiding him, seemingly frightened at the sight of him. This individual had evidently never encountered anything enjoyable. Once he did, he became utterly consumed, utterly devoid of restraint, and she feared he would eventually wear her down. Let us continue our game of Go. Absolutely not. For the sake of my own sanity, I propose we venture out together. I still know little of the dragon domain's appearance. Why don't you play here while I explore on my own? Caesar glanced at the pieces in his hand, then at her, his brow slightly furrowing. Without her, this engaging game seemed to lose its allure. Together, as they exited the grand hall, Su Mian Tang spotted a female artist standing by the lake, painting the water, small trees, crows and vultures, over 100 pieces in total. The distorted strokes and trembling arms indicated she had been punished. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. With a playful smile, she turned to Caesar. Shall I draw you a portrait? My artistic skills are quite impressive. Very well. Caesar withdrew the combat prowess from the female, who had painted tirelessly for 2 days and nights until she finally collapsed, unconscious. Su Mian Tang took the brush. Now, stand by the lake. I am about to begin. A hint of hidden mischief danced at the corners of her lips as she prepared to surprise him. To her astonishment, however, as he approached the lakeside, he waved his sleeve, transforming into a dragon. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning that struck the massive dragon form, its scales shimmering in hues of purple and gold, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. Its majestic horns were both sacred and noble, with claws sharp enough to rend the very clouds. At that moment, it circled above the golden palace, over the boundless lake, resembling a colossal beast that had emerged from a rift in the void, exuding an unparalleled aura of sovereignty, capable of commanding the heavens and the earth, rendering everything before it insignificant, invoking both fear and reverence. Ah! The Emperor has transformed into a beast. What is happening? Why has the Emperor suddenly taken on this form? Never had they witnessed such an imposing and powerful beast, surely. He was an SSS-class combat male. Within the Zichuan palace, the tortured females, rendered nearly unrecognizable, shrieked in terror at the sight, collapsing in a faint. Outside, those still dreaming clutched their hearts, gazing with both admiration and greed, longing to capture the heart of such a formidable and regal male and his dragon essence. Su Mian Tang's heart raced. She was taken aback. Was he not excessively large? Did he not seem even larger than the infernal dragon? The fear of giants is about to seize me once again. Suddenly, I find myself too timid to tease him, lest I be crushed by a single swipe of his paw. Just as I ponder this, the enormous head of the purple-gold dragon gently leans towards me. I hold my breath, terrified that even the slightest exhale might send the diminutive female before him fleeing. His striking heterochromatic eyes shine with an innocent purity, devoid of any menace or aggression, as if to say, depict my beastly form. It is far more majestic. This unexpectedly bolsters the girl's courage. Very well. She brandishes her brush. He remains suspended in the air, watching her intently for dozens of minutes until she finally sets down her brush, declaring her work complete. Cyrus, gliding in the air, transforms back into human form, brimming with anticipation as he approaches the easel to scrutinize her painting. To his dismay, he finds a vibrant red lake, half a resplendent palace glimmering with gold, lush trees, and a radiant sun, each rendered beautifully and with profound meaning. Yet he himself is depicted as minuscule, no larger than a worm, barely discernible next to the majestic crows and vultures that soar nearby. He furrows his brow. How is it? Am I not striking? The instigator of this diminutive portrayal, feeling a twinge of guilt, defensively shields his chest with his brush. Observing his deepening frown and his increasingly displeased countenance, she fears that perhaps she has pushed him too far, inciting his wrath. Just as she is about to remind him of his promise not to resort to violence, he transforms into his beast form once more. Yet this time, he has shrunk in size. A tiny purple-gold dragon, no larger than her finger, flits into her palm, leaving Su Mian Tang momentarily stunned and then utterly enchanted. How adorable you are! How can you change size? The dragon lifts his head, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as they gaze up at her. Do you prefer me in this smaller form? Yes, I adore it, she exclaims. The contrast of such a diminutive yet gallant figure is irresistibly endearing, rendering her unable to resist him. She playfully holds him in her hands, stroking his head, caressing his scales, and blowing gently on his whiskers. Initially, he had merely frolicked around her fingers, but soon he begins to show signs of discomfort, curling his claws together, his eyes narrowing and his body twitching slightly, as if in distress. She wonders if she might be exhausting him. Just as she halts her playful antics, he immediately opens his eyes, his expression of insatiable longing clearly asking, "Why did you stop?" It appears he is thoroughly enjoying himself. This will not do. She intends to toy with him, to induce feelings of annoyance and disdain in order to drive him from the dragon realm, rather than allow him to find comfort and grow increasingly dependent on her. With this thought, she mischievously grabs his tail, spinning him in the air like a top before flinging him towards the lake. A graceful parabola traces through the air, and just as the small dragon is about to touch the lake's surface, he deftly leaps away, his agile form avoiding the crimson waters as if they were tainted. Su Mian Tang bursts into laughter, relishing the spectacle. As she doubles over in mirth, two female servants kneeling nearby exchange astonished glances. The usually cold-blooded and ruthless emperor, renowned for his mercilessness, not only allows her into his harem but also transforms before her into a beast, even shrinking to garner her favor, all while remaining unperturbed by her antics. Such indulgence clearly signifies that she has become his cherished female, validating the rumors that the dragon's heart can indeed be swayed, rendering him a mere plaything for his beloved. Regardless of the treatment he receives, he remains willingly submissive, even to the point of risking his life. So, when shall she extract the dragon's essence? Cyrus returns to the shore, his heterochromatic eyes shimmering with an unusual luster, a hint of flush on his cheeks revealing his excitement. He strides towards her with a buoyant energy, nearly darting to her side.
Su Mian Tang,
Believing he is about to confront her, braces herself for more trickery, only to hear him say, "You've taken me on adventures. Now, allow me to take you on one." He is delighted and comfortable, struggling to articulate the peculiar, floating emotions he currently feels, and wishes for her to share in the same experience.
What?
She asks, bewildered. You play games? A game filled with passion, tumult, and exhilaration that will leave you utterly at ease. Wah, what? Upon hearing his unabashed and suggestive words, her face turns crimson. How lewd? Cyrus, puzzled by her intense reaction, inquires, "What is the matter? Do you not like it?" "I have practiced extensively. My skills are quite refined."
Su Mian Tang's mouth twitches.
"You can enjoy that on your own, you pervert." She turns to leave, but he forcefully pulls her back into his embrace, insisting, "This game is far more enjoyable with two players. I don't want to play."
No.
She protests vehemently. Minutes later, the dragon soars above the clouds, carrying the little female who is now thoroughly regretting her earlier actions. How lewd. How perverse. Chapter 192. The Dragon and the Rose. Do you know why monkeys cannot be with dragons?
Why?
Because it would be a sore throat, monkey dragon. After delivering this pun-laden joke, Su Mian Tang cannot contain her laughter.
Yet.
The usually easily amused Cyrus remains serious, asking earnestly, "What is your beast form?" She is momentarily caught off guard. Since her arrival here, no one has ever asked her so bluntly as it touches upon a personal matter, especially since she is female. However, it is understandable that he does not grasp this.
Guess.
Whatever he guesses, she will be. Anything. Cyrus does not guess. Instead, he murmurs to himself. You could be anything. A monkey, perhaps. The sore throat is not so unbearable after all. Su Mian Tang fails to comprehend his words. But she notices that the interior of the palace of Zicheng is unusually quiet today. Aside from the 2 female servants kneeling at the entrance performing daily chores, all the other punished females, who would typically be singing, dancing, or painting, have vanished. Have you been feeling down these past few days? Did you kill them all? She inquires tentatively. Cyrus shakes his head, fixing his gaze upon her intently. Never have I felt better than I do these days. What of those females in the grand hall? I have sent them all away. Su Mian Tang's eyes brighten. Sent them away? Has he grown tired of them at last? Does this mean it will be her turn next? Previously, I was intrigued by the treasures they brought me. Now, my curiosity has waned. I am only fascinated by you and wish to explore you endlessly.
Su Mian Tang's lips twitch.
After toiling for days to evoke his annoyance, she has inadvertently succeeded in the opposite, igniting his interest further. With all other females dispatched, his abundant energy will surely be directed solely at her. She nearly faints from frustration, wanting nothing more than to ignore him. It's getting late. You should return. It must be that her previous strategies lacked sufficient force. She must devise new plans. The flower I adore in my realm has bloomed. Let me take you to see it. Not interested, she replies curtly. Before her words have fully escaped, she finds herself being whisked away. What is your favorite flower? So thoughtless, blooming only at night rather than during the day. Upon the purple gold dragon, the young girl, stifling a yawn, suddenly catches a whiff of a familiar, fragrant scent. What is this aroma? She looks down to see the mountains ablaze with sumptuous, ruby-red roses, each delicate, velvety petal, glistening with dew and surrounded by fluttering butterflies, appears both enchanting and mysterious. A sight to behold. Roses. How beautiful. They bloom at night, like the spirits of the valley, instantly dispelling my drowsiness. Caesar detected the surprise in her tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He knew she would appreciate it. He placed her at the edge of the cliff and silently transformed into his human form. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the valley, stirring the girl's long, flowing hair, and as he lowered his gaze, he witnessed her strands intertwining with his in the darkness, brushing against one another, indistinguishable from each other. He noticed her double-layered, dark lashes fluttering, the heaven's brilliant stars reflecting in her sparkling eyes like a pair of resplendent amber gemstones. Her delicate face tilted slightly, a shallow dimple brimming with laughter. More intoxicating than a millennium of fine wine. You have quite an eye, Su Mian Tang remarked, turning to admire him, only to meet his gaze, which was distinctly different. It was not the usual curiosity, imbued with a hint of naive cruelty, but rather a stirring of an indescribable sentiment, something tender, something fervent, yet elusive. This rare emotion inexplicably animated him, enhancing his already breathtakingly elegant appearance, making him even more handsome. This must be the genuine emotion that arises when one faces something they cherish deeply, he mused. However, he never expected that someone with such a tranquil demeanor would have a fondness for the passionate and vibrant rose. What's the matter? Su Mian Tang asked, noticing his unwavering gaze upon her. Was he yearning for her to lavish praise upon the flowers? Surprisingly, amidst this picturesque scene and romantic atmosphere, Caesar spoke. You are as ugly as these flowers. Well said, but perhaps you should refrain from speaking further, she retorted, having already endured his jibes twice. She turned her face away,
dismissing him.
Sensing her displeasure, Caesar was about to inquire further when he noticed her arm trembling slightly in the wind. Pausing for a moment, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her. A wave of masculine warmth enveloped her, causing Su Mian Tang to momentarily freeze, gazing at his unexpected gallantry. He was indeed gentlemanly, showing genuine concern. An evolution indeed. She forgave him instantly. After all, he was merely a newborn, innocent and unversed in the ways of the world. And it was entirely normal for him to misunderstand certain matters. Is your perception of beauty and ugliness perhaps skewed?
Is it?
Yes. No one has ever called me ugly in my entire life. The roses would surely be offended to hear such a thing. However, Caesar furrowed his brow. seemingly unable to comprehend, for he thought that all females who approached him proclaimed their beauty, and she was unlike them. She was simply ugly. What makes me different? I am as beautiful as they are. Simply put, they cannot compare to you. His resolute declaration made Su Mian Tang raise an eyebrow, a smirk threatening to break free. His words sounded strangely like a confession. He had a penchant for using phrases that could easily be misconstrued. All right, but remember, beauty is a word that brings joy, whereas ugliness only incites anger. Caesar silently noted this, wishing to see her happy. You are beautiful.
Thank you.
Her radiant smile outshone the vast fields of roses, leaving Caesar entranced. Did you just say these flowers are called roses? Yes, did you not know their name?
Hee.
She chuckled lightly. Not only are these flowers called roses, but they also carry a beautiful meaning. Can you guess what it is?
Beauty?
Happiness? He replied, trying to apply his newfound knowledge. The girl shook her head, gazing at him. It is love. Had this been any other time, Caesar would have pressed her for clarification on the meaning of love. However, in this moment, as he gazed upon her enchanting features and her gentle smile, his heart raced and his chest felt ablaze. Even the tips of his ears turned red and warm, as if he might float away. This bewildering and surreal emotion left him at a loss, forcing him to avert his gaze from her. He plucked a rose, removed its thorns, and offered it to her. Chapter 193. Sweetness. For me? Su Mian Tang accepted the rose. Astonished, she had not anticipated him to gift flowers to anyone else. Indeed, Caesar withdrew his hand. It's so beautiful, so fragrant. The girl leaned in to inhale its scent, only to be captivated by a ring on his finger. Its design featured intertwining dragons, suggesting it was crafted from the legendary infernal dragon and the nine-clawed golden dragon, radiating a sacred yet enigmatic aura beneath the starlit sky, shimmering like a magical artifact. Is this ring custom-made? Caesar lowered his head and removed it. No, it has been with me since my birth. How remarkable. Consider it a gift for you. What? You're giving this to me as well? Su Mian Tang was taken aback. An item that had been with him since birth seemed profoundly precious. How could he simply gift it away? No, this is far too valuable and the ring is too large. It is not my size. In a swift motion, Caesar tore a thin platinum chain from his attire and threaded it through the ring, presenting it as a necklace. Su Mian Tang gazed at the necklace, momentarily stunned by his generosity and the ring's tactile warmth as it slipped from her neck to her chest, brushing against her skin, warm and alive, as if imbued with mystical power. You are exceedingly generous. First roses, now a ring. This sounds suspiciously like a proposal. Yet, given his way of thinking, it likely was merely a simple gift for a good friend. She smiled slightly, but her expression suddenly froze as the realization struck her. Flowers, ring, friends. And now enjoying the scenery together? What were they doing? Her goal was to make him weary of her, to drive him away. How had they ended up in such harmonious companionship? If this continued, they would truly become good friends, lingering in the dragon realm indefinitely. She needed to take action. As she plotted in her mind, Caesar, who was close by fastening the necklace, felt his ears grow increasingly warm. Previously, he had only possessed this ring. But now he had her as well. He wished to bestow everything upon her, filling her to the brim. A spark ignited in Su Mian Tang's mind as she recalled her secret weapon. She pulled a bag of cotton candy from her pocket, enticingly waving it before him. I brought a magical treat. Would you like some?
Yes.
All right, consider it a return gift for the flowers and ring. All of this is for you. She generously placed the entire bag of cotton candy into his hands, watching him open the wrappers one by one, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Let the games begin. The first piece he tore open seemed to be intensely flavored with durian. The girl smirked, ready to witness the spectacle, only to see him extend the first piece toward her. You eat first. Seeing his earnest and expectant expression, a pang of guilt surged within her. But she quickly dismissed it, thinking of her escape from the dragon realm.
Why?
Are you afraid I might poison you? Not at all. I simply wanted to be the first to share with you. No need. I have my own. She lowered her head, retrieving a few standard pieces of cotton candy from her pocket and tossing them into her mouth.
See? I've eaten mine, now you eat yours. So?
Caesar did just that. He had no sense of taste, accustomed to anything he consumed, but this time, as he placed it in his mouth, an unusual flavor burst forth, prompting him to look up at the girl in surprise. Since her arrival in the dragon realm, his senses of smell, hearing, and taste had begun to change. Su Mian Tang observed his expression, Could it be that he truly enjoyed it? Yet the taste seemed rather peculiar. The man frowned slightly. Is this what sweetness is? It doesn't quite match the descriptions in books. Noticing his distaste and rejection, Su Mian Tang struggled to contain her laughter. Not delicious? Well, you should quickly try another piece to mask the flavor. Caesar consumed a second piece, this one flavored with devilishly spicy chili, and as soon as it hit his mouth, he emitted a soft hissing sound as he was overwhelmed by the heat. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Why are you hissing? Has the little dragon turned into a little snake? A certain young girl was laughing uncontrollably, reveling in his misfortune while urging him to consume a third piece. The male standing in the pit, having learned nothing from his previous folly, prepared to obediently heed her words. Just as he was about to taste the third morsel, reminiscent of chocolate but with a rather unpleasant flavor, he suddenly caught sight of her slightly upturned lips. They were akin to rose petals, radiant, plump, and exuding an unparalleled joy. Was it because her candy was exceptionally delectable? In a moment of impulsiveness, he reached out, his elongated fingers deftly capturing her chin as he leaned down, his heated lips and tongue forcefully claiming the soft cotton candy from her mouth. A sharp sound echoed as Su Mian Tang's cotton candy fell to the ground, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Her amber eyes trembled slightly. What was he doing? Was he kissing her? Just as she was about to erupt in indignation, Caesar released her, his gaze fixed intently on her, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. As if he had discovered a new world. Was this what sweetness felt like? It was exquisite. I have never experienced such sweetness before. Su Mian Tang retorted. You may feel sweet, but my mouth is filled with the taste of durian and chili. Realizing how ambiguous her thoughts were in contrast to the glistening moisture on his lips, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, furrowing her brows. Should she blame him? His expression was so innocent, akin to that of a gluttonous child, completely unaware of the impropriety of his actions. Should she not blame him? It felt akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Frustrated, she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Caesar, sensing her mood, was perplexed. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to assist you with my combat prowess? No, just eat your candy. Oh. He quietly resumed eating the candy, but as he did, he found it lacked the sweetness it had before. It seemed that only in that moment, when their lips and tongues had intertwined, did he truly savor the sweetness. If only he could indulge in such sweetness forever. Mian Tang. What now? May I kiss your lips? Su Mian Tang turned in shock and anger. What audacious words was he uttering? And with such a guileless expression, it was maddeningly difficult to retaliate. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Oh. Caesar lowered his head, seemingly in search of that enchanting sweetness and flavor, continuing to eat piece after piece, even rummaging through her pockets afterward. Lost in her indignation, Su Mian Tang was oblivious to his actions until she heard a heavy, masculine breath beside her. Confused, she turned to find him, his delicate brows furrowed, eyelashes fluttering, his gaze hazy, and his face flushed. What's wrong with you? She asked in surprise. I don't know, Caesar replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. I just ate a few magical candies and a particularly small white pill. A particularly small white pill. Su Mian Tang exclaimed, suddenly realizing he was holding a sachet of incense. Her heart raced. Wasn't he that the incense Queen Jenny intended to gift her? Hadn't she refused it? How could it possibly end up in his possession, and he had ingested it? Could it be that she had secretly slipped it in, and the attendants had unknowingly placed it in the pocket of her new attire? Shocked, she slowly lowered her gaze, only to hastily retract it in horror. Oh no! The queen had mentioned something about boundless energy. This was undeniably spring. Chapter 194. Transformation. Hot, so very hot, Caesar exclaimed as he tugged at his clothing, feeling as if waves of scorching flames surged within him, consuming him, flowing from his neck to his chest and down to his abdomen, nearly igniting his entire being. And no amount of willpower could quench it. Mian Tang, what should I do? His breath became erratic as he gazed at the girl, only to discover she had retreated 10 meters away, arms crossed in a protective stance, nervously swallowing while watching him warily. I don't know either. What should we do about the effects of that drug? There's no hospital here, nor any remedy to alleviate it, and even my pheromones are of no use. Even if I wish to help you, it would be futile. Perhaps you should jump into the lake to cool off? She suggested kindly. The water is too filthy. True. Then, how about finding a tree to rub against? A tree? Caesar raised an eyebrow. I was just joking. Su Mian Tang was about to devise another plan when she suddenly saw him rise, embracing a nearby pine tree, rubbing his head against it repeatedly. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Was he really that foolish?
Just doing whatever he felt like.
It's not helping. Not at all. Embracing the tree did nothing to alleviate his condition. Rather, the fire within him intensified, a restlessness and urgency blossoming within him, a desperate longing for something. What was it? Mian Tang. He turned, seeking further assistance, only to be met with the sight of the girl swaying delicately before him. Her stunningly beautiful face, her fair and slender neck, her soft and ample bosom, her waist that seemed to beckon for a gentle grip, and her long, straight legs. All of her was mesmerizing. All of her was enticing. The flames that had raged within him paused momentarily, only to surge forth like a tempest, burning with a wild fervor. His gaze turned murky as he activated his combat instincts, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. It was her. It was Mian Tang. She was what he sought, what he desired.
Ah!
The girl, caught off guard by his sudden embrace, felt as though she had plunged into a searing inferno. Her smile vanished, her expression transformed, as she fiercely struck at him. Caesar, let go. Let go of me, quickly. How delightful. Mian Tang, Mian Tang, Mian Tang. You smell so good, so soft, so cool. The male, holding her tightly, was as if he had found the antidote, his arms solid as iron, rendering her utterly incapable of escape. Su Mian Tang's fists fell like raindrops upon the man's slightly open chest, and through the even rise and fall of his muscles, electric currents surged through his veins, spreading to every part of his being, igniting sensations that compelled him to emit soft groans. Su Mian Tang pondered. Why does it seem that the more I hit him, the more he enjoys it? And he holds me tighter, showing no inclination to release me. Mian Tang, why have you stopped hitting me? Caesar looked down, his unique eyes glowing a frightening red, his voice hoarse.
I want you to hit me.
Holding her, though pleasurable, left him unsatisfied, as though craving something deeper. Let me go first.
No.
Mian Tang, Mian Tang, Mian Tang. His forehead pressed against hers, his heated breath cascading over her face. Repeatedly whispering her name as if striving to convey something he could not articulate, his eyes filled with an overwhelming desire that seemed to drown her. Su Mian Tang found herself questioning her perception. Was it love? Or an insatiable lust? How could he understand love? Caesar gazed at her, overwhelmed by frenzied desire, a racing heartbeat, and strange emotions that consumed him entirely, wishing fervently to devour her whole. He found himself at a loss for words, yet she was so wondrous, so exquisite, that... Mian Tang. His magnetic voice trembled slightly as he reassured her. I want to eat you. Su Mian Tang responded. It turns out it's not love, but hunger. You want to eat me? But he was reluctant. He pleaded desperately, devoid of the usual authority and charisma of an SSS-grade male. I feel so awful.
Can you help me?
Absolutely not. Su Mian Tang firmly rejected. I can't help you. You can do it with your hands.
Su Mian Tang gasped in shock.
About to push him away, only for him to grasp her hand tightly and guide it to his face. Gazing at the masculine figure with his eyes gently closed, he pressed his heated face repeatedly against her palm, his tightly furrowed brows revealing a visage of both torment and ecstasy. She finally felt a sense of relief. It turned out that he was not truly in peril. No matter how potent the effects of the drug, it could only go this far. Mian 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 Mian. The handsome man called her name repeatedly, stirring within the girl a persistent illusion that he might utter the words, I love you, at any moment. Aware of his suffering from the aromatic pills, yet powerless to alleviate it, she could only endure the humiliation of being an unopened vial of antidote, hoping he would soon endure the ordeal. Yet an hour passed then too. After embracing her for a full 3 hours, she felt on the verge of sleep. But he still did not loosen his hold. Caesar, might you release me now? No. He shook his head, looking at her with a pleading expression. Mian Mian, may I hold you forever? Forever? During the day, at night, while eating, while playing, holding you at all times. Su Mian Tang. Did he not realize how frightening such innocent cruelty could be? Of course not. Quickly let go of me. I'm tired and wish to sleep. We can sleep together. In her drowsy state, Su Mian Tang took a moment to process his words, then suddenly cried out, though her voice swiftly drowned in the vastness of the purple Chun Palace.
No.
Who wants to sleep with you? Caesar swept her into the bedroom, pressing her heavily onto the soft bed, pinning her struggling limbs with his hands. As he looked down at her lying beneath him, A wave of intense desire surged within him, yet he was at a loss as to how to relieve it, only tightening his embrace, wishing to fuse their very beings.
Ah.
Su Mian Tang, you who know nothing, why must you make this situation so terrifying? You're nearly crushing my bones, and you're so heavy. Caesar, please get up. You must get up. I cannot sleep like this. She poked his shoulder, yet the man who would typically grumble was suddenly silent. What's wrong? Have you fallen asleep? Just as her curiosity piqued, a faint golden light began to emanate from him, and in an instant, he transformed. Chapter 195, The Nine-Clawed Golden Dragon, the Infernal Dragon. He morphed from a man into a dragon, but not the previously towering purple golden dragon. Instead, he became a small dragon, barely over a meter long. Its entire body shimmered in a gilded hue, its scales gleaming gold, its eyes also golden, with the exception of its horns, which were a delicate jade color, much like Caesar's, and it boasted 9 claws. The sudden transformation startled the girl.
Ah!
The shriek startled the dragon as well, causing its 9 claws to hastily scurry beneath the bed. Su Mian Tang, her mind momentarily short-circuited as she processed that this was not Caesar's beast form. By its characteristics, it should be the 9-clawed golden dragon, the one forcibly fused with Caesar through the infernal dragon's soul-binding technique. Why had it suddenly emerged? Much like the infernal dragon had once abducted her across the stars. She curiously leaned over the bed's edge, only to find the 9-clawed golden dragon cautiously peeking out to meet her gaze. Caught off guard, their eyes locked. The girl's cascading ebony hair fell delicately over the small dragon, and her beautiful amber eyes met its own, causing its bright, watery gaze to freeze in astonishment, followed by a shy tremor that reddened its entire body. She was so beautiful, so exquisite. It had never encountered such a lovely female. Her eyes were clear and pure, radiating an aura of innocence that evoked the image of an angel, entirely unlike the infernal dragon. It seemed that the legends were true. It was kind, just, and full of love, quietly safeguarding the peace of the stars. You are Su Mian Tang, aren't you? Are you the 9-clawed golden dragon? Her voice was not only beautiful but also incredibly soft and melodious, prompting the 9-clawed golden dragon to shyly wish to burrow back beneath the bed. Unfortunately, the girl's quick reflexes seized it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it as effortlessly as one would a chick, causing it to shudder in surprise and yield compliantly. Don't squeeze, it tickles. So delightful. It nodded, acknowledging itself as the 9-clawed golden dragon. But why did you suddenly appear? The dragon shook its head. It did not know. Can you leave the dragon realm?
Take me with you.
Her tone hinted at anticipation. She had assumed its benevolence would compel it to grant her request, but as her words fell, tears welled in its crystalline golden eyes, adopting a pitiful expression that left Su Mian Tang taken aback. All right, if you don't want to go out, then we won tea.
Just don't cry.
The 9-clawed golden dragon swallowed its tears, yet appeared ensnared in sadness by her words, turning its back to her in sulky silence. Observing its childish demeanor, akin to a pouting child, she couldn't help but chuckle. She placed it gently on the bed. She poked its spine, no response. She poked its horns, still no reaction. She poked its claws, nothing. Finally, when she poked its tail, it leaped 3 feet high.
Ha ha ha.
So, this is your weakness. It was a cheeky little female. The 9-clawed golden dragon spun around in shock, then buried its head in the blankets, forgetting to retract its fatal tail. Su Mian Tang found its foolishness amusing. Could Caesar's own silliness have originated from it? In a playful spirit, she poked it again, causing the 9-clawed golden dragon to tremble, promptly retracting its tail. Fearing she might provoke it, she withdrew her hand and prepared to lie down, only to see it lazily extend its tail once more, joyfully swaying in the air. What did this signify? Before long, it entwined around her finger, seemingly inviting her to play. A game of teasing? She played with it like a cat toy for a while, but unexpectedly, the continuously stimulated 9-clawed golden dragon transformed once again. This time, however, it radiated a faint purple aura. It morphed not into a dragon, but into a man. I'm actually out again. The infernal dragon gazed in disbelief at his hands, his voice laced with wicked delight. Originally, he had intended to merge the 9-clawed golden dragon within himself, becoming the most formidable SSS-class male in existence. However, an error in the soul-binding technique had inadvertently birthed the new consciousness of Caesar. And this new entity was terrifyingly powerful, not only embodying the strengths of both himself and the nine-clawed golden dragon, but also continually creating new abilities. Especially recently, for reasons unknown, it had progressed rapidly, its senses sharpening and intensifying, while the residual effects of the fusion technique were gradually mending. The nine-clawed golden dragon had almost been consumed entirely. It could no longer even maintain its basic human form, and it felt its own strength waning, time slipping away like a dwindling resource. Just when he thought he would never have the opportunity to transform again, here he was. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally. Now that I am out, I must find a way to seize this body. I can feel how powerful and perfect it is. If I can fully control it, I shall unify the stars and become the sovereign of the universe. Su Mian Tang observed the man on the floor, her brow gradually furrowing. His features bore a striking resemblance to Caesar, with amethyst-colored eyes, a pallid complexion, a fierce and malevolent aura, and an eerily familiar presence. It was him, the black dragon that had abducted her, the infernal dragon. The infernal dragon lifted its gaze, poised to embrace the memories that had eluded it during this period. There, seated upon the bed, was an exquisite and alluring female, her amethyst crystal pupils widening slightly. "Is it you?" A hint of fervent adoration seeped into his voice. "The SSSS-level female, the supreme being of the realm, I brought you into the dragon domain, do you remember?" She, of course, remembered. Su Mian Tang gazed at his towering form as he approached, her heart brimming with animosity. "You are truly beautiful, intoxicatingly fragrant," he breathed, drawing nearer, reveling in the pheromones that enveloped her. "From the very first moment we met, I yearned to seize you and mate with you fiercely." Slap. The moment his words fell, the girl delivered a resounding strike across his face. Stunned, the infernal dragon took a full 5 seconds to register the impact before breaking into an exhilarated laugh. "Quite spicy. I like it." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Has Caesar's rapid advancement been due to you? The mysteries of an SSSS-level female are beyond comprehension. If he were to possess her, to harness her pheromones, would he not reclaim control of this body and become the mightiest male in existence? With this thought, he frantically pinned her beneath him, reaching to rend her garments. Su Mian Tang gasped in horror, preparing to resist, when a dazzling radiance erupted from her chest, propelling the infernal dragon away with tremendous force. Bang! He crashed against the door, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Caesar has given you the dragon ring." He had so easily relinquished his heart, thinking himself formidable, only to discover his foolishness was greater than the nine-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 196. Fragility. The dragon ring? Su Mian Tang looked down at the radiant ring adorning her chest. It was indeed no ordinary ring, but a treasure of immense worth. The infernal dragon unleashed his combat prowess, attempting to pry it from her. Yet, the ring had recognized its master. The more he forcefully attacked, the more its power surged, subtly summoning the unconscious consciousness of Caesar, causing him to retract his hand in shock, his amethyst eyes narrowing. Unexpectedly, in just over 10 days, she had captured the heart of Caesar, a being devoid of humanity, emotion, and even desire. Truly, she was the remarkable female I had chosen. How unfortunate. His lips curled in a wild smirk. He understood nothing. How utterly mundane it would be to be with him. "But I am different. If you desire me, I shall be your sole dragon. If you wish for dominion over the world, I shall elevate you to the status of the universe's sovereign." Su Mian Tang recalled Branky's words. "Is it you who wishes to become the ruler of the universe?" Of course. Who wouldn't he desire to be the ruler of the cosmos? Those who do not are merely weaklings lacking power. I am unlike them. I possess the most esteemed status and the greatest strength in this world. You have harmed the nine-clawed golden dragon in pursuit of your desires, and in doing so, you have harmed yourself. Su Mian Tang interrupted him. "Now, you have lost even your body. Your consciousness appears only sporadically, and yet you remain undeterred? Undeterred? Do you have any idea the sacrifices I have made to become an SSSS-level combat male? Do you understand?" He seemed to be provoked by her words, gradually descending into madness, yet fearing that his emotional turmoil would lead to a loss of consciousness. He regained his composure, a shrewd glint flickering in his eyes. "I am indeed currently at the mercy of others, but I have you now. You are not only an SSSS-level female, endowed with unimaginable power, but you have also secured Caesar's heart. If you are willing to assist me, I can reclaim all that belongs to me, including the right to use this body." "Cease your foolish dreams," the girl retorted sharply, but the infernal dragon remained unfazed, brimming with confidence that one day she would succumb to his allure. Bang, bang, bang. A sound resonated in his mind, audible only to him. It is the barrier. These audacious ants. He scowled in annoyance, cursing, before vanishing from the grand hall. You, Su Mian Tang, sensing the shift, immediately pursued him. Where had he gone? What was his purpose? When would he return? Would he harm Caesar? Who were those ants he spoke of? She scoured every corner of the dragon domain that she could access, yet found no trace of him. Exhausted, she finally returned to the grand hall and fell into a deep slumber. In this sleep, she was beset by a particularly terrifying nightmare, and upon waking, she found herself drenched in sweat, just as she heard footsteps approaching from outside. The strength and rhythm were familiar. Caesar? She opened the door to find a man. His form striking and elegant in the thick night, with one eye a delicate gold and the other a deep amethyst, illuminated by the brilliance of countless stars. Captivating yet with an unnaturally pale complexion, so pale it resembled paper. You have recovered? How? Before she could finish, the man stumbled into her embrace, his tall frame forcing her back 2 steps. Mian Mian. Caesar, what has happened to you? As Su Mian Tang caught him, she realized he was burning with an abnormal heat, especially his forehead. Could it be that the effects of the fragrant pill have not worn off? She intended to help him sit, only to see a splash of crimson blood on her hand. You are injured? Was it due to your battle with the infernal dragon? Since they shared one body, no matter who triumphed, they both suffered the consequences. Caesar, do not speak, she urged, firmly guiding him to her bed. She fetched warm water and the clean gauze left from her previous confection making, delicately unwrapping the fabric that clung to his abdomen, revealing a deep wound that resembled a stab from a dagger. Her brows knitted tightly in concern. Caesar lay quietly on the soft, fragrant bed, indulging in the rich scent of roses enveloping the quilt, his beautiful mismatched eyes fixed intently on Su Mian Tang's radiant face. Rarely did he witness such earnestness, worry, and a hint of an emotion he could not decipher, yet it was enough to lift the corners of his mouth, igniting a hidden joy within him. Mian Mian. I told you not to speak. Su Mian Tang glanced at him, lifting the final layer of fabric adhering to his wound. At the sound of his low hiss, she immediately withdrew her hand. Does it hurt? No, he shook his head. You touched me, and my body feels joy. Su Mian Tang thought. Even in such a state, he finds pleasure. Thankfully, he understands nothing. If he did, who knows what would transpire. Be still. I must treat your wound, so I will need to touch you consistently. Her movements were exceedingly gentle, her fingertips gliding over his skin, sending shivers across the male's body, his complexion swiftly transforming from pale to pink, then red. As she leaned closer to wrap the gauze, her hands encircled him as if in an embrace, causing his heart to race so fiercely it felt as though it might burst from his broad chest, the sound thunderous in his ears. Su Mian Tang inadvertently heard it, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. How can one be so innocent yet so bold? Mian Mian, I feel as though I might take flight. And it is because of you. Stop. Su Mian Tang pressed her finger against his lips, his thoughts pure, yet his words audacious. All done. Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something for you to eat? Eat? Caesar's gaze fell upon her delicate, fair fingers, his eyes gradually turning a shade of red. It seemed he desired only her. Since arriving in this world, no one had ever shown him such care, nor had anyone made him feel so exhilarated. She was simply too wonderful. His heart raced and his body responded, even more intensely than after consuming the white pill. A fervent desire to give her everything, or to consume her entirely, so they could be together forever. Mian Mian. The man lying on the bed, his handsome face flushed, wrapped in gauze, drew shallow breaths of excitement or pain, rendering him irresistibly alluring. What I hold most dear is my dragon spine, imbued with marrow. Should you desire it, you may consume it, for I am currently in a state of weakness, unable to resist. Su Mian Tang was taken aback, astonished that he would utter such words. Has he lost his senses? Why would I want your dragon marrow? They all covet it, as it can elevate their pheromone levels, rendering them the most formidable beings. She understood that he was referring to those females from before. Yet, she suddenly leaned closer to him, her amber eyes glimmering with a faint smile, utterly enchanting. I do not aspire to be the most powerful being, nor do I possess such voracious tastes. I merely wish for your swift recovery. Caesar appeared to be struck by her ethereal beauty or perhaps her words, as if his soul were shaken. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace. His mesmerizing heterochromatic eyes filled with impatience, fervor, and an overwhelming desire that verged on frantic. His hoarse, captivating voice repeatedly called her name, Mian Mian, Mian Mian, Mian Mian, Mian Mian. What is wrong? He trembled, pleading, I want to taste your lips. Before Su Mian Tang could chastise him, his crimson lips suddenly captured hers. It was akin to the previous time when he swept away the cotton candy, his heated lips and tongue pried open her mouth, greedily seizing every breath and sweetness she possessed. Even in her injured state, her resistance was insignificant, as the dominant male pressed her firmly against him, compelling her to endure his fierce, almost savage, invasion. The heated breaths and trembling moans persisted for an indeterminate duration. Outside the grand hall, two females knelt on the ground, overhearing their entire exchange, exchanging glances filled with darkened expressions. The emperor is injured. Now is the moment of utmost vulnerability. He could have his dragon spine taken without a shred of resistance. Chapter 197. I long to see you.
Bang!
A sudden sound of a kicked door resonated. Su Mian Tang immediately panicked and pushed Caesar away, her face flushed, breathing heavily, her rose-colored lips swollen and glistening. As she stood, her mind swayed from a lack of oxygen. How could he possess such overwhelming strength and aura when so gravely injured? The male, thrown onto the bed, lay with his heterochromatic eyes slightly unfocused. As if ensnared in an ecstatic dream, seemingly soaring through the skies, drifting among the clouds, almost rendered foolish by the sweetness of Mian Mian. It was too exquisite, too intoxicating, to the point that he nearly forgot who he was, where he was, or what he was doing. Yes, it is you? After regaining her breath, Su Mian Tang beheld the two females who had barged in. They were the last two females in the dragon domain apart from her, typically responsible for cleaning the grand hall, and the same two she had seen when they announced the offerings upon her arrival. What brings you here? The inquisitive gazes of the two females bypassed her, landing on the motionless male on the bed, his waist wrapped in blood-stained bandages, seemingly devoid of life. Their once timid demeanor abruptly turned sharp and fierce. Leave. This is no concern of yours. Su Mian Tang noticed their unwavering focus on Caesar, their eyes reflecting the same greedy expression as the other females before. Her brows furrowed slightly. Do you also wish to extract the dragon spine? From the outset, she had sensed something unique about them, distinct from the other nefarious females, believing them to be the genuine workers of the dragon domain, as they maintained a low profile and exhibited no signs of overstepping their bounds. It now appeared that they were merely more patient and adept at masquerading, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Otherwise, one female on the left raised her brow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If not for the dragon spine, why would I, the daughter of a minister from the Orion galaxy, deign to serve as a mere servant? Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? The female on the right burst into laughter. Everyone desires to extract the dragon spine, to become an SSS class esteemed female, even if it costs them their lives. You succeeded, winning the Emperor's heart and trust, yet you refuse the dragon spine, opting instead for romance.
Ha ha ha.
She laughed as if she had heard the most absurd thing. Love-struck fools are truly beyond redemption. Step aside and do not obstruct our grand undertaking, or you shall perish with us. Grand undertaking? Su Mian Tang smirked. Is your so-called grand undertaking nothing more than becoming a bandit? To satisfy your desires through ruthlessly depriving others of their lives? Even if your pheromone levels become exceedingly powerful, all you shall bring to this world is calamity. Shut your mouth.
What are you?
An insignificant female, possessing beauty but lacking lineage, power, or status, who dares to lecture me? Once I obtain the dragon marrow, I shall become an SSS class female, second only to the SSSS class supreme female of the Central Star, while I could crush you with a mere flick of my hand. Sister, stop wasting words with her. Let us act swiftly. Indeed, the two exclaimed as they drew daggers from their waists, their sharp blades gleaming ominously. Hurry. Or, do you wish to die together? Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze, stepping closer to the injured male's bedside. I will not allow you to approach him. Outside the grand hall, the luminous starlight filtered through the beaded curtains, casting a radiant glow upon the girl, her elongated shadow enveloping the man entirely. Caesar, regaining his senses slightly, reached out to grasp that small, delicate silhouette, longing to draw her into his being. For the first time, a female of such frail strength stood before him, proclaiming her intent to protect him, while others sought his demise. He lifted his eyes to behold the breathtaking figure of the girl, her garments fluttering gracefully, reminiscent of a divine being described in the texts he once read. That was the most exquisite existence in the world, yet even that could not compare to her. Then perish. The sisters revealed their ferocity, raising their daggers to strike at her. Just as Su Mian Tang prepared to draw her dragon ring, a surge of purple-gold light erupted from behind her, swift as lightning and unstoppable, freezing the two in an instant.
You.
How could this be? The Mintala sisters' eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly attempting to convey something. But they no longer had the chance. They burst like two overinflated balloons, the rich scent of blood filling the grand hall, attracting numerous hungry crows and vultures to feast upon the remnants of their limbs. Su Mian Tang was momentarily stunned by the horrifying scene, then turned to find the previously feeble male had risen to a seated position, the wound at his waist gone, his complexion gradually returning to normal, though his eyes still shimmered with a faint mist, as if lost in some reverie. He forcefully pulled her into his embrace, yearning to continue. Mian Mian, I desire more.
You.
She was taken aback for a moment, then quickly covered his mouth, bending down to tear away the bandages at his waist, her fingertips gently tracing the spot where the wound had been. Caesar trembled all over, his low, magnetic voice dripping with desire. Mian Mian, do not touch me like that. I want more. Like I consumed that white pill, I long to have you. His wounds had completely healed. Not a trace remained. How could this be so miraculous? Her brows knitted slightly in concern, and when she raised her gaze, her amber eyes brimmed with suspicion. Caesar, were you just pretending?
No.
Liars. The wounds could have healed through combat prowess, yet were dragged out for so long. This is my trophy. I wish to bring it back to show you. Trophy? Su Mian Tang inquired, perplexed. What trophy? I stabbed myself, and that awakened my consciousness. So, they share the same body, and even their fights were acts of self-harm. Do you typically resort to such brutal methods to contend for your body? Not typically, Caesar shook his head, but this is the fastest method. I long to see you. Upon hearing the phrase, I want to see you, Su Mian Tang's heart involuntarily quivered. What could he possibly want to see her for? And, in the future, if he were to emerge again, would she resort to self-harm? No, his power was waning, and soon it would be completely integrated with mine. That is reassuring. Su Mian Tang silently exhaled, recalling his earlier words about being vulnerable. She initially feared that something grave had occurred. Indeed, he was quite fragile now, Caesar remarked, taking her hand and pressing it against his chest. The moment I see you, my heartbeat accelerates rapidly, and my entire being radiates warmth, yet every inch remains soft, except for one area which is decidedly firm. As he spoke, he attempted to guide her hand to the hardened spot, but the young woman swiftly withdrew it. Her beautiful, shimmering eyes flickered with surprise. He had just willingly exposed his weakness to her, confessing a desire to see her. Although his words lacked sweetness, he still yearned for her presence. Now, with his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest, and even exhibiting a physiological response. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? The moment this thought sprang to her mind, it was swiftly dismissed. Impossible. He had only just been formed, knowing nothing of deep emotions. Moreover, she had always bullied and played tricks on him. He wouldn't even dislike her, let alone harbor affection. He was not a masochist. Perhaps it was merely a habitual miscommunication, or the lingering effects of the elixir were yet to dissipate. Comforting herself, she tentatively inquired, Caesar, have you ever experienced such reactions towards other females? Caesar pondered seriously for a moment before replying, no, only towards you, and also the you in my dreams. Before he could finish, Su Mian Tang hastily covered his mouth, saying, all right, that's enough. You must still be disoriented from your recent battle. A good night's sleep will do well. I shall take my leave. Just as she turned to depart, he firmly encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace, resolutely refusing to loosen his grip. What are you doing? The girl exclaimed in alarm, feeling his scorching breath and body heat, and recalling the intense kiss that had nearly caused her to faint, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Mian Tang, where do you think you're going? This is your room. Su Mian Tang realized that indeed, this was her room, and she had no reason to leave. It was he who should be departing. Yet he showed no intention of doing so, determined to remain with her. You've made this place uninhabitable. How can I stay here? Just pick another room and let me go. Upon hearing the word unclean, Caesar's face inexplicably flushed, and he lowered his head slightly, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. His voice dropping to a whisper, as if he had committed some wrongdoing. How do you know it's already dirty? I saw it, of course, she retorted, recalling the two individuals he had killed, their bodies lying not far off.
Wait.
As she spoke, she suddenly noticed the suspicious look in his eyes. And her curiosity followed his gaze to his robe, and it dawned on her, causing her face to flush as well. I was referring to the floor. What on earth are you thinking? She blushed and attempted to push him away, but her efforts were futile. Her strength was like that of a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree, ineffectual against him. Not only did she fail to budge him, but he effortlessly pinned her down beneath him. Mian Tang, I want to sleep with you.
I don't want to.
Not at all. Caesar, let me go. Caesar. Caesar. The girl's desperate cries were muffled within the confines of his embrace and the blankets. Fortunately, it was merely a simple act of holding her as they slept. After a night's slumber, Su Mian Tang expected him to awaken, hoping everything would return to normal, believing that the events of yesterday were merely a figment of her imagination. However, to her surprise, she was mistaken. Ever since that day, Caesar had become exceedingly clingy. Morning, noon, and night, he clung to her. During meals and while playing, he would not let up, as if wishing to remain by her side every moment, his gaze perpetually fixed upon her. Observing the increasingly unusual situation, she devised a more stringent plan, employing every trick in the book to tease and torment him, hoping to instigate some aversion to drive him away. At times, her actions were so excessive that she felt a pang of guilt, yet his fervor showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified. Caesar, don't you get upset with me for treating you this way? She asked, looking at him, the dragon, who was left outside in the frigid cold, suffering from severe cleanliness issues, yet pushed into a muddy pit, now gazing at her with longing. He merely looked at her with bright eyes, producing a rose from his embrace. I'm not upset. I find it quite amusing and thrilling. Mian Tang, this is the first rose to bloom this morning. As beautiful as you are, I present it to you. Su Mian Tang gazed at the rose he had carefully removed of its thorns, vibrant and alluring. It embodied the language of pure and passionate love. Every morning, he would stand in the mountains, picking the first blooming rose to give to her. And on days with harsh weather, he would brave the elements to shield it until the storm passed. The rare treasures and precious collectibles sent to her from the outside world were also presented before her, and upon seeing her interest, he would transform into a small dragon, eager for her touch. Even if she were to be oblivious, she could see the profound emotions in his eyes, overflowing with love for her. He had indeed fallen for her, truly fallen for her. A gentle sigh escaped her lips. What a foolish dragon he was. Despite her treatment towards him, she took the rose from his hand, feeling a slight flutter in her heart, and reached out to entwine her arm with his. Let us go to the mountains to see the flowers. All right. Caesar joyfully transformed into his beast form, carrying her as they soared towards the mountain peak. As Su Mian Tang beheld the vast expanse of blooming roses, a deep melancholy washed over her. Her original plan had been to irritate Caesar to the point of driving him away from the dragon domain, but now it had backfired. He not only did not despise her, but had fallen in love with her. Would she still have the opportunity to leave the dragon domain? Caesar, allow me to tell you a cold joke today. Cats go meow, dogs go woof, ducks go quack. Do you know what chickens do? I don't know. Chickens leave it to those who are prepared. Caesar paused for a moment, as usual, before bursting into a hearty laugh, his melodious voice echoing through the mountains. However, Su Mian Tang turned to him and asked, do you get tired of me telling you cold jokes every day? Not at all. I can never tire of them. Then when can I leave the dragon domain? I want to let you leave. I want to stay here with you for a lifetime. Indeed. That was the most disheartening answer. Su Mian Tang's spirits plummeted, yet she insisted, but I want to leave.
Why?
Caesar inquired, puzzled. Is it not pleasant here?
Not that.
There are people waiting for me outside. Having disappeared for so long, I don't know how worried they must be. Upon finishing her sentence, she fell into a long silence. Caesar observed her, noting her despondent expression, dimmed eyes, and tightly pressed lips. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar emotion welling within him, causing his heart to crumple like a piece of crushed paper, an uncomfortable, aching sensation. Was it sadness? He did not wish for her to feel sorrow, not even a little. Leave the dragon domain. His raven-black lashes fell, partially obscuring the emotions within his unique eyes. After a prolonged silence, long enough for Su Mian Tang to stand and prepare to leave, he suddenly reached out, smoothing the crease between her brows. Mian Tang. In the tale of 1001 Nights, can there be an alternate ending? What ending? The king and the queen leave together. The king and the queen leave together? Su Mian Tang laughed. What does that mean? Did the queen abduct the king? Haha. As she laughed, a realization struck her, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Are you saying you want to let me out of the dragon domain? But I want to be with you.
All right.
The young girl was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden joyful news, responding with unconsidered delight. Caesar, in his exuberance, enveloped her in a fervent embrace, expressing his desire to be together for eternity. Chapter 199. The SSS class combatant, the male Panda King. Do you understand what forever means? Su Mian Tang playfully poked his face.
Yes.
Caesar murmured, burying his face in her neck, softly affirming, it means to be with you eternally, never to part.
Ha.
At this moment, you certainly aren't foolish. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around him in return. Caesar, invigorated by her embrace, pressed her even closer, as if wishing to merge with her essence. From a distance, their intertwined forms resembled a singular entity. They remained in each other's arms for an indeterminate time until the girl suddenly recalled something and lifted her head. I can take you back, but we need to establish 3 rules. 3 rules? Caesar inquired, intrigued. Yes, we shall formulate some guidelines that both parties must adhere to.
All right.
He acquiesced. First, once we step outside, you must heed my every command. Indeed, he nodded without hesitation. I will only listen to Mian Tang. Such compliance?
Su Mian Tang chakil.
Tenderly raking her fingers through his long hair. Secondly, indiscriminate killing is prohibited. If you encounter displeasing individuals or situations, come to me, and I shall assist you. You will help me? Caesar furrowed his brow in confusion. But you are merely a D-class female. How can you resolve anything? The girl hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving such an innocent soul. Not all conflicts must be resolved through violence. Sometimes, intellect is more effective. Very well, Caesar agreed. Mian Tang is the wisest. How disingenuous, she thought. Feeling a twinge of unfairness after proposing 2 rules, she generously offered him the 3rd. You can present the final rule. Really? Caesar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Expecting an important condition, Su Mian Tang was taken aback when he eagerly declared, Tonight, I wish to share your bed. Is that permissible? His dual-toned eyes shimmered with longing. It is not sharing a bed but rather sleeping with me. Su Mian Tang corrected him, enunciating each word clearly. All right, it is permissible, but you must behave and refrain from any inappropriate actions. Ever since he had inadvertently ingested the fragrant pill, he had developed an insatiable craving for her. Often sneaking into her bed at night to embrace her, showering her with kisses and caresses, driven by primal instincts. After numerous stern admonitions failed to deter him, she had resolutely locked him outside the grand hall, where he patiently waited, expecting that time would diminish his desire. To her surprise, he remained steadfast in his longing. Very well, Caesar promptly assured her, I shall not act inappropriately. As midnight arrived, the moonlight was hazy, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. The girl found herself pinned beneath him, her hands firmly restrained above her head, utterly immobilized. With her luscious rose-petal lips glistening, she could hardly contain her moans. No, no, I cannot breathe. Caesar, you deceitful dragon. When did you learn to lie? I'm sorry. Caesar gazed down at her, breath heavy, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Although he continually apologized, the fiery intensity in his gaze suggested an insatiable hunger for her. Mian Tang, you are simply too beautiful, too captivating. I cannot resist. As he spoke, he lost control and gently bit her blushing cheek, as if he truly intended to consume her. Mian Tang, she gasped, release me. If you continue, I shall suffocate. Fearing for her life, Caesar immediately relented, but then attempted to slip his hand beneath her clothing, only to be seized by her. What are you doing? Mian Tang. His voice was husky and magnetic, his eyes glazed with desire, seemingly unaware of his own actions. Your skin is so soft, so fragrant. It feels delightful. I want to feel even more pleasure. That is not permissible. Then when will it be? In the past, he would have questioned why it was not allowed, but now he sought to know when it could happen. Was he on the verge of understanding? After all, in nature, the instinctual behaviors of males and females require no instruction. When emotions arise, they come naturally, seamlessly. Yet, considering his current lack of restraint, if he truly comprehended, would she not perish in his embrace? Perhaps after we leave the dragon domain, she murmured, her face flushed with embarrassment. Very well. Caesar declared contentedly as he held her close, drifting into a blissful slumber, with her in his arms and her in his dreams. The following day, the girl sat atop the divine dragon as it soared towards the boundary, traversing endless deserts, undulating mountains, and tumultuous seas. At last, she beheld the glimmering violet-golden light encircling the dragon domain. Surely, this must be the boundary set by Caesar. Having witnessed the barrier of the golden-haired one, she was astounded to discover that the SSS-class male S power was vastly superior to that of the SS class. The sheer weight of it obscured her view of the outside world, allowing her only a glimpse of a sunken and fragmented area in the southeastern corner, as if something had repeatedly collided against it with force. What could possibly dare to strike against the barrier of an SSS-class combatant? A sudden pang of pain struck her heart. What was happening? Had she not slept well last night? She shook her head. Caesar landed and transformed into his human form. Gazing at the formidable barrier surrounding the dragon domain, his thick lashes casting shadows over his luminous eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he looked down at the expectant girl and resolutely extended his hand to dismantle the barrier. In that instant, Su Mian Tang felt her dragon ring pulsating with heat and tremors, vibrating as if in fear.
No, no,
no! Just as Caesar was about to remove the barrier, the consciousness of the infernal dragon, now faintly merged within him, summoned the last vestiges of its power and seized control of his body once more. Caesar, you madman! In an instant, his dual-colored eyes transformed into a crystalline violet hue. His visage retaining only half of its former glory, his expression shifting from arrogance to sheer panic, his enraged crimson gaze sending chills down her spine. It's you!
Su Mian Tang gasped in shock.
How could he have resurfaced? Hadn't he? Caesar claimed that he was nearly fully integrated, that he would not return? It is I. The infernal dragon smirked wickedly. Dear little female, you are truly remarkable. You have indeed rendered Caesar into a mere plaything, at your beck and call. You even dare to venture beyond the dragon domain, to dismantle the barrier. Following the soul-binding ritual, a divine dragon must rest within the dragon domain for centuries to fully recover. Once the barrier is lifted, its combat strength would wane significantly, and both body and soul would gradually fade into oblivion until death. Caesar, fully aware of this, willingly succumbed to his longing for the time spent with this little female, fulfilling the age-old prophecy. You wish to leave the dragon domain? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. Come back with me. He seized her firmly, simultaneously reinforcing the boundary constraints. Let go of me. Let go of me. Su Mian Tang struggled, but suddenly heard a series of thunderous roars reverberating from the horizon, accompanied by an ominous shadow that enveloped her from above. The central star had vanquished its arch-nemesis. The SSSS-class female had slain Austin, the leader of the X-Galaxy, avenging the suffering of her people for millennia, leading the nation in jubilant celebration. Yet, the greatest contributor was snatched away by a newly emerged SSS-class male from the cosmos, a fearsome dragon. The 8 males around her, in their desperate attempt to rescue her, exhausted every means to breach the constraints, but all efforts were in vain. The planet, having provoked the wrath of the dragon, faced retaliation, and in the presence of such overwhelming power, other galaxies could only watch helplessly. Just when everyone believed that hope was lost for the central galaxy, the once silent and seemingly invisible emperor of the empire, Huarong, miraculously transformed from an A-class to an SSS-class male, awakening with unparalleled strength. He was the only male in the universe to have naturally evolved into an SSS-class combatant. Su Mian Tang looked up to see a colossal panda, baring its sharp teeth, gradually tearing apart the dragon domain's constraints. Chapter 200, Annihilation. Its erect, fluffy ears, pristine and ethereal black and white fur, and a pair of obsidian-like eyes, along with a familiar fresh and elegant aura surrounding it, all reminded her of Huarong. Rongrong? She murmured softly. However, it was too large, several times the size of Rongrong, and exuded an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, as if it were an invincible ancient divine beast. Its grandeur was capable of swallowing the sky and devouring the sun. It was a stark contrast to the small black sesame soup dumpling she remembered, who had shyly nibbled on bamboo shoots in the back mountains bamboo forest. Moreover, its aura was extraordinarily rich, a quality she had only sensed in Caesar, symbolizing the pinnacle of SSS-class combat power. That can't be. The girl's gentle voice floated beyond the constraints, causing the giant panda's ears to twitch. It lifted its head, and upon seeing her, all the fierce malice in its dark eyes dissipated, replaced by a sparkling, clear radiance, faintly shrouded in wisps of mist. It seemed overwhelmed with excitement.
Tang Tang, Tang Tang, I have finally found you.
It roared madly, intensifying its combat prowess. Its sharp teeth almost instantly tearing through the dragon domain's constraints. The expression and gaze it wore were unmistakably Rome Rome. Rome Rome.
Su Mian Tang exclaimed joyously.
The infernal dragon turned to look, and upon witnessing it easily shred the constraints, its face turned pale with fear. Iron Eater. How is this possible? How can this be? This is an SSS class combat power constraint, the most formidable existence in the world. How could it be torn apart? Could it be that he is also?
No.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Beneath the heavens, within the cosmos, there could only be one noble SSS class male, and there could never be another. Suddenly, a black and white streak surged from above, carrying a chilling intent to kill, violently sending him flying 1,000 meters away, rapidly curling around the small female on the ground. This formidable combat power. It truly is SSS class. In that instant, the infernal dragon's eyes filled with a blood-red terror, revealing its anger, resentment, and hatred. After years of arduous training, it had mastered the soul condensation technique, sacrificing the only two bloodlines among the dragon race, including its own, to finally attain SSS class combat power. It had believed that its grand ambition to dominate the stars and unify the universe was on the verge of realization. Yet, unexpectedly, a naturally evolved SSS class male had emerged in the world. And now, due to the disappearance of the dragon domain's constraints, its strength was gradually waning. All its schemes turned to dust, all its efforts rendered meaningless.
Ha ha ha. Why?
Why is the beast god so unfair to me? It erupted into a maniacal laugh, its expression twisted and arrogant. If that is the case, then let's all be destroyed together. A sinister light sparkled in its eyes. The dragon domain, born for dragons, would perish with the dragon. All would be annihilated, combined with the self-destruction of the SSS class male. Today, the world's strongest SSSS class female and 2 SSS class males would perish here. If it could not possess it, then no one else shall. The infernal dragon was instantly enveloped in a swirling vortex of illusory purple crystal light, its might surging like a colossal tornado, reminding Su Mian Tang of Austin's earlier attempt at self-destruction at the gates of Floranthas.
No.
Although he is now the infernal dragon, he is using Caesar's body. If he self-destructs, then Caesar. She thought desperately for solution, only to see the face of the man preparing to self-destruct suddenly blur, shimmering like flickering neon lights, transforming within mere seconds into another person. He had long, inky black hair, thick and lustrous, gently blown by the cold wind, with deep-set, narrow eyes, each a different hue, one a dreamy purple crystal, the other a pale, distinct gold. His facial features were smooth and distinct, with a high nose and thin lips like a fine line. On his smooth forehead, a pair of translucent jade-like horns sparkled with radiance. Clad in an exceptionally long dark robe, intricate dragon cloud patterns were subtly etched on the hem, exuding the aura of a king surveying the world. It was exactly as she remembered him upon their first meeting. Caesar. Joy erupted in the girl's eyes. Had he returned? Had he reclaimed his body? How wonderful! Caesar's lips curled into a gentle smile, his heterochromatic gaze deeply fixed on his beloved female, as if intending to engrave her into his heart forever. Yet, with the constraints gone, his power had also become exceedingly weak. He could no longer control the infernal dragon. Perhaps he could hold on for 2 minutes, 1 minute longer, just to see her a little longer. In the final second, he reached for the nape of his neck, transforming into the purple-golden divine dragon. Mian Mian, I will send you home. The complete gland was ruthlessly torn apart, a 1,000-meter-long dragon's spine forcibly extracted from his body. As countless crimson droplets of blood cascaded down like a beautiful painting beneath the soft morning light and shifting clouds, yet leaving Su Mian Tang's eyes vacant. Caesar. Her sharp cry echoed through the heavens, yet received no response. The body of the purple-golden divine dragon dissipated like sand in the wind, as the glowing dragon's spine slowly merged into her body, forming a protective shield. Time crystallized in her mind, replaying the life he had lived. Born in the dragon domain, trapped beneath constraints, with no parents, no attachments, devoid of morals, emotions, or desires, only a group of people seeking to kill him. Every day was a repetition. Every day was unbearably dull, until one day he saw a special little female among the crowd, and his eyes sparkled with life. The memories of their time together flickered like a lantern show in her mind, finally freezing on. Mian Mian, I want to leave with you. I want to be with you for a lifetime. But he could never leave again. She desperately tried to channel her pheromones, wishing to save him back, yet found herself utterly powerless. Why is it of no use? Hua Rong transformed into human form, taking her away from the collapsing dragon domain. She could not tell how long it had been when Su Mian Tang finally emerged from her daze, sensing an intensely cold and deathly stillness enveloping her. It felt as if she had arrived at the central star. She lifted her head, but in the next moment, her eyes were covered. She heard the trembling voice of the young king beside her, "Tang Tang, don't look." Even though her eyes could not see, the imprint of time restored all the scenes. After she was captured by the malevolent dragon, 8 valiant males swiftly located the dragon domain. Their hearts were ablaze with urgency as they exhausted every conceivable method, yet they could not breach the barriers. In a desperate act, they hurled themselves against it with their very flesh and blood. Lamlin's fiery wings were entirely shattered. Jun Qingyin's blood flowed from his tong-tong, leaving him blind. The sturdy form of Little Ear was left in tatters. The combat prowess of the twin stars and Lu Silly waned to nothingness, their spirits shattered. Qin Yanzhou lost his avatars and fell into unconsciousness. Tengleson had his serpentine body severed. Even Queen Jenny and Princess Catherine's information seas suffered severe damage. Yet, the infernal dragon showed no mercy, unleashing its full might and encasing the entire planet in an icy grip, leaving its citizens frozen as if they were mere statues. The once prosperous and bountiful central planet transformed into a frozen hell because of her arrival, and all who loved her perished in her wake. Ah! Su Mian Tang wept inconsolably, her cries piercing the heavens, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. Her body gradually transformed into ethereal flowers, shimmering like stars, cascading down to the earth. Tang Tang! Tang Tang! Chapter 201, Rebirth. Tang Tang. No matter how hard Hua Rong tried to retrieve them, he could not grasp a single flower. As despair gripped his trembling hands, he beheld those flowers landing upon the soil of Central Planet, miraculously melting the vast, frigid glaciers and awakening countless frozen citizens. A mottled leaf butterfly orchid healed General Aslante's broken wings. A peony restored the sight of the Crown Prince's Zhongtong. A tulip repaired the Commander's mech body. A Tianshan snow lotus, a fairy wood, and a phoenix tail flower reduced the combat value of the Empire's twin stars and Director Lu to its nadir. A jasmine flower roused Qin Yanzhou and his avatars from their stupor. A gardenia reconnected Tengleson's severed serpent body. A lily restored Queen Jenny and Princess Catherine's information seas. In a display of miraculous skill, all were safely revived, basking in the rich, fragrant pheromones that filled the air, their astonished gazes lifting to behold the imprint of time. It turned out that the supreme SSSS-level female on the planet was named Su Mian Tang, the sole female researcher of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences and the founder of a new type of inhibitor. She had once aided the twin stars in escaping the princess's control, rescued, and healed the battle-hardened lord who had been struck by toxic gas and had regressed to infancy, saved the crown prince's life and restored his shattered combat power, rescued his spiny, protected the young academy, healed over 20 children afflicted by snake venom, avenged the disappearance of the Selpha planet, and personally ended the life of the central planet's greatest nemesis, Austin, the leader of the X-Galaxy. She even compelled the purple-gold divine dragon to withdraw its spine, altering the fate of the entire galaxy and the universe, plunging it into the brutal dominion of the Dragon Clan. She banished darkness and bloodshed from the cosmos. Ultimately, she released a flurry of information entities that melted the frozen planet. She was a deity, descending to the mortal realm to save all living beings. Countless citizens, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed their heads in reverence, thankful for her benevolence and redemption, rejoicing in the joy of rebirth after calamity. However, amidst the imprint of time, only fleeting fragments of her past flashed by, with not a hint of future scenes. The blooming information entities gradually became transparent, disappearing like withering flowers, leaving no trace behind. And the air held no essence of her presence. It was as if she had never existed on this planet before the twin stars had retrieved her. The 8 males who had been saved fell to their knees in emotional collapse, their eyes brimming with crimson tears, their hearts pierced as though by a poisoned dagger. A pain so profound it rendered them incapable of weeping. They were utterly shattered. Without her, living held no meaning whatsoever. Guide to cultivating begonia flowers. Preferring a humid environment, They thrive best at temperatures between 15 to 24 degrees Celsius, requiring ample sunlight for growth. The soil must be loose, breathable, well-draining, and rich in organic matter. During flowering, they demand significant nutrients, necessitating watering every 7 to 8 days. A slender, clean hand, with distinctly defined joints resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, gently turned the pages, diligently referencing the guide. Surrounding him, an endless expanse of begonia blooms stretched forth in the soft breeze, under the abundant sunlight, and within the nutrient-rich soil, their branches and leaves unfurling and blossoming vibrantly. Ah, what a warm sun, what a gentle breeze, what a sweet source of water. This is simply divine. I feel I could sleep for several centuries. Oh, is someone touching my leaves? And now my petals and my flower core. How utterly impertinent. Does he not know that the flower core belongs to the plant? Infuriated, it opened its eyes and beheld a visage of breathtaking beauty, resembling a celestial being. What a handsome male! It was utterly entranced. Before it stood a man with silvery hair cascading like starlight, his gaze reminiscent of scattered clouds, clear yet distant, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom from countless experiences. His features were meticulously crafted by the hand of a divine artist, too perfect for words to describe. Akin to an ethereal being from the heavens, aloof and unattainable, yet the slightest smile at the corner of his lips radiated warmth, matching the gentleness of his touch. He, too, was momentarily transfixed. The girl squatting before him had raven-black hair that softly enveloped her petite and exquisite figure, her eyelashes fluttering like crow feathers. Her amber eyes pure and translucent, shimmering with a new life. Every aspect of her, her nose, her eyes, her lips, her cheeks, her neck, was captivating, embodying nature's most exquisite creation. "You're awake?" he spoke, his voice clear and elegant, akin to a gentle spring breeze. It savored the moment, but then the petals trembled as if startled. How can this person converse with a flower? Hewitt gasped in astonishment, realizing it could speak. Lowering its gaze, it discovered it had transformed. The first thing it did was rush to the riverbank to behold its reflection. A beautiful nose, enchanting eyes, and lovely lips. It touched its face, then its body. Feeling immense satisfaction with its human form, the man gazed at her adorable silhouette, a fleeting glimmer of affection dancing in his eyes. Before he could collect himself, she darted before him like a gust of wind, her bright, sparkling eyes filled with joy and curiosity. "Are you my father?" The man was momentarily taken aback. "No." "Then who are you? We have met before. Have you forgotten?"
Met.
She pondered. "Indeed, in the beast god hall of the Central Star Palace. You and my 3 strands of combat power have crossed paths." The girl shook her head, confusion etched on her face. "You must have mistaken me. I just transformed." The man's brow arched slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "Have you lost your memory?" "Lost my memory? I don't think so. I remember I was sleeping the whole time." She truly had lost her memory. However, it mattered little. That fleeting moment was but a drop in the ocean of her existence. "You transformed 19 years ago." 19 years ago? The girl exclaimed. "Then I am already 19. Indeed. What is my name?" She joyfully tugged at his sleeve. He had initially planned not to disclose it, but her enthusiasm was irresistible. "The name you gave yourself is Su Mian Tang." "Su Mian Tang?" She repeated her name slowly. "A begonia flower of slumber has awakened. I quite like this name." While she uttered this, an inexplicable thought flitted through her mind. A sweet, fluffy cotton candy. "I like it too, a tang." The man's voice, as clear as jade, resonated like a serene valley stream, tender beyond measure, as if he had uttered that name countless times before. "A tang?" The way he called her name was so delightful. Su Mian Tang smiled slightly. "What is your name?" "I have no name." Upon seeing her puzzled expression, he paused. "Others call me Beast God. You may call me anything you wish, except Father." Chapter 202, The SSSS Class Combatant, the Male Beast God. He cannot be called Father, nor does he possess a name. Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. "Then shall I bestow upon you a name?" "Very well." The young girl bent down slightly, drawing closer as she scrutinized him, her beautiful amber eyes shimmering, warm breath cascading upon his face. This made the man lower his gaze, setting aside the book in his hands. On the surface, he appeared composed, yet deep within, the tranquil lake of his heart surged with tumultuous waves. "You are dazzling, like a candle in the night or the sun by day. Let's call you Zhu Yang."
Zhu Yang.
He murmured the name several times, a smile gracing his eyes and brow. Excellent, I quite like it. Since you like it as a trade, you must tell me what has transpired in these 19 years. She lifted her skirt, curiously settling beside him, picking up the book he had just laid down. A guide to cultivating begonia flowers? You've been tending to her? And yet you claim not to be her father? Her confusion deepened. These 19 years. Zhu Yang mused, his long lashes casting shadows upon his eyelids. If I speak of it, will she? Let me first recount your origins and the world in which you live. All right. Su Mian Tang cradled her face, attentively listening. Eons ago, the various planets were inhabited by extraordinary beasts, which, over time, gradually evolved into humanoid forms, divided into male and female. Males inherently possessed combat prowess, while females were endowed with pheromones. Initially, this complementary dynamic fostered harmony and balance, but prolonged years of warfare led to a rapid divergence in male combat abilities, far outpacing that of the females. When the first S-class male emerged, the highest pheromone level among females was merely B, utterly incapable of soothing their mating urges or mitigating their overwhelming combat prowess, resulting in the demise of many high-ranking males. This situation worsened until a millennium ago, when an interstellar war erupted and all S-class and above males perished due to their combat prowess collapsing on the besieged central star. Countless enemy forces seized the opportunity to annihilate the central star. Corpses lay strewn across the land, with none surviving. At that moment, everyone believed this planet would vanish from the cosmic map. However, that night, thousands upon thousands of flowers ascended from the earth, healing all its inhabitants. The central star was revitalized, and the enemies, frightened, retreated, convinced that divine aid was present on the central star and dared not invade again. Wow, that's incredible. Su Mian Tang listened with rapt attention. What were those thousands of flowers? Were they truly divine? It was you.
Me?
Yes, your essence. You are the embodiment of the most powerful pheromone, just as I am the manifestation of the mightiest beast. How do you know? Zhu Yang paused for a moment, memories tugging him back to a time long past. I was a direct witness to that catastrophe, one of the people you saved. Upon finishing his words, he looked at her, seemingly hoping she might recall something, only to find her expression of astonishment. So, you are over 1,000 years old? I am but 19.
Indeed.
You are not my father. At this age, you could be my great-grandfather. She murmured softly, leaving the man momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly. It is quite normal for an S-class male to live over 1,000 years. You are an S-class male? No, I was once SSS class. Now I should be SSSS class. And what of me? You possess no rank, nor any limits. Then does that mean I can use pheromones on you? The young girl, with her unique thought process, extended her hand, a playful smile gracing her features as she gazed at him. The man's expression momentarily faltered, his pupils slightly dilating, and trembling lashes revealing a hint of tension. She wishes to use pheromones on me? What pheromones will you use on me? His voice, calm as still water, betrayed none of the shock or yearning he felt within. Of course, the ones that will bring you joy. You are so handsome and kind. I cannot bear to see you hurt. To make you happy, I cannot let you suffer. Each of her words sent his heart racing, his ears flushing crimson. Beads of sweat forming upon his cold skin, unable to suppress his physiological reactions. It appeared that no matter how many years passed or how powerful one became, before her, all efforts would be in vain. The girl gradually leaned closer, and as they stood mere inches apart, the man closed his eyes, as if unable to face the sun.
Wait.
As she prepared to wield her pheromones, she suddenly halted. I believe I cannot use pheromones on you. According to what you said, your female will mind. With those words, Zhu Yang abruptly opened his eyes. I have no female.
What?
Su Mian Tang exclaimed, astonished. You are over 1,000 years old, and still have no female? Because. Zhu Yang slightly lowered his gaze, as if accustomed to a millennium of solitude and desolation. I am waiting for someone. Have you found that person? The man slowly lifted his head, meeting her gaze. His fragmented, light eyes resembled drifting clouds, with an underlying flicker of intense heat.
I have.
For one person. You have waited over 1,000 years. Is it worth it? Su Mian Tang blinked in confusion, considering him foolish. What person is worth a millennium of waiting? Worth it? In a moment of reverie, Zhu Yang recalled that fateful night a millennium ago. He had perished and, upon reopening his eyes, beheld a begonia flower floating above him. continuously showering light downwards. At the very center of this radiance was a breathtakingly beautiful girl, slightly curled as if in slumber, not yet fully materialized, merely an indistinct silhouette. Yet that fleeting glimpse was indelibly etched into his memory. As the most powerful male in the cosmos, he could have possessed any female. Yet he had fallen in love with a divine being, yearning for her day and night, his soul entwined with hers, yet forever out of reach. He had not seen her since that time. He had thought that upon death, his longing would cease, only to discover, to his dismay, that he was immortal. Much like his fantasies of her, this torment, more painful than death, persisted until he encountered her in the temple of the beast god on the central star. That had been the happiest day of his life, perhaps apart from today, tomorrow, and every day in the future spent with her. How foolish. Su Mian Tang concluded silently within herself. Is the world you speak of the one we inhabit? She surveyed her surroundings, a boundless expanse of begonia flowers.
No.
Zhu Yang shook his head. This is merely a closed space, existing one dimension higher than the real world, designed to sustain my delayed combat evolution.
Oh. Su Mian Tang nodded.
It is quite comfortable here, with sunshine, gentle breezes, flowing water, and beautiful scenery. I truly like it. However, she remained curious about what the real world was like, as he had described it as rather intriguing. Abruptly, she rose, only to have her skirt snag on the man's sleeve, causing her to stumble and fall into his embrace. As the soft, graceful figure of the girl collided with the firm embrace of the man, it stirred emotions within the male who had not touched a female in a millennium, leaving him utterly captivated. He gazed at her intently, his arm instinctively encircling her waist. So beautiful, he thought. Chapter 203. I lost them.
Ouch.
The girl pouted, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, complaining, it hurts. Why is your body so hard? The sight of her prompted the man's burgeoning desire to transform into a tender smile. He reached out gently to caress her head. Let me massage it for you. Your hair is a mess. I'll comb it for you. Your clothes are wrinkled. I'll fix them.
Huh?
Why was he treating her so kindly?
All right,
she replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. It soon became evident that his kindness was merely the tip of the iceberg. When she transformed into a flower, he would shield her from the wind and rain, nurture her with water and fertilizer, and study which weather and environment would elevate her spirits, allowing her branches to stretch wider and her blossoms to bloom more vibrantly. When he transforms into a human, he lovingly adorns her feet with shoes and socks, meticulously styles her hair, prepares delectable culinary delights, selects an array of charming little dresses, narrates captivating tales, and engages in delightful games. Each day spent together is filled with joy, akin to a pair of ethereal lovers frolicking in an alternate realm, untouched by the world around them. I now believe you are not my father. Su Mian Tang reclines on his lap, playfully nibbling on a spoon, savoring a cherry cupcake with utter delight.
Why?
Because a father would never treat his daughter with such tenderness. You are simply too good, too good.
Zhu Yang shook less softly.
His long fingers gently sweeping aside the wisps of hair that fall across her cheeks, tucking them behind her ear, his eyes brimming with unspoken affection. It is you who is undeniably wonderful. So wonderful that it dazzled the youth of his years. So remarkable that even after enduring a millennium of solitude, the moment he laid eyes on her, all despair dissipated, replaced by an insatiable yearning to share every year, every day, every minute, and every second with her. Inseparable as they are now, his heart overflowing with happiness, far surpassing the bliss of being a beast god or an immortal. What makes me so special? The young girl raises an eyebrow in confusion. Is it my beauty? Not merely beauty, but a beauty that is humble, kindness imbued with brilliance, gentleness that possesses strength, and cuteness that is devoid of pretense. Am I really that exceptional? Su Mian Tang exclaims in surprise, her exquisite features suddenly magnified before him, her lips tinted with a hint of cream, causing Zhu Yang's pupils to constrict in an instant, as a wave of fervent desire surged through him, nearly overwhelming his reason. Without a moment's hesitation, he leans down and kisses the corner of her mouth, his lips and tongue tenderly exploring her soft flesh. The innocent girl, unaccustomed to such intimacy, is momentarily startled by his sudden boldness and pushes him away, attempting to flee, but her slender waist is firmly restrained by him, pinned against his leg, unable to move.
Atang, Ima saw thee.
Zhu Yang's breath comes in ragged gasps, his eyes tinged with crimson. his stunning visage buried in the delicate curve of her neck, his apologetic voice slightly hoarse. You are simply too alluring. I could not resist. He has always maintained an image of purity, untainted by desire, standing resolutely in the hearts of countless beastmen followers. If they were to witness this scene, their faith would surely shatter. Even the slightest hint of her allure is irresistible to him. Yet, he willingly becomes her captive.
You.
Su Mian Tang does not hold it against him. She is neither frightened nor repulsed, merely a tad flustered and shy, noticing his iron grip around her waist. As if he might make further advances, her eyes darting about in search of distraction. Zhu Yang, did you not claim to be the most powerful beast in your transformed state?
Yes.
Then, what is your beast form?
Guess.
After a moment of contemplation, she ventures, is it a dragon? Upon uttering those words, she feels the necklace around her neck grow warm, as though it had been awakened by some unseen force, stirring restlessly. She retrieves it, touching it gently. It seems to calm down soon thereafter, returning to a tranquil state. This necklace has been her companion since birth. Its pendant a ring formed by two entwined dragons, one golden, the other purple. Exquisitely beautiful. She often enjoys toying with it in her hands, and sometimes it becomes heated, as if harboring some nascent life within, responding to her touch. However, she does not play with it now. Why did it suddenly glow?
No.
Zhu Yang shakes his head. Su Mian Tang places the ring back against her chest. What is it? It is humanity. Humanity? She gasps in astonishment. You do not possess a beast form?
No.
He has never had a beast form, which may well explain his ability to surpass the SSS combat level. Humanity is nature's most exquisite creation. Well then. Su Mian Tang's tone carries a hint of regret. She had hoped he could transform into a small animal, something to cuddle and play with. Zhu Yang perceives the hint of longing in her voice, his brows arching slightly, but I have awakened a shape-shifting ability, enabling me to assume any form, including that of beasts. Really? Her eyes spark with interest. Truly? Do you have a favorite animal? Many. Puppies, kittens, raccoons, fluffy balls, rabbits. And what about the ones you dislike? Cold-blooded creatures, especially snakes. Su Mian Tang nearly blurts out, but after speaking, a strange pang grips her heart, a bittersweet sensation. A dissonance with her own words. Faintly, a familiar, endearing voice echoes in her mind. Little Marshmallow.
Snakes.
She seems to recall an encounter with a snake. Not all snakes are cold-blooded, or detestable, or frightening. There are, as she strains to recall the types of snakes. Zhu Yang suddenly morphs into a golden retriever. Wow, it's a golden retriever. Yet, upon uttering those words, her heart aches anew, as if something else lurks beneath. But her mind draws a blank, save for a pair of dual-colored eyes, blind and weeping blood, filled with an overwhelming sorrow and despair over a profound loss. Her gaze flickers as she observes Zhu Yang transform from the golden retriever into a cat. A beautiful American shorthair, adorned with striking black and white patterns, utterly charming. Yet her mind conjures an image of a cat even more splendid and adorable than this one, with fiery red wings and a regal symbol on its brow. More importantly, it belongs to her. The American shorthair appears only for a fleeting moment before morphing into a rabbit. A begonia rabbit, sharing her name. Yet she finds no delight in it. She believes a rabbit's ears should be long and floppy, its eyes a honeyed amber, shedding tears when gazing at her. And it should call out. Before she can utter the word sister, a sudden cracking sound breaks the air, akin to the shattering of her heart, overwhelming her with a wave of discomfort, nearly causing her to collapse as she crouches down, murmuring, "My rabbit shattered."
What?
Zhu Yang senses the shift. Hastily reverting to his human form, bending to support her, only to find her cheeks stained with tears, his heart pierced by anguish. "Ah Tang, what troubles you?" "I do not know." The girl shakes her head in bewilderment, merely feeling an indescribable heaviness, as though she has lost countless precious things. Chapter 204, A Love Like Tending to Flowers. Zhu Yang understands that she speaks of the memories from her 19 years in the human realm, especially the past year upon her return to the central star. You have not lost them. You have saved them.
Saved?
Su Mian Tang looks on in confusion. Yes. Not long ago, he foresaw an impending catastrophe in the universe, a brutal SSS-class dragon emerging to rain terror, slaughtering indiscriminately. The central star was the first to bear the brunt of this assault. He obliterated countless high-level males on the planet and encased all its citizens in ice to intimidate other star systems, while he himself trapped in this confined space due to the differentiation of his combat power, was powerless to act. In that critical moment, it was Ah Tang who compelled the malevolent dragon to extract its spine and self-destruct, restoring peace to the stars, expending all its energy to transform into an information entity, scattering across the land, saving innumerable citizens, just as a millennium ago, when she had saved him and the people of the Central Star. Yet this time, he managed to catch her information entity, nurturing it in his space, barely preserving her human form otherwise. Who knows how many more years she would have to wait to regain her shape? How many more years must he endure?
Who are they? Su Mian Tang furos herbruf.
Eager to learn who he speaks of, for she senses they are the precious things she has lost.
Yes.
Zhu Yang's long, dark lashes flutter downwards, his voice fading. He has waited a millennium to be with her, not wishing to see another male by her side, and least of all, to witness her sorrow. A single tear fell from her eye, and he felt as though his heart were being mercilessly shredded. He held her tightly, as if striving to merge her into his very being. After a prolonged moment, he gently sighed. "Ah Tang, you have lost a fragment of your memory. Do you wish to retrieve it?"
Yes.
She exclaimed. "I can assist you.
How will you help me?
I shall take you back to the familiar places, and your memories will gradually return." "That sounds wonderful." The girl beamed, seizing his sleeve with eyes sparkling with joy. "Zhu Yang, let us embark together." "I cannot."
Why not?
The light in her eyes began to fade. He was the first person she encountered after her transformation, and indeed the only one. She cherished him deeply. Did he not feel the same? Observing her expression, Zhu Yang could not help but embrace her even tighter. "Ah Tang, I adore you. Love you to the point of being at a loss for words. However, my combat power is currently in a state of differentiation, and I am unable to leave this space for the time being."
How long will that take?
"Perhaps a day, a year, 100 years, or even another millennium." He too was uncertain how much longer it would be.
Zhu Yang.
Su Mian Tang perceived his dilemma and lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes flickering. "If you cannot leave, then I shall cease my search." Although she longed to reclaim that lost memory, she could not bear the thought of him enduring prolonged solitude.
"Ah Tang."
Zhu Yang chuckled softly, tenderly brushing a stray lock of hair from her temple. She was ever so innocent and beautiful, making it impossible for him to cause her even the slightest distress. "Rest assured, once you are free, I will still be able to enter your consciousness. When my differentiation concludes, I will seek you without delay." "Really?" Su Mian Tang's eyes sparkled anew.
Zhu Yang nodded.
"Indeed. Then let us make a pact." "Very well." Zhu Yang extended his hand, and the girl swiftly entwined her delicate pinky with his. Then, before he could react, she rose on her toes and kissed his lips. "And now let us seal it with a mark." He momentarily froze, taken aback, then closed his eyes, deepening the sweet and lingering kiss.
"Ah Tang."
"One day we shall be together, enduring forever, never to part." The vast, frigid glaciers of the central planet melted away, granting rebirth to millions of citizens. The cities soon regained their former prosperity and peace, flourishing in abundance, save for the lost SSSS-class Supreme Female and her 9 males. The males, bereft of their beloved female, endured each day, each moment, as if facing a slow and torturous demise, wandering despondently through the places she once inhabited, inhaling the remnants of her essence lingering on objects. And when it all dissipated, they found themselves contemplating the unthinkable, suicide. Perhaps in death, they would reunite with her. Yet, on the eve of their intended actions, they shared a remarkably similar dream. In this dream, an ethereal voice spoke. To save humanity, she transformed into an information entity, nurturing herself in a different dimension. If properly cared for, she could regain her human form. Upon awakening, they discovered blooming flower-like information entities around them, eliciting joy and reverence as they knelt to embrace them. As though cradling divine beings, willing to give their lives to protect them, they transported them to various locations according to the distinct needs of each flower. Guide to cultivating Tianshan's snow lotus. Preferring cold, resilient against extreme weather, it requires moist soil during its growth period, timely watering, bi-monthly fertilization, and the removal of surrounding weeds to ensure sufficient nutrients for normal growth. Fred carried the Tianshan snow lotus that had arrived beside him to its native highlands, transforming into a golden-feathered eagle, spreading his wings daily to shield it from the elements, watering and fertilizing it. His sharp hawk-like eyes diligently monitored its every movement. Even while sleeping, he kept it securely nestled within his wings, fearful of any potential threats. His brother, sharing similar nurturing instincts, joined him at the mountain's foot. Concerned, he frequently descended to supervise and inspect, yet when he saw his brother's anxiety surpassing his own, he felt compelled to intervene. When a hefty white bear ambled by, its heavy footsteps disturbed the icy surface, causing the branches of the fairy wood to tremble slightly, prompting him to bare his sharp fangs in defense, sending the bear fleeing in terror. How could there be such a massive wolf here? It radiates an overwhelming and terrifying aura. It must be the Wolf King. We're finished. Our territory is compromised. Enzo, it favors the cold. Your tail is too fluffy. Do not wrap it too tightly.
Oh.
He merely wished to remain close to Tang Tang. Reluctantly, Enzo transformed back into human form, loosening his hold on the fairy wood, curiously glancing at his brother. Brother, where is your Tian Shan snow lotus? Fred produced it from his chest. It swayed in the wind, pure white and exquisitely beautiful, thriving under his care. It should be warmer in your embrace than my tail. He smiled bashfully, not wanting to be apart from Tang Tang for even a second. On that day, as usual, he transformed into the golden feathered eagle, soaring above the Tianshan snow lotus, when suddenly, he noticed the flowers surrounded by a shimmering starlight. At that moment, a familiar and radiant young woman appeared at the center of the glow. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with curiosity, her amber eyes sparkling with brilliance.
Wow.
What a magnificent eagle. Chapter 205, the first to be remembered by Tang Tang.
Tang Tang.
It's Tang Tang. Tang Tang has transformed into human form. His sharp eagle eyes widened in surprise before swiftly narrowing, his wings spreading as he darted toward her at an unprecedented speed, startling the girl who had been admiring the regal eagle. What is it doing? That attacking posture. Surely, it does not intend to peck at me? Looking down, she realized she was standing in its nest. I have no intention of destroying your nest. She turned to flee, only to see a massive snow wolf charging up from the mountain's base. Upon spotting her, it skidded to a halt, its snowy fur bristling, eyes wide with disbelief.
Tang. Tang.
Tang Tang is awake. Tang Tang has truly awakened. It was a dire predicament. With an eagle above and a wolf below, escape seemed impossible. Su Mian Tang never anticipated that upon arriving in the human realm, she would find herself in such perilous circumstances. Her mind raced, strategizing an escape, but unexpectedly, the eagle in the sky and the wolf on the ground both transformed into human forms. Were they beast men? How strikingly handsome.
Wait.
She blinked. How did they look so remarkably alike? Was she imagining things, or the notion of twin brothers surged in her mind just as the eagle beast man lunged forward, wrapping her in a tight embrace that made her body shudder? Before she could react, the snow wolf beast man swiftly teleported behind her, enveloping her from the rear. Their combined strength rendered them inseparable, appearing as one entity on the high plateau. Su Mian Tang emitted a breathless moan. In the world of beast men, did males lack all restraint? They embraced the female upon first meeting, yet strangely, she found herself unbothered by this sensation. Rather, their presence felt familiar. Their embraces warm and expansive, imbued with a profound sense of safety, as if they had held her like this long ago. However, her curiosity was piqued by the insignias on their shoulders, one adorned with a star and a pine branch, the other with 2 bars and 3 stars, signifying the ranks of Major General and Colonel, respectively. It seemed she had seen such ranks before, though never of this high caliber. Tang Tang, you have finally returned. We are so sorry for not protecting you well. It will never happen again, never again. She was deep in thought, trying to recall where she had seen something before, when suddenly she heard the voices of 2 individuals, low and hoarse, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they had regained something lost and were exhilarated to the utmost. From now on, we will remain by your side, never to part.
Tang Tang.
Upon witnessing their fervent expressions and hearing their heartfelt call, Su Mian Tang felt as though they recognized her and shared a profound connection, leaving her somewhat puzzled.
Who are you?
Fred and Enzo, upon hearing her bewildered tone, froze momentarily, then gradually released their grip, gazing at her. Tang Tang, how could you not recognize us? Yet her amber eyes, sparkling with curiosity, seemed genuinely unfamiliar with them. Their initial exuberance swiftly gave way to anguish. It must be because she had transformed into an information entity to save them, scattering her previous memories. Tang Tang, we are your guardians. Fred gently grasped her shoulders, suppressing his emotions, tears shimmering in his eyes, reflecting her image. Enzo's voice quivered as he added, "We are the ones closest to you." "Closest to me?" Su Mian Tang murmured. A vivid image flashing in her mind. Eagles soaring through the sky, wolves howling at the moon, and her own figure taking snapshots nearby. Could they be a part of the memories she sought? "I think I remember a little," she exclaimed joyfully. Fred couldn't help but lower his head, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. "Tang, there's no rush. I will guide you through everything we once experienced together, helping you reclaim your memories, memories that belong solely to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Enzo discerned the hint and swiftly transformed into a colossal snow wolf. His fluffy tail sweeping to lift the girl onto his back, bounding down the mountain with powerful strides. Earlier, his brother had cheated, secretly taking Tang to soar through the skies, and now it was his turn. He was determined to be the first person she remembered. "Enzo!" Fred reacted sharply, scolding him before transforming into a golden-feathered eagle, soaring to great heights to pinpoint his brother's location. Ha ha ha. The two brothers were secretly vying for her affection, competing against each other, while the girl let out peals of laughter, reveling in the thrill and beauty of the experience. This is so much fun, so beautiful. High above the clouds, she marveled at the glacier's splendor, witnessing a variety of flowers and plants across the vast land, receiving their unique little gifts, sitting side by side, chatting about everything and reminiscing about the past, feeling utterly content. The lost fragments of her memories gradually began to piece together in her mind, and subtly, some new ones emerged. For instance, she stood before a garden, gazing intently at a particular pit, sensing that something significant had transpired there, as if she had once entered it. Tang. Enzo appeared with a large bouquet, enveloping her in its fragrant embrace, interrupting her thoughts. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat today?" "I'm not hungry," Su Mian Tang replied, shaking her head, "but I am a bit thirsty. Shall we go have a drink?" The moment the words "have a drink" left her lips, both brothers were taken aback. How could she still remember drinking? Did she remember everything? "Tang, you cannot drink alcohol." Fred, who had been gathering herbs, stood up. "Why not?" Su Mian Tang queried, puzzled. "Because your tolerance is poor." "That's fine. I recall having consumed 3 large cups before, and even sleeping with both of you afterward," she said innocently, causing Fred and Enzo's faces to flush crimson. It turned out she hadn't blacked out back then. Did they do something to her that she was aware of? A wave of inexplicable embarrassment and sweetness washed over them, filling their entire beings. So, she had always tacitly allowed herself to like them? Tang. Unaware of their tumultuous inner thoughts, Su Mian Tang took one of their hands, beaming with delight as she invited, "Come on, let us go have a drink, and then we can sleep together." Tang. Upon hearing this, Fred and Enzo looked up in shock, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Did she truly know what she was saying and doing? In the past, when they first met, no matter how much they liked her, the ingrained etiquette and gentlemanly decorum prevented them from truly acting upon their feelings, keeping their interactions superficial. But now, their love for her had seeped into their very bones, and even gazing at her under the bright daylight was unbearable, let alone the prospect of drinking together at night. They, together, had already begun to wonder if she could handle it. Yet that fragile resolve shattered the moment she grasped their hands. Regardless of her capacity to endure, they could not resist such temptation. Chapter 206. To hold her at the waist. "How sweet," Su Mian Tang murmured as she reclined on the sofa, gently swaying her glass of wine, gazing dreamily at the man across from her. Her once lively and clear eyes had taken on a hazy, ethereal quality. Her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of color, and even her soft voice had become intermittent, indicating her inebriation. Her demeanor transformed from that of an ethereal goddess to a captivating enchantress, leaving Fred and Enzo breathless, unable to tear their gazes away, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They were known for their remarkable tolerance for alcohol, capable of downing countless cups without faltering, let alone with a mere 13 degrees of fruit wine. Yet at this moment, they felt utterly intoxicated, ensnared by her tenderness and allure. The usually composed and reserved Major General and the bold and decisive Colonel seemed entranced, slowly leaning closer to her, one tenderly cupping her face, his lips blazing with fervor, while the other encircled her slender waist, drawing her onto his lap, his long fingers slipping beneath her garments. Tang. Su Mian Tang looked down in confusion, noticing their hands roaming as if they were attempting to undress her. "Are we going to sleep? So soon? I haven't even had enough to drink." "Very well, let us go to the bed then." She reluctantly set down her glass. "All right." Fred and Enzo, like marionettes devoid of consciousness, obediently followed her instructions, utterly unaware of their own words. Once they reached the bedside, Su Mian Tang suddenly extended her arms, forcefully pushing both of them onto the bed. Their blood surged, hearts racing wildly.
Tang Tang.
Are you taking the lead? Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, excitement threatening to overwhelm them. As the glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes, the girl smiled sweetly and softly wished them good night before transforming into a flower. Fred and Enzo, witnessing this, felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads, momentarily stunned. It took them a while to process that her notion of sleeping was merely about resting.
Now.
Not only were their bodies on the verge of exploding, but their minds were also in disarray. Gazing at the flower in silence, they eventually leaned in to kiss its petals tenderly, resignedly heading towards the bathroom. Tang Tang, you are driving us to the brink of madness. Next time. They vowed firmly in their hearts they would not let her off so easily. With a graceful turn, she transformed into human form, only to find herself enveloped in an endless training ground, adorned with an array of weaponry and a multitude of soldiers. Standing directly before her, with his back turned, was a tall figure clad in a sleek black military uniform, his physique boasting an almost celestial proportion. The golden epaulets bore the insignia of 5 gleaming stars, and a high-crowned military cap, adorned with subtle patterns, slightly pressed down on his short, silvery hair. Was he a 5-star general? The highest military rank in the empire, surpassing even that of Fred and Enzo. How dazzling! How captivating! One couldn't help but wonder what he looked like from the front. Surely, he must be a sight to behold. As her curiosity piqued, the man spoke, his voice cold and sharp, as if it emerged from the depths of hell itself, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority that sent a shiver down the spines of the few soldiers who had slowly stepped forward, trembling in fear. General, please spare us. They pleaded. Bind them, he commanded. Yes, sir. Several soldiers were swiftly tied up, suspended high above the warship, alongside a group of bioengineered beings. One of his subordinates presented a firearm to him, which he idly toyed with, his tone laced with cruelty. Activate the warship's combat mode, or my bullets might find their mark elsewhere. General, please have mercy. The soldiers gasped in horror. Laughter erupted in the training ground. What are you afraid of? The general's marksmanship is more precise than guided missiles. Is that so? Yaslante's lips curled into a subtle smile. But what if he closes his eyes? The moment he did, chaos ensued as everyone panicked. Is he really going to do it? They wondered, including Su Mian Tang. He was treating his own soldiers as live targets, toying with their lives without a shred of regard, and he was a general of the empire. He was nothing short of a devil. How outrageous! Her curiosity about his appearance evaporated, replaced by a desire to teach him a lesson. 3, 2, 1. The languorous countdown echoed as a beam of light was about to be unleashed, when suddenly, a waft of sweet orchid fragrance enveloped her senses. Almost instantly, a soft, delicate hand gently covered his knuckles, enveloping them. This familiar scent and touch caused Yaslante to open his eyes in an instant. The man, who had been consumed by longing, nearly driven to madness, found the object of his affections standing before him, exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful. Her fiery red eyes, vibrant and radiant like rubies, trembled with disbelief. And her astonishment left the girl momentarily stunned. What captivating eyes! Like the purest pigeon blood rubies, and her beauty matched her reputation. She was indeed a marvel. Yet, handsome or not, good or bad, distinctions must be made. Not only was Yaslani taken aback, but the thousands of soldiers in the training ground were also rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty. They momentarily forgot that she was the SSSS-ranked supreme female who had once rescued a nearly lifeless general struck down by a toxic gas bomb. Their minds were consumed with admiration and concern, wondering if the cold-hearted general would punish the girl who had intruded upon his training ground. Clearing her throat to regain composure, Su Mian Tang adopted a serious demeanor and began to admonish him. Esteemed general, even if the soldiers are inadequately trained, you mustn't. Before she could finish, darkness enveloped her as she was suddenly tackled down. It was as if a fierce tiger had pounced upon a butterfly orchid, swift and unrelenting. Her long hair flowed like petals in the air, and just as she anticipated the ruthless general to bare his fangs and bite into her neck, his delicate face buried itself in her neck, emitting a whimper akin to that of a distressed cub. Master, you've finally returned. I missed you so much. I truly did. I thought you had abandoned me, Lan Lan. Chapter 207. The Sole Male Sovereign. In the training ground, thousands of soldiers watched this scene in bewilderment, as if struck by lightning. Is this truly our cold-hearted, indifferent general? The voice, the posture, the expression, regardless of who she was, someone must make her get off the general. Panic rippled through the ranks as they regarded Su Mian Tang with suspicion, believing she was a military spy sent from another world, employing some form of mental attack against their general. Su Mian Tang herself was taken aback. Master? She lowered her gaze to the powerful figure, nearly squeezing the breath from her. When did she acquire such a tall, formidable, strikingly handsome male beast man as a servant or pet? A 5-star general, no less. Had he mistaken her for someone else? Yushi was about to speak when she suddenly caught a familiar scent that stirred a vivid memory, a small white tiger, unfurling a pair of shimmering red wings. Blinking its clear ruby-like eyes, with a crown atop its head, playfully wagging its tail and begging for affection.
Was it him?
Uncontrollably. She reached out and removed his military cap, tenderly ruffling his silvery locks. Hiss! The soldiers gasped in horror at the audacity of someone daring to remove the general's hat and pet his head like a mere kitten. Did this young female wish to court death? Yet, rather than displaying anger, the general nuzzled against her, affectionately murmuring, "Master, where have you been? I missed you so much. I love you dearly." They could now ascertain that their general had indeed been mentally compromised. The two closest subordinates, disregarding all else, lunged at Su Mian Tang, only to be sent flying by an overwhelming force, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. It appeared that the general had not lost his wits. He could not unleash his SS-level combat power in a state of madness. This was a matter of will and desire. All notions of temperance and disinterest in the opposite sex paled in the presence of absolute beauty. This sensation Su Mian Tang marveled at her hand, which mirrored the memory of that small white tiger perfectly. But how had he grown so large? Was it truly the same creature? Still unsure, she asked, "May I ask,
Who are you?"
Upon hearing her tentative and unfamiliar voice, Yaslanti's heart jolted. Had she forgotten him? Forgotten everything from before? Before the pain and sorrow could wash over him, the seasoned general, accustomed to the tribulations of interstellar warfare, quickly came to terms with the situation. It was entirely plausible. When he had encountered the ambush from the toxic gas bomb, he too had lost his memories, not to mention, she had exhausted all her strength to transform into an information entity. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. His eyes, filled with yearning, excitement, and a hint of grievance, suddenly became resolute and profound, swirling with unexpressed emotions and a flicker of hidden brilliance. "Su, I am your one and only male sovereign." His voice turned deep and magnetic, deliberately emphasizing the word only. Su Mian Tang questioned, perplexed. Why had he suddenly called her Su? Hadn't he just referred to her as master? And what did male sovereign mean? Was it someone close to her? Yes, very close, inseparable, and tightly bonded. Yaslanti's lips curved into a subtle smile as he sought to guide her. This master, devoid of memory, belonged solely to him. Closer than a guardian?
Su Mian Tang pondered.
And Yaslanti furrowed his brow. Guardian? Yes, Fried and Enzo claimed they were my guardians, the closest to me. Ah, that eagle and wolf. Before he could reach their master, he had already encountered her. It seemed the time had come for him to be dispatched to the desolate star as a guardian. Deep within, Yaslanti felt a simmering anger. Yet he concealed it well, speaking in a tone as gentle as one might use to coax a child. Yes, the guardian was indeed the closest person to her. But that was merely familial affection, entirely dissimilar from the bond shared with the sovereign. What is the difference? The girl blinked her sparkling eyes, gazing at him curiously, igniting a fervor within the male who had longed for her deeply, almost overwhelming in his desire to consume her entirely. And indeed, he could no longer restrain himself. He loved her, adored his master, and was on the brink of madness from the yearning that consumed him. "I shall soon enlighten you on the differences," he promised. Su Mian Tang was about to inquire further when, without warning, she felt herself lifted into his arms. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To the warship." "What shall we do aboard the warship?"
"You."
"Su, I have always harbored a dream." Once inside the warship, Yaslanti set the girl down and firmly sealed the hatch. The lights dimmed, leaving only the breathtaking expanse of the starlit sky and an array of weapons. What dream? Su Mian Tang busied herself examining the countless exquisite weapons, oblivious to the hunger igniting his gaze, which was now tinged with a twisted desire. In my private worship, I shall pin you beneath the cold, merciless weapons and shells.
Ah? What?
Before she could fully comprehend, she found herself once again pressed beneath his towering form. Yet this time it was far from simple. Inside the private worship, the dazzling starlit ceiling shifted from stillness to motion, with billions of stars flickering restlessly. Those beautiful, distinct lights grew increasingly blurred and chaotic, mirroring the gradual unfocusing of her amber eyes as they quivered with intensity. Occasionally, the sharp sounds of cold weapons snapping or hard metal shattering echoed in her ears, the result of his excitement, as the bulging veins and taut muscles of his arms crushed them with ease. One after another, the soldiers in the training grounds heard the explosive clamor emanating from the general's private worship, leaving them quite alarmed. Surely the general had not come to his senses now, intending to punish the young female? However, what they could not hear were the soft, broken cries of the girl begging for mercy and the primal, fervent growls of the powerful male, barely contained like a beast. Su Mian Tang felt as if she were on the brink of death. Just as she prepared to flee for the 9th time, his grip tightened around her ankle, yanking her back. She genuinely believed she might perish in his clutches. Chapter 208. The golden-haired, blue-eyed handsome man. Initially, her curiosity about the sovereign was piqued, and through the practical explanations of a certain general, she came to understand. The sovereign is one who brings immense joy. Yet, when such joy persists for too long, it becomes unbearable, leading one to tears or an urge to flee. After countless failures, the desire to simply die began to take root. Master, master, why do you smell so sweet, so soft, so delightful? Master, I feel as though I am drowning in you. Aslante's deep, magnetic voice had morphed into a sultry rasp as he held her tightly, his demeanor almost frenzied. Words spilling forth incoherently. Su Mian Tang thought, in disbelief, that it was she who was on the verge of death. As the evening sky gradually donned a hue of orange, thousands of soldiers stood waiting in the training grounds, enduring 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, until night fell and the general had yet to emerge, prompting them to disperse. Inside the private worship, after yet another failed escape, the girl, utterly drained of strength and barely conscious, heard the alluring voice once more. Master, I still desire.
No.
That's not permissible. Her voice was but a whisper, nearly inaudible. Master, trust me, I promise I shall not be reckless this time. She hardly believed him. This insatiable, indulgent rogue. His earnest and affectionate calls of master rang sincere, yet he completely disregarded her wishes. As Aslanti struggled to control his desires, ready to disregard all restraint, the girl, in a bid for survival, quietly transformed into a speckled leaf orchid. Safe at last, she thought. This time she would rest for an eternity. Far longer than her previous drunken stupor. Guide to peony cultivation. Preferring a warm environment, optimal temperatures range from 17 to 20 degrees, requiring ample light while avoiding direct sunlight. It should be well watered before and after flowering. In summer, it is best to water in the early morning or late evening, using loose, fertile, and breathable soil to ensure vibrant blooms. Your Highness, this is the 3rd revised version of the technology policy, as overseen by the Supervisory Bureau. Your Highness, at 3 p.m., the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will convene a new round of meetings. Mr. Valentine hopes you can appoint a partner to attend. Your Highness, these are the petitions just submitted by the cabinet. In the Qianqing Palace, documents flowed in incessantly as the man behind the desk handled them methodically, occasionally lifting his gaze to glance at the vibrant, well-nurtured peony beside him, a smile flickering in his eyes.
The Queen has arrived.
Outside, the attendant announced. Queen Jenny, carrying a box of honeycomb cakes to visit her son, witnessed him finishing his governmental duties before picking up a pot of peonies and striding purposefully out. He brushed past her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Your Highness? Your Highness, the Queen is here. The attendant beside him could not help but remind him, yet failed to divert his attention from the peony. It matters not. Queen Jenny waved her hand, watching his retreating figure. If he could not see her, so be it. She was content with his present state. Ever since Tang transformed into a data entity, saving countless lives and disappearing completely from the planet, her 2 most cherished sons had succumbed to ruin. Einer nearly took his own life. Had he not fortuitously come into possession of that data entity and learned of Tong Tong's impending revival, he would have long departed from her side.
Since that day,
he had vigilantly watched over the peony, scarcely daring to blink. Fearing he might fall ill from longing, She had told him that fixating on the data entity would only make Tang Dang uncomfortable, prompting him to engage in work. Yet she understood that he worked tirelessly like a machine, merely to numb himself, for once he paused, his spirit would be consumed by thoughts of Tang Dang. And then there was Ronger. The mere thought of him brought her to tears. She lamented her previous favoritism, believing Ronger too lowly to inherit the throne. Offering him little care, unexpectedly, he had blossomed into an awe-inspiring SSS-class battle male, the pride of the empire, yet he too had unwittingly fallen deeply for Tang Dang. In the Eastern Palace, Jun Qingyin cradled the peony as he navigated through multiple barriers, entering the vast iron cage, sealing the entrance with restrictions to prevent any disturbances. Above the cage, a hole had been carved, allowing warm sunlight to filter through the leaves of the parasol tree, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. He gently placed the flower down, transforming into his beast form to guard it. His azure eyes, as clear and deep as the ocean, remained fixed upon the peony, fervently and reverently. Only upon acquiring this data entity did he realize that the exquisite peony he had cherished in the palace garden during his childhood was, in fact, her essence. Even as a child, he had been enamored with her, for she had accompanied him through the most beautiful moments of his youth, supporting him through the bloody, dark experiments, and ultimately transforming back into human form to rescue him from the cage. In his heart, she had long transcended any comparison to deities. He loved her, truly loved her, but when would she take form? He missed her dearly, more than words could express.
Tang Tang.
From dawn until the deep of night, he closed his eyes and began to meet her in his dreams. In the stillness of the night, the pale pink peony petals emitted a faint luminescence, which then transformed into a young maiden.
Ah.
As Su Mian Tang awoke, she stretched her arms in bliss. This sleep had been profoundly deep and utterly comfortable. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, a cage forged from dark iron, unyielding and formidable, she felt a twinge of confusion. Where could this be? Could it be a prison? Had the mischievous tiger imprisoned her? After all, he had viciously declared his intention to confine her during that incident, always threatening her. Just as panic began to rise within her, she turned and beheld a majestic lion with a magnificent golden mane. Her heart fluttered, and just as she was about to scream, she was captivated by its aura. It felt so familiar, so rich, a sensation of safety and warmth enveloped her. Its beastly form was grand and imposing, with a mane that resembled flames, wild and fluffy. At this moment, it rested with its eyes closed, reminiscent of a great golden retriever. Could it also be a beast man? Curiously, she leaned down slowly, extending her hand to touch its mane. In the next instant, the lion opened its eyes and transformed into a human form. Truly a beast man. A handsome fellow with golden hair and azure eyes. Moreover, his eyes possessed two pupils, elongated and profound, harboring a deep affection that drew her in irresistibly. Su Mian Tang smiled, just about to greet him, when unexpectedly, he extended his arms and enveloped her tightly in his embrace, warm and sturdy, as if inviting her to slumber together. Tang Tang, I have seen you again. You left so hastily last night. There was so much I wished to share with you.
Huh.
Su Mian Tang felt a flicker of confusion. Had they met the previous night? And to embrace so intimately upon their first meeting, did this imply a close relationship? Fred and Enzo were her guardians, Lon Lon was her sovereign. So what was he? Jun Qingyin remained lost in his dreams, yet his mind was remarkably clear. He understood that only in dreams could he encounter Tang Dang. But at this moment, he suddenly heard her voice, sweet and melodious, resonating as if it were right beside him, the fragrant scent of peonies wafting through the air, and the delicate, soft sensation in his arms felt all too real. A shiver ran down his spine. His dual pupils trembled incessantly, and he felt as if struck by lightning, pinning her down against the ground, his large hand frantically exploring her from head to toe. Tang, you've returned? You've truly come back.
Su Mian Tang,
Firmly pressed beneath him, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What a rogue. Chapter 209. The King's Drastic Change in Temperament. Su Mian Tang was about to scold him when she suddenly noticed that he had ceased all movement, his azure eyes shimmering with clear, hot tears, cascading down like pearls, landing upon her. Why was he crying? A grown man, weeping so pitifully. For reasons unknown. A pang of sorrow welled up inside her as she longed to reach out and comfort him. Yet just as she extended her hand, he pulled her into his embrace again, this time with an astonishing force that elicited a soft whimper from her. Hearing her sound, he slightly eased his grip. as if holding onto a precious treasure he feared to break, exuding a tenderness that was palpable.
Tang dang, Tang dang.
Jun Cheng'in's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice hoarse and raspy. It is not an illusion, not a mirage. It is real. You have returned. You truly have returned. I am sorry. I am sorry for my incompetence in not being able to protect you properly. He knows her name? It seems they truly are acquainted. Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow, asking, "Who are you?" The simplicity of her 3 words struck the shattered heart of the crown prince once more. Had she lost her memory? Was it because she had expended too much power to save them that she had forgotten? He held her tightly, his broad and warm embrace soaking her garments with his uncontrollable tears.
Tang Tang.
He recounted everything they had experienced together, from their first meeting in the garden during childhood to their reunion in the East Palace prison, where she had led him out of darkness and helped him regain his human form. She was his everything, the very essence of his existence. Su Mian Tang pondered, her eyes darting. Had she assisted him that much? Then are we good friends? Jun Cheng'in froze, slowly lifting his head to rest his forehead against hers. His dual pupils filled with an unbreakable affection. No, you are my esteemed queen. Could it be that he is indeed her sovereign? Su Mian Tang was instantly filled with questions. However, hadn't Lanlan said that he was her one and only sovereign? Lanlan? Upon hearing the name Yasalandi, a flicker of jealousy flashed through Jun Cheng'in's tear-filled eyes. That man, had he seen Tang Dang before him? He deceived you. There is, but when it came to him, he found himself unable to voice it, wishing to claim her solely for himself. I have already been marked by you.
Marked? Su Mian Tang exclaimed in surprise.
She had once heard from Zhu Yang that if a female marked a male with her pheromones, it signified that she liked him, choosing him as her sovereign. Fearing she would not believe him, Jun Cheng'in lowered his head, exposing the nape of his neck. Su Mian Tang clearly saw the 2 bite marks belonging to her. It is real. He is indeed her sovereign. No wonder she felt such sorrow when he cried. It turned out he carried her pheromones within him. That mischievous tiger actually dared to deceive her. She would show him what was in store for him the next time they met.
Well.
Yasalandi, did not, Jun Cheng'in replied firmly.
Su Mian Tang blinked.
In truth, he had also been marked. If he did not completely mark her and release pheromones to prevent her from escaping his grasp, she would never be able to escape from him. Feeling somewhat guilty, she cupped his face in her hands and lightly placed a kiss on his forehead, saying, "Hello, my sovereign." She had no idea how enticing her proactive kiss and the sweet term sovereign were to Jun Cheng'in. The little lion was immediately thrown off balance. This was what he had longed for, but never dared to hope for.
Tang, Tang Tang.
Jun Cheng'in's voice suddenly shifted, becoming hoarse and trembling,
as if he were pleading for something.
In truth, for a sovereign, mere marking was not sufficient. Then what must be done to achieve completeness? It requires. Jun Cheng'in suddenly pushed her down. Outside the East Palace, a breeze stirred, causing a sycamore leaf to fall, obscuring the maiden's eyes. Vision disappeared. Her other senses were amplified to an unbearable degree, and she could not help but cry out. Yet, Jun Cheng'in was gentle. This was not an illusion. Upon hearing her cries, he would pause to soothe her, unlike that mischievous tiger, who would only become more excited and take advantage. But no matter how gentle he was, his essence remained that of a beast. In the heavens and the earth, amidst the stars and the seas, he had never tasted such exquisite pleasure. His eyes gradually reddened, sweat pooling on his handsome face. The prince, usually elegant and composed, lost all royal decorum and personal grace in the face of such lethal temptation and ecstasy, becoming wild and frenzied, as if he no longer recognized her, devoid of patience and tenderness. He longed to open his mouth and devour her whole. As dawn broke, illuminating the eastern horizon with a pearly hue, Su Mian Tang once again transformed into a magnificent peony blossom, a manifestation of information. Though she could not provoke, she could indeed evade. Alas, this time, a prolonged slumber awaited her. In the Guide to Bamboo Cultivation, it is emphasized that water is of paramount importance. One must irrigate daily to ensure ample sunlight, as it thrives under the sun's embrace. Furthermore, the environment must be well ventilated throughout the year, with the exception of tempestuous rain, necessitating the opening of doors and windows. Within the Taihe Palace, a voice, icy and filled with malice, reverberated, causing countless attendants to hastily kneel and scuttle out of the palace like frightened mice. Your Majesty, why have you emerged so swiftly? Is this soup truly crafted by the queen herself? After a report was made, the royal guard could only shake his head in despair. indicating that it was of no avail. What to do? The Emperor had not dined for several consecutive days. Even a being of SSS-level combat prowess was nearing his limit. Was he truly in such a dark place? What could possibly be the cause? He had awakened to SSS-level combat power, a singular and unparalleled existence in the current interstellar realm, the pride of the entire central star system. Surely, he should be elated. If it were due to the demise of the SSSS-level female, news had surfaced of her impending return, he should be even more jubilant, ready to rejuvenate himself for her arrival. Yet, since the day he rescued the SSSS-level female from the dragon domain, his disposition had drastically altered. Once a gentle and kind young sovereign, he had morphed into a frigid and unfeeling recluse, isolating himself within the Taihe Palace, shunning all, even his once hopeful mother. No one knew what turmoil brewed within him. Perhaps it was best to tend to the few bamboo plants inside, for a sense lingered that without them, he might have. Su Mian Tang was roused from her reverie by a chorus of murmurs. From a pot of white bamboo, she gracefully assumed human form and beheld within the grand hall a figure of elegance and charm seated upon a gilded lion throne. Unlike the confusion and curiosity she felt upon seeing others, a profound joy surged within her upon the first glimpse of him, even if it was merely his silhouette. It felt as though they had met before. Yet this silhouette should have been plush and round, akin to a soft triangular rice dumpling or a black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, a flood of memories inundated her consciousness. In Chapter 210, two little crybabies, a fluffy, rotund panda sat in a bamboo grove, which she pounced upon, cradling him in her arms, ruffling his fur with wild abandon. He transformed into human form but could not speak, instead writing his name on the ground to forge a friendship with her. He awaited her daily in the back mountains, adopting a beastly form for her amusement, feasting on the bamboo shoots she offered, and training alongside her with a golden retriever. He had been bullied by his sister. Yet a single cotton candy was enough to soothe him. Small and shy, he was utterly adorable. Could it be him? She stealthily approached, noticing he held a wool-felt girl doll, strikingly resembling her, with lustrous black hair and amber eyes, their proportions identical. Surely it was meant to be her? Vaguely, she recalled receiving a similar panda plush, likely a gift from him. Thus, they were indeed a pair. With this realization, she tentatively called out, "Rong Rong?" Her melodious voice reverberated through the vast hall like a thunderclap on a clear day, startling Huarong, causing his ears to ring and his body to tremble, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yes, it was Tong Tong's voice. Was it an auditory hallucination? He, deeply engrossed in the doll, slowly regained his composure. Turning to see the girl standing at the center of the hall, her eyes crescent-shaped and lips curving into a smile that outshone the sun itself, while the white bamboo had vanished without a trace. Indeed, it was real. Tang Tang had truly returned. His excitement caused the doll to crash to the ground, his eyes unwilling to blink, terrified that if he did, she might vanish once more. Upon witnessing his reaction, Su Mian Tang was assured he was the one from her memories. Just as she stepped forward to play, she noticed his eyes suddenly redden, crystalline tears welling up, then cascading down his cheeks. Why was he crying? In this palace, two little crybabies existed. Huarong turned his face away, struggling to suppress the urge to gaze upon her. As long as she returned safely, that was enough. But he no longer had a place in her life. She had never truly cared for him. The initial marking had been an accident, unlike any other male. He believed that by becoming strong, he could deserve her. Yet even after evolving into an SSS-level male, she had not spared him a glance, effortlessly transforming into information within his embrace, leaving him helplessly grasping at air. She had simply disappeared before his eyes. And he could not bear to face that agony again nor accept that, to her, he was forever inconsequential. Su Mian Tang sensed his frosty demeanor and found it perplexing. In her memories, he had cherished her dearly. These past days, she had felt his attentive care towards her information form, a feat unachievable without affection. Why then did he now ignore her? Was it because she had appeared too late? Had he grown resentful? She recalled that in the past, a mere bamboo shoot or a piece of cotton candy could mend his spirits, but now, the situation seemed grave. What could be done? After some contemplation, an idea struck her. She had marked him, thus he was her male consort. Rong Rong, she boldly declared, disregarding his cold demeanor, striding toward the throne. Each step felt as though she were treading upon the heart of the young emperor, stirring chaos within him, even before uttering a word of comfort. He was already flustered and agitated. Tang Tang, don't come closer. If you dislike me, I do not wish to be an object of your pity, nor to be seen as a burden due to an accidental marking. I am quite greedy. Amidst his inner turmoil, he felt her gentle breath as she leaned in, warm and fragrant. Rong Rong, are you upset? Shall we engage in something joyful together? As her words lingered in the air, the emperor's ears flushed a deep crimson, radiating all the way to the crown of his head, as if he could scarcely believe what he had heard, on the verge of explosion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Just as Su Mian Tang anticipated his rejection, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Tang Tang, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I cannot control myself. She found herself ensconced within the enormous throne, gazing up at the young male, his face flushed with crimson, experiencing such an unprecedented moment. As she apologized, her fervor only intensified, and he had shed tears before her.
Tang Tang.
Huarong's tear-filled eyes reflected her image entirely. Despite his heart urging him 1,000 times to keep his distance, her light words shattered all his defenses. He had to concede. He loved her. With a fervor bordering on madness, an insatiable yearning. The exquisite pleasure surging from his tailbone felt as if it could burst through the heavens, dissolving all the grievances he had endured, yet it did not restore his innocent nature. Instead, it birthed a darker, more brutal desire. He resolved to utilize his SSSS-level combat prowess to claim her solely for himself, annihilating any who dared covet her. She belonged to him alone. Tang Tang, do you like me?
Su Mian Tang esta mered, rielau sin her misjudgment.
Rong Rong is no longer the petite and bashful creature of my memories. Her formidable combat prowess and capabilities in various aspects are utterly terrifying. Perhaps she has misunderstood from the very beginning. The Rong in Huarong has always signified military power, not a soft and fluffy existence. Yet, she remains unaware that her simple declaration has sent this king, who nearly veered off course, into a state of ecstatic frenzy, obliterating all his dark thoughts in an instant. I like you too. In this vast world, I only cherish you. You are my utmost favorite, forever and ever. Each statement escalates in fervor, each word heavier than the last. Su Mian Tang's pupils nearly faded, as she encouraged the flow of words without needing to manifest her emotions through gestures. In the grand expanse of the Rockefeller Castle, within the vast living room, Yu Ling sat alone before an enormous rabbit cake, resting her chin on her hand, listlessly observing the bustling crowd. Today marks her brother's birthday celebration, filled to the brim with esteemed guests adorned in splendid attire. Yet, conspicuously absent is the protagonist himself. She dares not imagine how lively the atmosphere would be if both her brother and Mian Tang were present, how blissfully happy their family would be. Mother, should we call brother once more? Cake cutting is about to commence. Is he truly not coming? No need to exert further effort. His mind is solely occupied with Mian Tang's message. He has no inclination for a birthday celebration. You should come and prepare to watch the drone performance with me instead.
All right.
Chapter 211. The Birthday Gift for the Little Bunny. Above the majestic castle, drones glimmering with radiant light soared through the air, forming an array of exquisite words and patterns, captivating the party guests who emerged to witness the spectacle under the serene night sky, awestruck.
Wow.
How beautiful. Upon awakening, Su Mian Tang found herself enveloped in a dazzling expanse of stars, overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight, her heart soaring with joy. This scene was not only beautiful but felt remarkably familiar, as if she had witnessed it before, thousands of drones transforming into flowers, candles, and cakes, culminating in the image of her wish. Yet something was missing. What could it be? Is that a stunning female figure? It must be a holographic projection generated by AI, for how could it be so perfect? The modeling, the poise, the ethereal grace, it's as if a celestial being has descended. Can AI truly create such a marvel? Where did the material come from? Lost in admiration for the performance, the young girl remained oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of the spectacle. In the crowd, Yuling suddenly caught sight of her, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment, repeatedly rubbing her eyes. Mian Tang, is that truly Mian Tang? Mother, is this the surprise you prepared for brother? A holographic image of Mian Tang created by AI? No, it cannot be. The Duchess Hilary was equally flabbergasted. Your brother is far too clever. How could I possibly deceive him? So this is the real Mian Tang? As Yu Ling comprehended, exhilaration surged within her, and she turned to notify her brother, only to be interrupted. Within the castle, a figure as swift as lightning appeared before her. Yu Zhongxian, who had been watering the tulips, suddenly noticed their disappearance. Frantically following the smart brain's tracking, he arrived at the terrace, where he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful girl standing beneath the myriad of shimmering stars. She was the one he had yearned for endlessly, the one he missed the most and adored. She had returned. In that moment, overwhelming excitement and joy rendered him speechless, freezing his expression and stance as though caught in a dream, fearful that any movement would shatter the illusion. Su Mian Tang, following the direction of the drones, slowly turned, inadvertently spotting an exceptionally striking young figure amidst the throng. His honey-brown hair cascaded gracefully, casting delicate shadows across his pale, cold-like jade complexion. His facial contours were impeccably defined, with a slight droop at the corner of his left eye, adorned by a tiny tear mole, his features exquisitely delicate. As he gazed at her, he seemed momentarily frozen, devoid of any expression. Yet the two large, fluffy ears that sprouted from his head betrayed his emotions.
Wow.
Is that a floppy-eared bunny? How adorable and charming. I wish to pet him. Su Mian Tang was instantly captivated, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps the missing piece in her heart was embodied in him? Was it truly him? Just as she pondered this, she was suddenly tackled to the ground. Sister, I missed you so much. The boy's clear, melodious voice trembled with emotion. Su Mian Tang, however, was left utterly bewildered. How could a mere rabbit, even a small one, so effortlessly bring her down? As she attempted to rise, Yuling leaped towards her as well. Sister-in-law, you've finally returned. And soon after, Duchess Hilary rushed over with tears in her eyes. My children. This time, she found it impossible to rise again, enveloped in her family's warm embrace, as if fearing they would lose her if they let go. Their affectionate titles bewildered her. Are you all my family? Curiously, she lifted her gaze to Yu Zhongxian, who had called her sister. Thus, he must be her brother? A beautiful, adorable little brother whom she cherished. Yu Zhongxian's overwhelming excitement abruptly halted, his honey-brown eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at her innocent, yet unfamiliar expression. Sister? Have you lost your memory?
Yes, Su Mian Tang nodded.
How could this happen? Mian Tang, you've suffered. Yu Ling and Duchess Hilary felt a pang of sorrow, while Yu Zhongxian's heart felt as though it had been brutally pierced, suffocating him. Yet, if he were to seize this moment to tell her that they were each other's destined partners, already bonded in love, perhaps he could keep her by his side forever? But that thought flickered away almost immediately. After all, he had tasted the bitterness of deceiving her and could not bear the thought of being cast aside a second time. No, I am your male lord. Then why do you call me sister? Because. Yu Zhongxian replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, causing Su Mian Tang's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Is that true? Do I have such a peculiar taste? Heavens, is that truly a real person? To think the usually composed and unflappable commander would be so moved. She must be the legendary SSSS class supreme female from the Central Star, right? So beautiful, so charming. It has to be. Throughout the entire celebration, Yu Zhongxian remained glued to Su Mian Tang, his eyes fixated on her, his hand tightly grasping hers, pouring out his longing and affection over this period. Nearly transforming into a little rabbit nestled in her embrace, while Su Mian Tang reciprocated by occasionally reaching out to stroke his fluffy ears, her eyes sparkling with joy. This intimate display of affection astonished all the guests present. Is this still the calm, rational, and rebellious first commander of the galaxy we once knew? Has his intellect turned into romance? Yet, faced with an SSSS-class female, they could understand any male's transformation in her presence. Little ears, today is your birthday. But I was unable to prepare any gifts. What should I do? Su Mian Tang furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating how to remedy the situation. The Moonlight Immortal's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. He was prepared. He stared at her dumbfounded. What? You? The little rabbit's eyes suddenly welled with tears, and in an instant, their figures vanished amidst the banquet, retreating to the innermost depths of the castle. The desires that had begun to form from the very first day he laid eyes on her were finally within reach. Su Mian Tang had initially imagined his beast form to be a gentle, adorable floppy-eared rabbit, considerably smaller and more tender than ferocious creatures like tigers, lions, or pandas. However, she never anticipated that he possessed another form, a diamond mecha warrior. Class A alert! Class A alert! Class A alert! The intelligence system is monitoring the host's physiological pleasure levels in real time. 15, above average. 30, danger. 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 50, gradually losing control. 80, out of control. Command center unable to issue directives. 100, completely succumbed. A paradise on Earth. The intelligence system has detected that the host is experiencing a frenzied secretion of dopamine and endorphins, leading to a collapse of free will and rationality. Akin to addiction to a certain substance, unable to extricate oneself, thus entering perpetual motion mode. With her eyes glazed over and her mind adrift, Su Mian Tang heard the term perpetual motion reverberate through her. What is perpetual motion? It was the moonlight immortal tightly embracing her, his metallic body radiating heat. His crimson pupils seemingly oblivious to her presence, eternally ensconced within the embrace of his sister. His mouth was sealed shut. Magnolia cultivation guide preferring acidic soil. It is susceptible to waterlogging and cold, with summer being its peak growing season. One must diligently check the moisture of the potting soil daily, ensuring proper drainage and ventilation, while regulating light exposure and warmth. On the island of Ginsalis, within the Grand Hall, the Qin couple observed their son's condition through a holographic screen, unable to suppress their tears, feeling an unbearable ache. When will Yanzhou recover? Perhaps they would have to wait until Tang Tang reappeared. Chapter 212. Separation Anxiety. Where is this? An ocean, a beach, a tropical rainforest. Wildlife on an island? Su Mian Tang bent down, picking up a starfish from the golden sands. As she raised her head, she saw a couple emerging from the resplendent palace, staring at her as if struck by lightning, frozen in place before rushing towards her. Tears streaming down their faces.
Tang Tang, yêu về rồi túm.
Tang Tang, are you alright? This is wonderful, truly wonderful.
Who are you? Su Mian Tang inquired.
Her voice still slightly hoarse. As an SSSS-level female, her recovery abilities were terrifyingly formidable. Thus, even after encountering ferocious beasts, she merely needed to rest. However, after a certain little rabbit lost control of his mechanical form, he not only exhibited tirelessness, but also fervently begged her for mercy, to the point of losing his voice without respite. From now on, she would never again be deceived by a charming facade or sweet coaxing. Tang Tang, you don't remember us? The Qin couple exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with panic. Has she lost her memory? Does she not recall them, or Yanzhou? Su Mian Tang shook her head. After arriving here, she had some inkling of others, yet they felt so unfamiliar. Did she truly know them? What about Yanzhou? Yanzhou? Yanzhou. Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring the name, which seemed somewhat familiar. That's good. Mrs. Qin wiped her tears with relief. She knew Tang Tang must have feelings for Yanzhou. Excitedly, she grasped Tang Tang's hand. It's all right, Tang Tang, even if you don't remember. I have everything documented regarding you and Yanzhou. Initially, she had implored Tang Tang to help treat Yanzhou, fearing unforeseen incidents during the process, and thus had discreetly recorded everything with instruments. Would you like to come with me to take a look?
All right.
Su Mian Tang followed her into the palace. Mrs. Qin had prepared many beautiful dresses, delectable feasts, and gifts for her, and finally, she cautiously activated the holographic screen. On it were all the memories belonging to her and Qin Yanzhou. He-s, a snow leopard? Su Mian Tang was taken aback by his beast form. His fluffy body, ash-gray spots, and a tail that resembled the seeds of a dandelion, almost exceeding his body length, looked irresistibly adorable, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace him and revel in the satisfaction it would bring. In the video, it depicted how she treated Qin Yanzhou's ailments, their blossoming friendship, their shared adventures on the island, stargazing atop a mountain, facing adversaries, being captured aboard a warship, culminating in their embrace on a ship. Su Mian Tang understood. He must also be her male counterpart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allergic to everyone else yet immune to her, lavishly spending on her, desiring to be with her for eternity. She wouldn't have been able to emit pheromones to heal his damaged gland membranes, either. What about others? She pondered, somewhat confused. The others she had seen upon awakening, yet he had yet to appear. The thought of her son caused Mrs. Qin to feel tears welling up again. Hesitantly, she clicked on the next segment of the video. Inside, Qin Yanzhou isolated himself, neglecting food and drink, dedicating his days solely to caring for the Magnolia Information Entity, watering, fertilizing, shielding it from light, which was merely routine. He even cradled the flower pot while sleeping, speaking to the flower as if it could understand. Aside from that, he communicated with no one. After your incident, Yanzhou went mad, nearly succumbing to despair, until the emergence of a Magnolia Information Entity slightly improved his state. However, the doctors claimed he was suffering from severe separation anxiety and delusional disorder.
How could this be?
Was it because of her?
Su Mian Tang lohuret hergaze.
Feeling a pang of sympathy. Where is he now? He had maintained the state for several days, and last night, due to exhaustion, he fainted. The doctors took the opportunity to administer nutrients and sedatives. He is currently resting. I will take you to him.
All right.
Su Mian Tang followed her into the bedroom, where she beheld a remarkably handsome male in slumber, clutching a silk handkerchief embroidered with camellia flowers, its scent seemingly akin to her own.
Tang Tang, Tang Tang.
Even in a deep sleep, he continued to call her name, feeling reassured only when he caught a whiff of her nearby presence. During this time, Yan Zhou had been like this. Only by holding her handkerchief could he attain a fleeting rest, yet after mere moments, he would awaken, calling out her name. We, as a couple, have tried various methods to persuade him, but now that he has evolved into an S-level male, we cannot even approach him. Fortunately, you have returned. Mrs. Qin wept as she recounted this. Madam, please do not worry. I will assist him. Yes, I believe that when he awakens and sees you, he will surely recover. When he awakens.
Su Mian Tang contemplated briefly.
Previously, it had taken her a considerable amount of time to gradually approach him and heal his peculiar affliction that prevented him from contacting females. Now, observing the symptoms, more severe, she was uncertain how long it would take. Perhaps it would be more effective to thoroughly mark him with pheromones. Once the Qin couple exited the room, she slightly bent down and bit into the man's neck. A rich, fragrant wave of magnolia pheromones surged through him, causing the man to suddenly open his eyes. His irises resembling obsidian, dark and profound, fixating on her as if he intended to devour her whole.
Tang Tang, Tang Tang.
Is it really you, Tang Tang? You're awake? Su Mian Tang, seeing him conscious, slowly withdrew her teeth, but before she could fully react, she was forcefully pulled over, firmly pinned beneath him. The exquisite flavors and unparalleled crispness not only soothed his nearly shattered spirit, but also awakened his long-dormant body. Su Mian Tang believed that the snow leopard, a creature of the wild, would be recklessly exuberant. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Yanzhou, who appeared to be a quintessential thug, possessed a surprisingly innocent and bashful demeanor. His ears perpetually flushed. Even in moments of chaos, he gently inquired about her feelings. Indeed, the snow leopard, merely by its delightful presence, was enchanting. This time, she hoped she wouldn't faint and transform into a mere information entity. As she pondered this, when night fell and tranquility enveloped everything, she prepared for sleep, only to realize with a start that no one had informed her of Qin Yanzhou's ability to manifest clones upon his second awakening. In the vast, dimly lit room where visibility was nearly non-existent, she stumbled back in panic at the sight of him by the floor-to-ceiling window, on the carpet, at the piano, and reflected in the bathroom mirror. Tears brimmed to her eyes as she thought, how could she find an SS-level combat male so endearing? Truly, one learns by experience. Again and again. Don't come any closer, please. Tang Tang, the moment I kissed you aboard the battleship and you fainted was merely an accident. I understand, I believe you. But if you approach me again, my fainting won't be an accident. The Guide to Cultivating Gardenias describes them as delicate flowers, utterly dependent on water and sunlight. Without hydration and light, they wither, and they also require good ventilation, acidic soil, and a designated growing area. On the planet Serpha, within the Hermes Temple, the highest command center of the Federation, a man with pronounced brow bones slightly bent his tall, striking figure, tenderly kissing a pure white information entity in the water. His little cotton candy had truly transformed into a gardenia, strikingly beautiful and alluring, just as she appeared in his dreams. Outside the hall, a rustling sound approached. A group of enchanting serpent women entered, each holding an array of floral delicacies. Since Tangleson-'s emergence as an SS-level combat male and the announcement of his vengeance for the Kosamadoro family on Serpha, countless former refugees and remnants of the Serpent clan, along with some of their kind, had flocked to the new regime seeking protection. Among them were a few females drawn by his reputation, the Star Lord's esteemed status, formidable combat prowess, and captivating appearance rendered any female who beheld him weak at the knees, yet he devoted his days to a single flower, which seemed a dreadful waste. They admired their own refreshing attire and flawless makeup, confidently swaying like serpentine figures as they approached the hall, certain they could entice any male. Chapter 213, You Are Truly a Treasure. Jessica, greetings to the Star Lord. Xiaozhen, Greetings to the Star Lord. Rachel, greetings to the Star Lord. As they entered the grand hall, the group of serpent women gracefully bowed to the man resplendent by the sun and moon spring, repeating their salutations thrice, yet receiving no acknowledgement. Raising his gaze, they noticed that the Star Lord was still engrossed in caressing the gardenia in his arms, completely oblivious to their presence. Perhaps it was the unusual tenderness in his expression that emboldened them to shed their lightweight veils, leaving only form-fitting garments as they slowly approached him.
Indeed.
After just 2 steps, the man reacted. Shadows suddenly loomed overhead, obscuring the gardenia sunlight, causing Tangleson-'s tender gaze to shift dramatically. His sharp brows furrowed, and his emerald snake-like eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, terrifying the women, who recoiled in fear. "Star Lord, please. All right, we shall leave." The trembling females quickly lowered their heads, awkwardly gathering their scattered clothing, their beastly forms momentarily revealing themselves. Just moments ago, the Star Lord's gaze had been as if he were looking upon lifeless objects. Why was it that he showed no interest in a group of alluring serpent women, instead being so captivated by a mere flower? As they turned to leave, a piercing scream erupted from the spring.
Ah!
The sound was sharp, jarring, and panic-stricken, startling everyone and causing the stormy shadows surrounding Tangleson to dissipate in an instant, his imposing figure freezing in place. It was his little cotton candy. Su Mian Tang awoke to a sight of serpents, the cold-blooded creatures she feared most, slithering on the ground with human heads and serpent tails, nearly causing her to faint again. Several of the females, revealing their beast forms, curiously lifted their heads to the source of the commotion, only to discover that the gardenia in the Star Lord's hand had transformed into a young girl. In a single glance, they comprehended why he was so enraptured by her, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. She was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond words, evoking a jealousy that felt insignificant. Their astonished gazes converged on Su Mian Tang, who instinctively clutched the man beside her in desperation, as if grasping a lifeline. "Help! Help! There are snakes, so many snakes." As Tangleson turned, the girl collided into his embrace. The overwhelming fragrance of gardenias, mingled with her soft and delicate form, nearly sent his heart racing out of control. His serpent-like gaze widened in astonishment and joy, momentarily rendering him speechless. My little cotton candy. His longed-for cotton candy, the one he had missed to the core, had returned. And upon her return, she had rushed into his arms. Nothing in the world could be more delightful or heart-stirring than this moment. Realizing the situation, he wrapped his muscular arms around her as if they were unbreakable chains, holding her tightly, almost as if he wished to bind her to him forever. "My little cotton candy, you've returned. Do you have any idea how long and arduous I waited for this day? It felt longer than the 20-plus years I waited for vengeance. How will you make it up to me?" His typically deep and resonant voice trembled slightly, yet the girl, still in shock, failed to grasp his words and instead protested against his tight embrace. "Let me go. Let me go. I need to escape. There are snakes." Tangleson suddenly remembered her profound fear of snakes. He activated his combat powers, effortlessly dispatching the serpent women from the grand hall. In an instant, several snakes vanished from sight, and Su Mian Tang's racing heart began to return to a steady rhythm. She cautiously lifted her gaze, her amber eyes warily scrutinizing the man above her. Their beast forms were snakes. What was his? He was handsome, with a roguish charm. His short, coarse hair was thick, black, and shiny, his brows and eyes strikingly defined, and his eyelids sharp as blades, exuding an air of danger, as if a single glance could obliterate. Didn't he seem like a good person? Tangleson was taken aback by the unfamiliarity reflected in her gaze. "You've lost your memory? Lost your memory?
Quite well.
This way. My little cotton candy will be mine alone." Initially, he had contemplated how to stand out among the males and win her affection, but now, he could do as he pleased. Once marked, she would be forever bound to him. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips as he stealthily concealed the tattoo on his arm. "My beast form is that of a little kitten." "A kitten?" The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, but she reached out to touch his short, coarse hair, finding it a bit prickly. "Why is your hair so short?" "Golden shaded. Short-haired cat. All right, but why are your eyes green and slit-like? You look more like a snake than a cat." "Seeing you excites me. I'm overwhelmed."
"Why?"
The young maiden was completely immersed in the water, her 3,000 strands of lustrous, dark hair floating gracefully around her, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage and delicately proportioned collarbones. Her skin, as fair and smooth as milk, formed a perfectly curvaceous figure, every inch a portrait of beauty, every aspect captivating. At that moment, she nestled closely in the embrace of the man, her voice imbued with the purest curiosity as she posed questions that incessantly stirred his desires and nerves. The temptation reached a peak, utterly irresistible. "For I am your majestic lord," he declared, firmly grasping her waist with his large hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head, submerging himself in the water, his voice a harsh growl mingling with the sound of her garment being torn, causing Su Mian Tang's pupils to dilate in shock.
How could he?
The once tranquil waters of the sun and moon spring suddenly rippled, gradually swelling into tumultuous waves, as Su Mian Tang, whose rationality was shattered, felt an unsettling change within her. Her voice trembled, stammering, "But how could there be two?" Looking down, she was astonished to see shimmering scales and patterns faintly visible on the male arm, and even more terrifyingly, due to overwhelming excitement and loss of control, he revealed a serpentine tail, resembling the colossal king of serpents from the tropical rainforest. Its gigantic form was in stark contrast to the previous females, sending her into a state of panic, awakening her from her stupor as she screamed, "You liar! Tongue lesson! You deceitful scoundrel! You are no little kitten, but a terrifying snake. A super scary giant snake. Let go of me. Release me." She turned to scramble toward the shore. But the man swiftly leaned forward, his 10 fingers entwined with hers, forcibly dragging her back beneath the water. "Little marshmallow, you truly are a treasure." Tongue Lesson's voice was laced with delight, hoarse to the extreme, as he yearned to consume her wholly and utterly. At the central star, in the Count's mansion, since Su Mian Tang had transformed into human form, the Gemini had brought her information body home, caring for her meticulously, eagerly anticipating her reappearance. Yet days turned into weeks, and nearly a month passed without a sight of her. As Fred berated himself for not preventing her from drinking, fearing her prolonged intoxication might harm her health, she suddenly re-emerged.
Tang Tang.
The man exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace her. "You're awake? Are you still dizzy? Do you feel unwell? Is there any discomfort?" Without waiting for her response, he hastily began to examine her body, but upon lowering his gaze, he was met with a multitude of kiss marks nestled between her collarbones, freezing his expression in shock. "What is this?" Su Mian Tang, sensing his reaction, felt a tinge of shyness. "These are left by Tongue Lesson, that wicked snake." Having deceived her was one thing, he had also played with her in myriad ways, nearly breaking her spirit.
Tang Lesson.
That constrictor? The very small female he cherished and protected, whom he wished to nourish with his very flesh, had been treated so rudely by another. In an instant, anger, jealousy, and overwhelming possessiveness engulfed him. The typically composed, gentlemanly male lost control, embracing the maiden and forcefully pressing her onto the bed, kissing her with a fervor laden with intense desire. Su Mian Tang was taken aback by this sudden shift. "Fred, you are my guardian, aren't you?" "No, I am the one who loves you most in this world." The moment he touched her, all rationality was consumed, as if he were under a spell, unable to restrain his actions. Just as their kiss deepened, the door creaked open. They both turned to look. Enzo entered, and upon witnessing the scene, his Adam's apple bobbed as his cold, wolf-like eyes grew fierce, darkening with a hint of inscrutable turbulence. "Brother." Tang Tang. Chapter 214, The Dean Becomes Walter White. As November drew to a close, the weather turned increasingly frigid, with wild winds sweeping through, accompanied by torrential rain. The two-faced storm battered a delicate, dew-laden begonia at the wall-'s corner, causing its tender petals to fall, trampled by hurried passers-by, crushed into juice that released a fragrant aroma, adding a touch of heartwarming beauty to the harsh winter's chill. Upon opening her eyes, Su Mian Tang found herself in a vast laboratory filled with intricate instruments. Towering shelves stretched infinitely high, numbering from 0001 onward, containing tens of thousands of vials, each boasting various functions: stamina restoratives, mental purification fluids, void essences, starlight potions, alongside intelligent robots diligently conducting experiments. Intrigued, she approached, astonished to discover that she comprehended the ingredients, functions, apparatus names, and ongoing projects entirely. Not only did she understand, but she was also remarkably familiar with them. Flipping open the logbook on the work, she found the entries piquing her interest intensely. "Is this my handwriting? Was I once engaged in scientific research? How splendid!" She adored it. Without any need for review or introduction, She donned the laboratory protective gear and sterile gloves, seamlessly resuming her unfinished work, becoming increasingly engrossed. Are the effects of the 078 and X4, X5 potions identical? She picked up 3 vials, beginning to doubt her previous assessment. After interactions with Tunlesen, Fred, and Enzo, she realized there were indeed distinctions between the 2 pairs. Never mind, I'll label it as uncertain for now. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a pink badge adorning her chest, embossed with a beautiful phoenix tail flower. What is this? Curiously, she removed it, and a fleeting vision of a striking white figure accompanied by a refined voice flashed through her mind. This is the only female badge from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, pink in color, never before revealed. You are the first to wear it. It is beautiful and suits you perfectly. Mian Tang, in my heart, you are as unique as it. The researcher badge, bestowed personally by the dean, symbolized the utmost honor and status. The dean?
Su Mian Tang murmured softly.
Who was he? Why did he seem so familiar, so dear? As if he ought to be standing by her side? Unconsciously, she flipped through the work records in her hands, suddenly catching sight of a line. Phoenix Tail Flower Cultivation Guide. Spore reproduction. Thrives in calcareous soil. Dislikes direct sunlight. Can be admired indoors year-round. Prefers a humid environment. And should be misted on the leaves 23 times daily. The phoenix tail flower also constituted her information body. This document meticulously detailed everything from cultivation to care, without a single omission, yet the elegant, flowing script was not her own. Who could it be? Just as she pondered, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence. Curiously, she followed the source, slightly pushing open the door to the dark room, only to find a tall, strikingly handsome white figure standing amidst the myriad functioning instruments, holding a vial of phoenix tail flower nutrient solution and observing it intently. He matched the white figure that had briefly appeared in her mind.
Is it
the dean? She tentatively called out. The girl's melodious, ethereal voice broke through the air, causing the man, engrossed in his experiment, to freeze, his well-defined fingers trembling. A vial of nutrient solution slipping from his grasp and shattering with a crisp sound. Oh no! Why did he drop the nutrient solution? Loose Silly turned slowly, cautiously, as if afraid of disturbing something, and upon seeing her, his deep, starry violet eyes flared with a frenzied intensity, trembling as if they could ignite, wishing to burn a hole through her. Yet, just as quickly, that fire vanished. He raised his hand, repeatedly rubbing his eyes with urgency. It must be the exhaustion from working too long causing hallucinations. It must be. Su Mian Tang observed him, self-destructively rubbing his eyes, and felt a pang of sympathy. She hurriedly grasped his hand and asked, "What are you doing? Your eyes are red. Does it hurt?" She questioned, "Is she really?" The voice in her ears was genuine, the face before her was real, and the warmth of his palm was undeniably true. Mian Tang. Had her Mian Tang truly returned? Lu Silly's mouth slightly parted in disbelief as he enveloped her tightly in his embrace, as if he had regained a treasure lost to the world. Tears instantly welling in his eyes. Mian Tang. Mian Tang, Mian Tang, Mian Tang. Beyond repeatedly uttering her name, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the depth of his emotions. Upon hearing his voice, Su Mian Tang confirmed it. He was indeed the dean from her memories. "Dean, I have returned," she comforted, gently patting his trembling back. Yet, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the dark chamber filled with poisons, lethal toxins, cold weapons coated with venom, and potent gas bombs, alongside concentrated toxic mists that made her question his identity. Surely, the Dean of the Imperial Academy of Sciences should be concocting benevolent remedies rather than producing such harmful poisons? "Why do you create so many toxins?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. However, Lu Silly was lost in the overwhelming joy of having regained her and did not hear her words. Just as she was about to push him away, the man finally reacted. "Because my power was too feeble to breach the dragon domain, I sought to utilize these to slay the evil dragon. These toxins can annihilate all life forms in the world, yet they are uniquely harmless to the phoenix tail flower." Su Mian Tang shivered at his revelation. The once virtuous and benevolent dean had transformed into a dark and desperate toxicologist in his quest to save her. The sheer effort required to create such a vast array of poisons in such a short time left her astounded. He was truly risking his life for her.
Dean?
"Thank you, truly thank you." She embraced him back, touched, feeling his tears seep through his goggles, dampening her hair as if soothing a child. "But now that I have returned safely and unharmed, if you don't believe me, shall we check?" Lu Silly, still holding her, was about to take her for an examination. Seeing this, Su Mian Tang smiled and stopped him. Are you really going to? Wait, these poisons seem quite unique. Could you introduce them to me? She noticed that although he was the head of the academy and her direct superior, he exhibited no arrogance, obediently complying with her every request. However, Lu Silly soon realized the truth. She had lost her memory, forgetting many aspects of their past. More importantly, she still referred to him as Dean, treating him as merely a figure of authority. After waiting so long and investing so much thought, he was determined that their relationship would not revert to its former state. Dean, this gas bomb appears to be different. How was it made? Su Mian Tang curiously picked up a gas bomb and turned to him, only to find that he had removed his goggles, revealing deep, enchanting amethyst eyes and a feral wildness that had been sealed away, exuding an inexplicable aura of danger. It felt reminiscent of a previous encounter when he had removed his glasses, leading to some harrowing events. Dean, what is wrong? Su Mian Tang gulped, her voice faltering, as if she were startled by his sudden change in demeanor. Mian Tang, I am not merely your leader. Then what else are you? Your sovereign. His previously cool voice suddenly turned hoarse and impassioned as he seized her slender waist, forcing her onto the lab table, his fervent lips consuming her every exquisite breath and sound. Su Mian Tang was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Was she truly so beastly as to not spare even her superior? A tearing sound echoed as fabric was shredded, accompanied by the heavy, uncontrolled voice of desire. Mian Tang, I have awaited this day. I have longed to tear away your experimental protective suit. Su Mian Tang thought, not only is he beastly, but he also plays wildly. Wait, Dean. Perhaps we shouldn't do this in the lab? It could easily explode. She gently urged, but the once compliant boss was no longer listening. I can't wait any longer, Mian Tang. If I do, I will explode. Within the laboratory, the precision instruments on the table trembled violently as if struck by some unseen force. Su Mian Tang vaguely sensed a sense of déjà vu. However, this time, Lu Silly swiftly disabled the overhead cameras and audio devices, fortifying the dark chamber's door with his combat prowess, leaving her with the unsettling feeling that matters were far from simple. Chapter 215. Conclusion, Part 1. Su Mian Tang had a dream. She envisioned herself breaking through the earth under the illumination of the sun and stars, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, stretching her branches and leaves across the vast central star continent, flourishing in lush beauty. Yet, just as she was about to take human form, she sensed a horrific aura of disaster. War descended, weapons and high-level combat forces obliterating her home, slaughtering countless beings and beast men. Heartbroken, she resolved to use her pheromones to save the planet, but as her strength waned, she could no longer coalesce into human form. Her very essence drawn into an endless black hole, falling into a slumber that lasted for what felt like hundreds or thousands of years. Finally, she awoke, landing on a planet called Earth, taking human form as a mere infant in swaddling clothes, adopted by a venerable old scientist who nurtured her into an outstanding researcher, making remarkable contributions to society. Tragically, on her 18th birthday, the laboratory met with disaster in an explosion. Everything that followed unfolded like a slideshow, each frame and scene etched vividly in her mind until she opened her eyes. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, Mian Tang, Master,
Tang Tang,
Sister, Little Cotton Candy. As faint light entered her vision, she beheld a handsome face filled with excitement and concern, twin stars mirroring each other, the imposing golden retriever, the captivating Lon Lon, the pure and innocent Rong Rong, the refined and cultured Dean, the exquisitely charming little ears, the elegant and profound Qin Yanzhou, and the faintly mischievous Tung Lisan, along with the little bee, flapping its wings in excitement, exclaiming joyfully, Master, 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 you have finally returned. You are back. The little bee longed for her dearly and was overwhelmed with joy. How wonderful it is that everyone is safe, standing beside me. Moreover, she glanced down at the dragon ring around her neck, which faintly radiated warmth. From her dream and the candlelight, she learned that the dragon ring was the supreme artifact of the dragon clan, possessing the miraculous ability to forge souls and create flesh. As long as the dragon spine was preserved and high-level pheromones were infused, it could aid the divine dragon in rebirth. Upon rebirth, she would no longer be a 9-clawed golden dragon or a hellish demon dragon, but the one and only pure 9-gold divine dragon, her Caesar. She smiled slightly, about to extend her hand when the 9 males surrounding her rushed to grasp it, nearly overwhelming her once more onto the bed. A wave of wildly passionate, yet embarrassingly shameful images flooded her mind. This pack of beasts had taken advantage of her amnesia. Though they usually appeared as elegant gentlemen, seemingly indulging in pure love, it turned out that in her brief absence, they had become so cunning and audacious, daring to deceive her. Of course, a few among them were habitual offenders.
Tang Tang, yo their way.
Are you all right? Adhering to the principle that the law does not punish the many. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her gaze flickered as she withdrew her hand, murmuring, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." The moment the word tired escaped her lips, the 9 males were momentarily stunned, their expressions diverse, yet their hearts stirred by a shared tumult, tinged with an undercurrent of pride. They all believed that Tang Tang had only awakened in their presence, convinced that their excessive behavior had caused her prolonged fainting. A blush crept unexpectedly across their ears. Did she like it? Or would she be angry, resentful? Strangely, the atmosphere became thick with tension as 9 pairs of fervent, expectant eyes seemed to await her response, making Su Mian Tang wish she could vanish into the ground in embarrassment. Then, she turned her face and saw it. Snow was falling outside. Delicate, crystalline 6-petaled snowflakes drifted down like feathers, blanketing Central City in a stunning white, adorning the earth in resplendent splendor. Snow? A gentle smile curved her lips as delight sparkled in her eyes. It was her first encounter with snowfall since returning to Central Star. Thus, as if fleeing from an awkward situation, she flung off the covers and dashed outside.
Tang Tang.
Behind her, the 9 males, sensing the moment, hurriedly pursued her, fearing she might feel cold, activating their combat power to envelop her in a warm protective shield. How beautiful! Su Mian Tang reveled in the vast expanse of snow, running, spinning, and extending her hands to catch the flakes, her enchanting laughter ringing melodiously throughout every corner of the Jiqing Villa area. Indeed, the footsteps of the 9 males halted, their expressions frozen in awe. She was breathtaking, pure, radiant, bright, and lively, like a fairy amidst the snow. Though she was right before their eyes, they could not suppress the intense longing and admiration, terrified she might melt away like snow, silently dissipating into the air. A crisp sound resonated. Soft, fluffy snowflakes erupted upon her, splattering against her skin, chilling yet invigorating. It was as if they had been awakened. Witnessing the girl crouch to form a snowball and hurl it at them, their eyes and brows lighting up with unparalleled enthusiasm. It was real. She was truly back, completely returned, never to vanish or abandon them again. The small snowball mostly struck Aslanti, who looked at the mischievous girl with amber eyes, as if proudly declaring, "I did it on purpose. Who told you to bully me first?" The corners of his lips curled into a delightful yet wicked arc. His master had thrown a snowball at him, just targeting him, and no one else meant she loved him and not others. Grasping the snow on the nearby branch, he exclaimed, "Master, I'm coming." Jun Qingyin thought Aslanti was going to retaliate and quickly jumped in front of the girl, only to be met with a splat as he too was hit. Turning, he saw the moon fairy beside the girl, having combined 2 snowballs into one. He was certain it was her doing, still holding a grudge for the earlier revelation of identity. Thus, he too formed a snowball and hurled it back. "Sister, here." The boy who was handing snowballs to the girl was suddenly struck, looking up to see Jun Qingyin, his finely arched brow furrowed, retaliating instinctively, only to miss and send the snowball flying straight at Qin Yanzhou. Reacting swiftly, Qin Yanzhou sidestepped, the snowball hitting Fred instead, who retaliated, and once again, he sidestepped, this time hitting Tengleson. Tengleson, who was busy gathering snowballs, unaware of who had thrown it, became enraged and began indiscriminate attacks. Chapter 216. The Grand Finale, Part 2. In an instant, chaos erupted. Aslanti hurled a snowball at Jun Qingyin, who retaliated at the Moon Fairy, who targeted Qin Yanzhou, and so on, culminating in a full-blown snowball fight. Snowballs flew through the air, splattering, as the falling snowflakes became denser than bullets on a battlefield. "Enzo, brother, why did you hit me?" "Fred, it's too chaotic, I can't see, just a reflex." "Aslanti, you're quite the cheat, managing to conjure 5 clones." "Qin Yanzhou, the Moon Commander's mech state is even more excessive, completely lacking in sensitivity." "Loose silly, when you throw, can you at least use your brains to calculate distance and angle?" Amidst the ferocious melee, the instigator, Su Mian Tang, joyfully dashed about, laughing, throwing snowballs, and stirring up the chaos, suddenly feeling a kiss on her cheek amidst the commotion. "How Outrageous. She had to find out who it was and retaliate fiercely. Then, she spotted the kind-hearted Huarong, who, unable to bring himself to hit anyone, stood in the snow, his eyes red and misty as he gazed at her. As if to say, Tang Tang, it doesn't he hurt? Immediately, she felt urgency. Hey, don't hit Rong Rong. He is still little and can't fight back. At her words, everyone instantly halted, then silently formed the largest, hardest snowball they could muster, hurling it at Huarong with all their might. The only SSS-level combat male in the world. Feigning weakness for affection in front of Tang Tang was utterly shameless.
Hey.
The more you talk, the worse it gets. How terrible. They laughed. Rong Rong, let us hit them together. Within the palace, Queen Jenny, having heard of Su Mian Tang's awakening, rushed to visit, expecting to witness an emotional scene, only to find, amidst the pristine white snow, her proud son, the pillar of the nation, a powerful tycoon, and the lords of various star systems, all engaged in a snowball fight with Tang Tang. Each tall figure, handsome and poised, surrounded the lovely little female, chasing, laughing, and playing like a group of innocent children, devoid of any concerns, only boundless joy radiating from their serious eyes, softened with affection for these children. Su Mian Tang, tired from playing, lay back in the thick layer of snow. One by one, the 9 males surrounded her, lying down beside her, each exuding charm and grace, creating a stunning tableau from afar. The girl breathed softly, her warm breath melting the drifting snowflakes, blurring the dark, trembling lashes. Her hands and feet gradually warmed from the recent play, her heart beating fiercely, warmly. Happy, so very happy. Being with them brought her immense joy. Previously, there had always been well-meaning individuals who frequently showed kindness or openly confessed their feelings, but she had felt nothing. Her friends often remarked that she did not understand love. Yet now, she could not suppress the smile gracing her lips, nor the rapid rhythm of her heart. Perhaps she truly understood now? With a rustle, she could not help but stretch her arms and legs, sliding up and down like a penguin. Look, do I look like a penguin? She asked, receiving no response. Curiously rising, she turned to see. The 9 men, at some point, had knelt on one knee in the distance, holding various flowers. A unique pattern formed on their foreheads from concentrated combat power, a mark of a binding contract. This contract, initiated by the males, would intertwine their lives upon the female's acceptance through the infusion of pheromones, leading to an eternal bond, a love unyielding until death.
They
intended to propose a contract to her? Su Mian Tang's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Having already marked her completely, was it not enough? The binding contract sounded beautifully romantic, yet it was profoundly unfair for the males. If the female were to withdraw her affection, she could leave at any moment. But if the male were to be abandoned or wish to dissolve the contract, he would endure both mental and physical torment until death, regardless of his strength. She wished for them to deliberate with utmost gravity, yet upon witnessing her hesitation, the 9 individuals were instantly consumed by a flurry of anxious, pleading, and resolute glimmers in their eyes. It was as if her dissent would condemn them to perish in the frigid expanse of ice and snow. With a heavy heart, she shook her head and approached them. In Fred's hand lay a Tianshan snow lotus. Tang Tang, you are the most sacred presence in my heart. Enzo held an Arctic fairywood. Tang Tang, I dedicate to you my most loyal love. These 2 flowers were the truest embodiments of their unwavering affection for her. Lucille clutched a phoenix tail flower. Mian Tang, you are the one I am most enamored with. From the moment he first caught sight of her amidst the throng, his heart had irrevocably belonged to her. Yassalanti grasped a spotted leaf butterfly orchid. May I sprout wings and forever soar towards you. His usual arrogance and disdain for others vanished entirely as he gazed upward, fixated on his beloved, now a captive of love. Jun Qingyin held a peony. Tang Tang, I long to hold your hand and explore the splendor of the world together. His fingers trembled as he cradled the flower, wishing not only to offer it to her, but to also lay bare his heart. Huaran held a vibrant green bamboo, an everlasting love that remains unfaltering through the seasons. You and I shall always endure. This was his most cherished and extravagant aspiration. Moonlight Fairy carried a tulip. Sister, every day spent with you is a heart-stirring delight. The happiest days of his life had been those spent in her company, and he anticipated that every day henceforth would continue in this joyful manner. Qin Yanzhou presented a jasmine flower. I gift you jasmine. Please do not depart from me. She was the sole individual he could ever reach out to, and the one he could never bear to lose. Tangleson offered a gardenia. Little cotton candy, you are the sole ray of pure white in my darkened world. His very essence existed for her. His heart beat for her. His future was devoted to her. She was his everything. Su Mian Tang cautiously accepted the flowers which, though seemingly light, bore the weight of 1,000 promises in her hands. She leaned down slightly and bestowed a solemn kiss upon the radiant covenant shimmering upon their foreheads. Just as she intended to speak, the dragon ring around her neck suddenly grew warm, pulsating with a vibrant golden-purple glow, revealing a diminutive, spirited dragon no larger than a foot in length. It was Caesar. It had been reborn, with its enchanting, gem-like eyes. It held a beautiful crimson rose in its mouth, Mian Mian, a love that is pure and fervent. She fought to contain her overwhelming emotions, her eyes glistening with tears as she accepted the flower. However, as she lifted her gaze, a teardrop teetered precariously on the brink of falling. In the distance, through the swirling snow, a figure approached, elegant as a divine being. It was Zhu Yang. He bore a magnificent bouquet of vibrant begonia flowers. Breaking through a millennium of constraints, his unspoken affection had finally blossomed into reality. A Tang, I love you.
I
love you too. A single tear coursed down her cheek, her voice trembling and hoarse. Su Mian Tang had never felt as blissfully happy, as content, as complete as in this moment. I love all of you. I love all of you, she proclaimed loudly, tossing the flowers into the air, her stunning form racing through the icy landscape, her resounding vows echoing in every heart present. Behind her, the 11 transformed into their beastly forms, a golden-feathered eagle soaring through the skies, a snow-white wolf king, a peerlessly handsome red fox, a white tiger with fiery wings, a lion born with heterochromia, a majestic and adorable pangolin, a strikingly poised mechanical armor, a fluffy snow leopard, a colossal and imposing green anaconda, a dragon soaring through the clouds, and a trail of footprints, all pursuing the beautiful silhouette of the girl. Our romance exists at the universe's end.